Okay, well, we're streaming, and we'll get the call started with our dear friend Aaron Tice, and let's get this going. Okay, my dear
Hello.
friend Aaron Tice, we're starting this just a few moments early tonight, and just to make certain everything is working, let's test your audio. Let's hear you say something.
Can can you hear me okay?
I hear you well. A little low. Are you trying to not
Uh,
wake up the baby or something?
no, no, I can turn the volume up. How's that? A little better?
A little better. It sounds a little muffled for whatever reason. Or do you have a microphone?
I don't. I have AirPods. Let me try putting both in and see if that works a little better.
Maybe. I think it's satisfactory. Honestly, I think probably so long as everybody can hear you, it's okay. But we'll see.
Uh,
And I think it'll be fine. We are live. We are live.
okay, we'll
Yeah.
give it our best shot.
Yes, we will, and I know that you are more than up to it. I'm going to bring on a few other people just to see who else can come on. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to share screen with you, and
Sure.
when we get somebody for you to bounce off against, I'll abandon all of you for a few moments while I get my tea. And so let's make certain you have someone to bounce off against first. Though I have every confidence, actually, you could hold the stage on your own. So I don't know if you can see the screen, dear sir.
I I can. It's a
Okay.
large screen. Wow.
So we have this, the cursor's moving around, and now I'm going to go down here to add participants. I'm showing you this just in case you ever need to do this someday. And of course, after a few episodes, you may get it, or you may decide that you're not going to participate anymore. So we'll figure it out. And basically, obviously, you don't need to remember any of these people. Peter Moon, of course, never comes on until the following hour, the top of the next hour. We will call a few other people to see if they're willing to come on, and that this is done just by basically kind of doing what I'm doing now. And with Sammy Romero, for instance, he's always a good one. And did I just uncheck him by accident? Okay, didn't mean to do that. Sammy, and then George Knight, of course, just had a wedding. We're not going to interfere with his nuptials. And Joe Ty will be another
That's
one. I will try
that's
to.
fair. That's
Yes.
very fair.
Yes, yes. Sean Bond will be another one who's just recently interviewed myself. I will call him, see if he wants to come on. Justin White, the Curious Girl. Some of these people never effectively respond, but we do it just in case. And that's then there's a number of other people that I just ignore after a while because of things that have happened in the recent past. Amanda Ute, of course, we always try to call, though, of course, she's on a very different rhythm. I have no idea whether one of these days she'll ever answer. Selena Khan, of course, is my manageress, but she doesn't usually respond. Other people are from the deep, dark past, and just not going to call any of them. But I think we've gone over the majority of people who may be potentially available, and we're
Sure.
going to press the add button. Once you press the add button, then all of those who are called will see who responds. And it turns out it's quite a bit, comparatively speaking, but only one
Yeah.
or two will ever respond, if at all. So we'll find out.
Okay.
And aside from all of that, you sound like you're doing well.
Yeah, everything's good. Thanks for asking.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I'm just so glad to have you here. And let's hope that there can be somebody else for you to bounce against. Let's see what's going on with the others. And aside from that, I pray everything is going smoothly as possible with care, at home. Everything at home.
Yeah, oh yeah, everything's good. We had bacon cheeseburgers tonight for dinner, so that was a tasty treat. And we're staying away from the news because it's been a crazy week in the news. So there's infinite amount of data to talk about.
Yes. By the way, your son's not yet at the age where he appreciates the horror of the daily news, is he?
No, 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 no. He's nearly 4,
Okay.
so he's at the age that appreciates playgrounds, zoos, bike riding,
Okay.
wrestling, and reading books. That's the highlights of his day.
Understood. Understood. That's got to be quite the challenge. I don't know how one balances out the wrestling aspect with a child that size. Obviously,
Yeah.
you've got to be careful with what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
it
yeah.
it turned out, by the way, just so our listeners know, no one we called responded. Not not a
That's all right.
single individual, which in
That's all
itself
right.
is somewhat unusual. Not too unusual. It happens once in a while, but this is one of those nights where no one responded. It's going to be Aaron Tice holding the stage by himself. And what I'm going to do is ask him if he feels like he's up to the task to do that for about 10 minutes at
Sure.
the longest.
Sure. Not a problem. Not a problem. Are you
Okay.
going to be listening? Because I'll appreciate your comments when you come back.
Oh God, here's what unfortunately I can't. The problem is
Okay. No problem.
I go to the kitchen and what happens is when I go to the kitchen then I'm very far away from the ability to hear. And I what you can do is you can talk about some things. It shouldn't take me too long, more realistically, 10 minutes
Sure.
approximately. But
Okay.
during that period of time you can talk about some things that you don't need me to my feedback on.
Sure. Sure. Not a problem.
Yeah, but then again, you know what? I've never been one to really care about exposing our audience to the same thing twice, so I can always make them listen
Fair.
to you repeat yourself.
Fair
Uh,
enough.
yeah, and Vicky Johnson says moi and mwah. In return to Vicky Johnson, she says, "Hi, Aaron and Douglas." And "How far is away?" which is our dear friend Mirthling, says, "Mirthy language in the house." And of course, "How far is away?" is one of her Facebook pages. Peter Moon says, "You can bring me on now if you want." Excellent. We will be bringing Peter Moon on, and he will help us with holding the stage with our man, Aaron Tice. So we're going to go back to sharing the screen just for a second here so that Aaron can see this, the bringing on of someone and how it actually works. So we are going to uh, scroll down until we see Peter Moon. And if we can't, we've already got 11 people on this call, so we've got to do this. Got to press that above there and then add on Peter Moon. Peter Moon. And there we go. PE brings him up. And then we add the call. There we go. And then we press add button. There we are, and that should be bringing our man on, and we can close
Word.
this. There we are.
Uh,
Excellent. And so we're going to hear a little bit of echo.
Hello, I'm here now.
Yeah, turn off the computer you've got on, Peter. And that way we won't hear that echo. Wonderful. Our man Peter is turning that off, and while he gets towards that, we're going to ask him to go off mute. You can come off mute now, dear Peter. And let's see if we can get his.
Yeah, I had to mute myself because I didn't realize I had the live stream on, so I had to shut that off. So I'm sorry. So anyway, I'm here now.
Wonderful, and bless you for it. And I am going to ask both of you gentlemen to hold the stage while I make my tea, and it'll take me about 10 minutes. When I come back in 10 minutes, I'll gladly join with both of you throughout the opening hour. So these two wonderful gentlemen will entertain and inform and provide everyone the insight of their erudition. In the meantime, I will go mute, and let's make certain they can hear each other first. Aaron, do say hello to dear Peter.
Hello, Peter. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm glad to have you with us, and welcome to this madhouse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, always a pleasure, and there's so much to talk about, so it'll be a fun evening.
It will be. It will be. So I will leave you two to start that process. I will go mute and I'll be back in about 10 minutes as approximated. My blessings to you both, and I have every confidence both of you will be wonderful. Okay, bye for now.
So, Aaron, I suppose you've been listening to the last few
Yeah,
weeks and all the adventures. I don't know if you had any comments on them.
crazy. It's wow, it was kind of crazy. I was surprised by some of it, not surprised by some of it, but my goodness. I tried to remember everybody's living their truth and people do what they're absolutely supposed to do, but it was a little surprising to have such a mass exodus and flip. Everybody seemed to flip all of a sudden. So it was rather strange.
Yes, it's the flipping of a coin.
Yeah,
I gave some analogies to that in my book, Synchronicity and the Seven Seals, sort of like, the double side of a coin, the angel and the demon.
Sure.
It's like one side is the angel, one side is the demon.
Yeah.
And these guys were appearing as angels.
Yeah.
And it's much like that classic archetypal rendition in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where they open up the Ark and the angels are flying all around, and the head Gestapo guy says, or no, it wasn't the head. I think he says, somebody said, I think it was the French guy, Frenchie. He says, "It's beautiful," and they all turn to demons and the hell devour him. And that's exactly what happened here. You had demons appearing as angels, as friends of Douglas Dietrich, and then zoom. This is the nature of what we're dealing with here.
Well, when if you factor it down to the bottom realities, and you would understand this because of Roosevelt, basically you're dealing in knowledge, and knowledge is power. And when you're dealing in power, you can't be certain of people because you don't know why they're hanging around. And this is the issue with a martial arts teacher or someone who doles out very rare knowledge. There is a value to it. So you can't always know what people's desires are. Obviously, Jameson was after the Vox Arca, and people hung around Roosevelt to get like the death blow secrets, not realizing they had to train it every day for 10 years, But when you're dealing in power, there is this is always the nature of power. It brings both sides of the coin to the table.
Well, yeah, and when you talk about the death blow secrets, he taught me so many things that could kill people.
Right, exactly.
And but the thing is
you got to train it every day. You got to train it every day.
Some of it's just common sense. But the point of it is what do you want to kill somebody for? What do you want to have that for? It's extreme. It's very negative. Like what are you going to? You're going to have to precipitate a situation in which you need to use it.
Right.
What I've noticed, the greatest miracles in Qigong are when things happen of their own accord. It's Absolutely. Not like I want to get in a situation where it's the bottom of the ninth inning and I'm going to hit a home run or go out and kill the pitcher. Right. No. It'll just happen when all of a sudden and I think a good example of it, although it's very unrealistic, in that particular movie, the original Karate Kid, I didn't see the second remake, when he's learning this, one-legged stance.
Yeah.
And completely neutered by this superior fighter, greatly superior fighter. And he can't do anything but that one-legged thing. And he kicks the guy in the head and, wins the tournament on one leg. That is sort of indicative, nothing that extreme perhaps, but where you're put in a circumstance where ideally you don't even have to fight. They just fall.
What I find, and I just did my Gong Fu set and a standing set, and it connects the body, it gets the blood flowing, which gives you better thoughts. You're more in tune with your inner self, and more than likely, if you do that regularly, you won't have time to go to a place that's going to get you into a fight. Or if you would have gone to a place to get you in a fight, you'll know how to avoid it just through your intuition. So you're absolutely right. All of those things factor in. But what a crazy week in the world news scene. I can't wait to hear you talk about the things you're going to talk about tonight, I have to tell you. The Georgia Guidestones, the Japanese former prime minister. I mean, this is all it's like the WWE, but worldwide.
Well, I think the Georgia Guidestones are just to me, it's like Princess Diana. Who the hell gives a damn about these things? I never got interested in Princess Diana, and I'm still not interested in it. Was there a cover-up? Yeah, but who cares about this person?
Right.
She was no better than her captors.
Sure.
She was a little bit like Ghislaine Maxwell, only more of a victim and less of a perpetrator.
Right.
When you're in that world, and of course, this is par for the course with these people. Sure. The Georgia Guidestones, I have no interest or even great regard for them. It's just.
I just find it interesting how it all ties in with all these other world events. And the one thing I will tie into it.
That's just my own prejudice. You may know all sorts of stuff about the Georgia Guidestones I don't know.
Well, what I like about it is if you really funnel down again to the basics, it's like it's fodder. And I'm not bashing religion here, but I talked about my upbringing, and these kind of world events are like feeding frenzies for churches. I mean, they can scream and stomp, and they're going to fill the coffers. It's apocalypse time,
that's
baby.
The point, Aaron. That's the point. That's why I tune out. It's like when people start saying CERN, what's going on with CERN? I keep a close eye on CERN. And it's like CERN is just a particle accelerator, which is much less interesting than what's going on in Romania with their light particle, but I don't even know what they're doing. They don't talk about that. It doesn't get any world attention. And but and I have my own area of interest. But yeah, when the religious fanatics, they'll go at the Georgia Guidestone because I think it had the 10 Commandments on it. And I think I watched an interview with Mel Brooks recently, just a YouTube thing. And they were showing a shot from his movie, The History of the World, Part 1.
Yeah. I remember that.
Moses coming out, and he had 3 tablets with the 15 commandments. And
I love that.
And the 10 commandments.
10 commandments. That's the best. One of the greatest scenes of all time. I love it.
Well, and of course, all of these things are such a cartoon absurdity of truth.
Absolutely.
The 10 commandments and in all of the manipulation that goes into the 10 commandments. And I think I saw a quote on YouTube of how all the world's great religious leaders, none of them are women. And it's kind of like, oh, okay. It puts a lot of things in perspective. And then what we would have now is we would have, a militant woman like Gloria Steinem, who would now be the goddess. She was an agent provocateur during the 50s. So it's like, you're not. This is what we're dealing with in this society.
I didn't really prepare anything, but I was sitting back and I was like, wow, if I was still attending a church, I can only imagine the sermon based on the things happening. I'd be getting guilted to coming every Wednesday night, Saturday night prayer meeting, Sunday morning sunrise service. It would be.
It's going to fill up the coffers, as you say, liven it up. But this is a good opportunity while we're talking about churches, because I will see my old friend Theodore Vasily, who's been in Choklavina Cave at least two times, into the dry cave, not into the wet cave. And I have some of the video footage he took there, which I've never. I think it was in Constanța, in the southeast Romania, which is a beautiful, it's their beach resort on the Black Sea. But wherever it was, the priest announced that the devil was going to show up that day, Sunday, and the place packed. It was.
Oh, that's great.
And of course, I don't know what the sermon the priest delivered, but it's kind of they're looking all. You might as well look around. This is who we see. This is what we worship. This is who we're interested in.
Yeah.
Look at us. Oh, the devil. We're all here to see the devil.
Yep.
And the fact that they actually believed it, or believed it enough, or curious enough to come, where they weren't curious to see God, or whatever it was. I thought that was very
interesting. And that reminds me of the other thing I wanted to talk about, which was with all the defections and betrayals and coin flips recently. It's really interesting how much effort is put into derailing the platform that Douglas and yourself have to get the truth out there. Because if you really look at the world, there's not a lot of people that want to know the truth anyway. And there's very few people that actually listen, and there's very few people that actually like can listen to it open-hearted and not let it affect them, and just really find the beauty in knowing the truth, but still live a good life and help their neighbor. So it's like the fact that there's this much effort put into derailing the truth is really interesting to me, because if they just left it alone, I think fewer people would listen anyway.
By the way, I just got back to hear that. Thank you.
It's excellent point. Excellent point about derailing, deplatforming the platform. And yeah, it's and you know, that's been one of my bigger problems, is either deplatforming me or not giving platform. This goes back 30 years. It's like, let's not give this person a platform. Let's give a platform to the lowest common denominator. And one of the biggest platforms in alternative media is Alex Jones.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Well, yes. And it just I could go off on a applicable tangent there, but yeah, it's the deplatforming. Let's hear a bunch of crap, or we want to have aliens, and media is notorious for this. Even when we're not dealing with sensitive subjects like we're talking about,
right?
They'll just want to deplatform the artistic or creative content of something, because they think, we need more superheroes, because people are watching superheroes. So we need more superheroes. We don't need a woman finding out about their sexuality or whatever, or a man, we don't need this. We need a superhero. Let's make her a superhero who's a lesbian, because it's very unique to be lesbian.
And it speaks to the nature of the news in general, because in sales, you have to create a reason for someone to buy something versus something else. And you almost have to create a sense of urgency for a customer. And the news is constantly creating urgency through just dramatic crap and nothing like benefiting the human race. So yeah, I'm just so surprised that there's so much effort to the deplatforming versus just ignoring it. Because if you ignore something, typically nobody really looks that way. But if you look at it screaming to not look at it, everybody looks that way. It's simple child psychology.
Yes. And by the way, if I could join in at this moment, and I want to thank both of you gentlemen for everything that you've done so far. Honestly, I'm sure that it's been quite informative to everybody listening, and I will bring in what some people are saying so that we can add to the discussion from the chat room, in the sense that people are certainly paying attention and responding in their own way. And as always, this kind of feedback is important. And that being said, going into the live stream, Nathan Brooks says greetings. Peggy Wood says hello, dears. Shout out to Peggy Wood. And of course, we have someone there who I might keep an eye on, simply because I'm not quite sure if they're a troll or just being who they are. Yes, but there's somebody named Black Guy for Woo who then says Heidi ho, folks, and that's not normal that a black guy would say that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Other than that, I do want to say that when it comes to just an example of the level of what we're dealing with, and since apparently while I was getting my tea and going through all the ceremony and ritual that is involved in that, and came back to hear about the attempts to basically derail my ability to basically communicate the message to the public. What is so incredible has already been articulated to a great extent by Aaron and by Peter Moon together, and both of them, of course, have done their job. But always remember that there is something about societies in general, that societies oftentimes they end up perpetuating the very thing they seek to destroy. So whenever a society tries to destroy something, whether, say, for instance, drugs, zero tolerance for drugs, and that's something most societies can get together on because unlike, say, for instance, tribal organization, where everybody is pro-drug, and they're pro-drug because it's a shared experience. So when you enter most indigenous populations or aboriginal environments, there is generally what would be considered a heavy use of drugs, or a great deal of narcotization that has to do with shamanism, and that shared
But I don't
experience.
think it's used by the rank and file of the tribe, though.
We can get into the anthropology of that another time. It depends on which tribe, of course. It depends on the situation, but generally, you're not going to have certainly a judgment that is negative on drugs in most tribal situations, simply because there's no need to be negative about it. They're generally not going to condemn it.
Well, herbs are a function of nature. They have uses for mankind,
Yeah.
and it's a very different context
Yes.
where they're not focused on driving and being safe and that sort of thing.
And using machinery, yeah.
It's a completely different context. They're more hardwired into nature.
Yes.
And then we're more hardwired into mechanistic situations where drugs can be very counterproductive to, I say, being used on the highway or as you say, using with machinery.
Yeah.
You don't it's yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But another reason, of course, that when you get to the level of empire, where societies at a larger scale, where they're absorbing other societies in turn, then universally they're anti-drug. And that's because people cease to function at that level for all the reasons that Peter Moon already articulated. So my point being that when we come to this kind of pro-drug, anti-drug, and the phases in between, then you get some societies trying to, of course, eliminate the drug problem. And then when it comes to eliminating the drug problem, some societies can go overboard. And this results in perpetuating the problem. And rather than going into the zero tolerance culture of Ronald Reagan, probably a more vital
Zero tolerance.
Yeah.
I don't think he was zero tolerant at all. I think he's zero tolerance to the public. Meanwhile, they're dealing drugs like crazy behind the back, everybody's back.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, your point's well taken. Obviously, I'm not going to argue that.
I know, and I think that this is so much of what we lose in the context of zero tolerance. It's like, it's like pornography. It's like, we're going to control the pornography so we can sell it to you.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, absolutely.
I know, but I want to just keep that in context here, but go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so people, who are too young to remember any of this, the real zero tolerance was actually, I think, expressed right after Ronald Reagan, and it was Bush Sr., I think. But it started with Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan trying to tell people, don't do drugs. And of course, Nancy...
The war on drugs, they called.
War on drugs, they called it. And of course, Nancy Reagan was the perfect idol for that war. Of course, just every inner city black child could relate to Nancy Reagan telling them to stop taking drugs, of course.
Well, yes, and he acknowledged her, I think, in the State of the Union, and just validated the hell of her, and she's taking all this applause. It was so phony.
Yeah. Obviously, hopefully, people realize I'm being sarcastic. I mean, I could go further for our man Black.
Let me say one thing about this, about Ronald Reagan, is that right now we have, and it's we had so much Republican adulation during the Bush administration, and then it fell to hell, until Trump came along and resurrected the Republican, motif. He made Republicans feel good about themselves. But during the Bush administration, they released a movie, HBO did, on Ronald Reagan, showing the darker side of it. And this was condemned. It was basically taken from circulation. It was not shown the seamier side of Ronald Reagan. I never saw it. I don't know to what capacity it was released on the so-called gray market, but it was lethal to Reagan's reputation. And I don't think it even touched the base of the iceberg. I don't know, but that's how much Reagan was protected and still is.
Wow.
In this time of let's hate the Republicans. Well, let's dissect. I'd like to see the Republicans dissected a little further, and not for the benefit of the Democrats, who, as I've always said, I think are far worse. But that's beside the point. Not that the Republicans are good.
I was in grade school when the drug abuse resistance education program was rolled out. It was called DARE, and I believe it was Nancy Reagan's brainchild, and it was rather useless. I mean, they had the local police come to the classrooms and hand out T-shirts and have us reiterate the mantra. But I mean, the chief of police at the time, if he pulled over anybody in town who had drugs, he would take them and keep them. So it was a moot point.
And you can imagine all of the black kids in the inner city saying, "Hey, Jethro, Nathy, stay to chill on the crack. Put down that pipe. Put down that pipe. Exactly. I'm going to tell Nathy on you." Yeah, that's
exactly.
It's just preposterous. But okay, such being said, now that we've gotten that out of our system, all of that, the point is that probably a far more parallel kind of historical experience to what we're trying to expose here, that's easier for people to understand, would be prohibition. And of course, when prohibition went into effect, that simply created the underworld. It made the underworld king. That was when Al Capone came very close to, if he had wanted to pursue the career, he could have become president at that time, because
sure.
His popularity, his wealth, all of that was such, combined with his notoriety, as to be the human side of the crisis. He was the person who gave everybody what they really wanted, which was booze. And there were politicians who did win office saying that they were wetter than the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It's a terror. These were people who basically flaunted their breaking of the law during Prohibition. And of course, there were two prohibitions. I'm speaking of the one that was the later Prohibition during the 1920s. And of course, the Roaring Twenties was when you had this perpetuation of that which society sought to destroy. And of course, then what we had with the kind of the opposite was the legalization of pot, just so that the government could move in and basically take over and then sell people extraordinarily powerful blends of pot that the government now totally controls, which was, legalizing pot was the stupidest thing that the potheads could ever have done. And I have no idea why they pursued it. And ultimately they got their wish, and be careful of what you wish for. I mean, now that growth industry that dominated so much of California and provided people an opportunity is completely gone. And the pot that they used to grow is now worthless, and the government controls the shot. So why did you want that? I mean, but at any rate, people really don't know what they want. They think they do, but whatever they want is usually what they ultimately don't want in the end. And certainly what's going on with the people who are attacking myself, since that was what was being discussed before I got back from making tea. Yes, we are dealing with people who have dedicated their lives to attempting to discredit and destroy myself. Now, what's bizarre is to give people an example of the power behind these people. Take a look at what I brought up concerning Lena Shea, one of my primary active gang stalkers at this point, who certainly works for Richard K. Colt Jr. directly. They live together in upstate New York. By that I mean they're not necessarily living physically together, but they may as well be. Now, the Child Protective Services of Alameda County conducted an interview with her, with at least one of her victims, with everybody involved with her child predations. She is a child predator. And these interviews have resulted in absolutely nothing of consequence. even though she is a confirmed child predator, she is loose on the internet. She's loose to prey upon her community. She's loose to potentially prey upon her own children. And she is definitely still stalking myself. So you're talking about somebody who basically is supposed to be a massage therapist, albeit she's a prostitute, which is how she met her husband in the first place. And this individual, none of this is slander or defamation of character. All of the evidence was provided for the authorities in her area of both Colony, New York, where her massage parlor is open, and the Albany, New York, where she resides. And so the authorities are well aware of her crimes. And she walks free as if nothing can touch her. Not only that, but continues to stalk myself. So this is an individual who is completely protected by the cult of the kings of Edom, and has total confidence in her protection by the cult of the kings of Edom. In other words, she's immune to the law and can do whatever she wants. So this is what we're dealing with. We're contending with people.
And that's interesting because I know that area well.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, if there's a massage parlor that is offering extracurricular activity at the end of the massage, they shut it down quick, and careers are ruined all the time there because people are caught in the massage parlors. I mean, they take great pride in shutting them down. And so it is very telling that there's absolutely zero action on this because it's a very strict area as far as that goes. I'm sure it's a pay to play scenario perhaps or whatever, but they do not let those things go there, as in some communities they turn a blind eye.
Interesting. No, I think that's significant. I think that's significant because in her case, she was running it on an industrial scale. I mean, literally, it was like an assembly line of people waiting to be blown and jacked off. So the fact that she's allowed to do that, and it's just run that way, like nothing's going on. And our man Joe Ty, for instance, was considering going there. Even he was just mentioning that in the last episode. And the only thing that turned him away from going there was when she started proselytizing to him about joining the Contra Dietrich cult, and he just found it so offensive and so oppressive. Her entire modus operandi, her method of operation in that regard, her sales pitch, that he just told her to fuck off. But all of that convened, it really shows what we're dealing with here, and it's profound. It's these people run your system at this point, and so they are the system, obviously, and they are the people who are saying don't listen to Douglas Dietrich, and they're going all out to try and destroy my reputation. The interesting thing, of course, is that as our man Aaron Tice said, it's not like anybody knows me. And if anything, the effect is to promote myself, whereas if they simply ignored myself, then there would be no promotion, and therefore even less people knowing of me. So more people know of me through their efforts. So they wind up perpetuating that which they seek to destroy. We can only hope that this runs the course that so many of these patterns do, which is ultimately that which they seek to destroy winds up victorious in the end and overwhelming those that seek to persecute them, as happened with the Christians over the Roman Empire, as happened with many other movements that suffered the same kind of pattern before ultimately prevailing. We can only hope that this is part of that repetitive pattern of history. With that, I turn back to these two gentlemen and see if anything else.
Douglas. Yeah. Yes. Christianity overcame the Roman Empire, and it created such an uglier civilization.
I hear you.
And it's interesting because from I think the slickest vantage point I can take is that Christianity at its best in the early days was preaching another world, a better world, a world that was not of the corporeal world. And of course, Rome thrived on corporeal pleasures at that time, and, decadent, it was decadent. And then when it supplants it, everything that is positive about human sensuality is considered evil, and then you have this horrible dark ages ensuing, plagues and and of course Rome becomes, devastated. And it's like, it's just so in other words, it really, you don't have the early Christian hope and, theme of love. You have something that becomes very much an instrument of politics with Constantine, and it becomes politically expedient to have the empire become Christianized. And, it's like, oh man, it's like,
it's a great sales pitch.
well,
But I really,
well, yes, because go ahead.
And that's why I, coming out of religion, or the shackles of religion, I don't know how to say his name properly, Friedrich Nietzsche, but there was a quote, and it's roughly this. He said, "Beware of men that sell you extraterrestrial goals and dreams, because those men are haters of life and of the body."
Yes.
And it's so true, because if you put all your eggs in the next life's basket, what are you doing right now? Like, you're not helping your neighbor, you're not sharing a meal, you're not exercising, you're not enjoying nature, you're not having a good conversation. You're like, I can't wait to get out of this body and get to the next world. And that's a horrible way to spend your time.
Yes. Thank you so much. Very important. By the way, I do want to remind people, while I remember, do place an upvote on the video, because unfortunately, the moment we start transmission, we are assailed by Autobots, and the Autobots are purchased by Stephen Outrim, who basically is cheap as hell, thank God. So he gets the cheap ones, and they're filtered out by YouTube system, but it takes about an hour or two, and that means that we're eliminated from appearing in searches. So the only way to get us in searches is through your help. It's your war. You have to fight it. And the way you do that is by fighting dirty, just as the enemy does. And they get on every available IP port, and they place a downvote to get us off any potential for being found on searches. So we need you to do just the same, and just get on your laptop, your IP port that would be from your cell phone, your iPad, whatever else you've got, your PC, and place an upvote, and that's the only where we're going to be seen. Other than that, they've done an incredible job of suppressing us. They've certainly eliminated myself off of Facebook. I know that there's other platforms. I'm not used to any of them. We'll have to try and find some young person to help me get used to them. So I'm kind of in the worst of all possible age groups. I'm not up there with many of the people that I rely on for sponsorship, because I'm too young, and I'm not down there with many of the younger people who are familiar with the new media. So I just got to count on other people to help me out in this regard. And in the meantime,
I've got a suggestion there that was given to me in Shasta, is Clubhouse.
Okay.
Now, Clubhouse is something that, it's tricky, because you've got to invest your time in it wisely. And it's basically a live chat where, you engage people live and actively, and, engage them on topics. And I think, it's probably, I don't know, it's probably like Craigslist, where you look at certain topics and people could be commenting on them. And that would be a good way to promote Roswell. I haven't had time to sit down and figure it out and do it.
Okay.
But that was explained to me when I was doing a sacred walk at Shasta by some guy. But also with regards to younger people, and you'll find this interesting. Paula and I went to a picnic yesterday in upstate a little bit, and with some of her fellow people that are part of her mother's school.
Yes.
And I know these people, and then at some point I brought you up in the context of what I do, in the context of, oppressing truth. And one of the women, who's Asian, by the way, that's incident. Well, perhaps that's not incidental. Perhaps it's not incidental. But she says, oh, yes, I know that name, Douglas Dietrich. Now, she might well know it through me or getting my emails.
Right.
But she said her kids knew it. And that interested her, because her kids, and she says, anime, and that they know it from seeing your stuff on Instagram.
Interesting.
They're picking up on it from the anime aspect of it. I don't necessarily they even know anything about Roswell. I don't know that they don't, but they knew it from anime. They knew about the cross-dressing, but they're picking stuff up on Instagram, probably because she's connected to me on Instagram and they're connected to her. I would assume, but I don't know.
Right.
So they were getting a different flavor of you that is probably not the same context, certainly as me or Aaron would be oriented to,
Sure.
or perhaps many of your listeners are.
Right.
And I don't know if they listen to your show, but they might have an interest in your art and anime as it relates to Asia.
Interesting.
Well, that is interesting because Peter, the Barnes and Noble in Kingston, I went there, I think it was December or February, and I won't go back in because they greatly reduced the size of the store.
Right.
And there's really not a lot there anymore. But the biggest section in this new, smaller version of Barnes and Noble is the anime section. So that doesn't surprise me. I feel like in upstate, it's a really big thing right now. I don't know about the rest of the state, but I was surprised to see that the biggest section in Barnes and Noble was that section.
Wow. That's incredible, and at the same time, it goes to show, of course, the influence of Japanese popular culture and the kind of thing that it also brings to my mind. That now that Peter brought that up, and I do want to get this out before it dribbles out of my ear, is I just received a message earlier today from Keith Call. And what's interesting is that back in April, the end of April, Keith Call let me know that his dear mother, who he had been caring for, he had her in a kind of hospice or retirement center kind of environment, an adult care environment, and she died ultimately. And he was letting me know that. I, of course, did not receive that message until today. Today I got that message. His mother had died in April. And I've brought up before just how my communications, I have no control over them. Whoever monitors my communications, they literally release messages to me months later. And for whatever reason that they withhold certain things based on their own stratagem, or maybe it's simply that they won't release them until they themselves review them, and they may take months to get to them. But when I got his message, I did let him know that I finally got it, and he told me he was en route to Roswell, where he will be, and he does this once a year. He visits Roswell once a year because he is a Christian, and he is someone who, of course, is very wary of the fact that Roswell became the Lourdes, the Medjugorje, the kind of religious center point of a kind of counter-religion, the ufological cult. And so he goes down there to kind of maintain the vicissitudes of that cultic subculture. And so that will be the perfect day. He'll be there on Wednesday, which will be the confluence of a lot of different days of importance to myself and all of us, in the sense that that's the French Independence Day. But what I will be doing is I will then go over the Bill Burns thing at that time. I'd like to say I planned for it that way. I couldn't review Bill Burns's crap today because of just everything that happened, but actually it was just with everything that went down and what forced me to try and take care of a bunch of other responsibilities, I couldn't review it. And then it worked out that, well, he'll be down in Roswell, and so he might be able to come on the show, and that way I can talk to him and talk about Bill Burns all in the same show, and that would make much more sense.
I really wanted you to do that, but you know what? Nobody really cares about Bill Burns.
Yeah, that's true too. Yes.
And the thing is his book is not getting a revival.
Yes.
It's not, and it's
too dated.
It's a bunch of crap, and it's like if they start ballyhooing that, it's just going to put attention on your book.
Yes.
But I mean, you should still address the points. But it's become old.
Yeah.
It's become very old, and
Well, I definitely will on Wednesday, and Wednesday will be the perfect day to do it. And like I said, he'll be with us on Wednesday night. I couldn't get to it tonight just because of all of the other stuff I was dealing with, and just shocking to me some of the stuff that happened, such as Laney Shea still being on the loose rather than in Orange and behind bars, where someone like that belongs. But then again, it shows the power of these people that we're up against. And bear in
It's the
mind,
power,
yeah,
you're right, the power, but it's also the anti antipathy towards doing anything about anything.
it's
There's
true.
that's kind of built into people. If like you're making waves, it's like because it really takes uh like with this cop you were dealing with,
Yeah,
it's like it takes aggressive action
yeah,
to go and investigate these people. It's like it's you're really activating a whole lot of energy
yeah,
to go after and take somebody out of commission when the crime, like say if somebody's shooting somebody in the street, this becomes obvious.
yeah,
You can't ignore that because you can see it. It's dangerous, it's violent, and it's out in the open. When it's like this, it's behind doors. It requires, you know, much more visible proof and corroboration than an open, public shooting.
yes,
And it just people aren't like, you know, they don't want to they don't want to get involved. The
Yeah,
woman's joking next door. Oh God, I got to walk over there and I got to do all this stuff. If you see it right on the lawn, you got to do something.
yeah,
But you just
it's
kind
a
of get
it's a
the
good it's a great point because that's what I find. Like, unless they see something happening, they're just not motivated to take action, and sometimes rightfully so. They're overworked, underpaid, and it's really
I don't think
difficult
they're,
with
they're
the,
overworked in this case at all.
not in this case, but in the area. There's a lot of there's a lot to do in that area, and it's crazy how much effort it takes to open that kind of investigation with, an out-of-state phone call. I'm sure the red tape is overbearing.
Well, I
The amount of
remember when I went to the police to get this woman arrested that I was having problems with, and it was, I just wanted the hell out of my domain.
right,
yeah,
And the detective, kind of looked at me and said, "Well, look at it's I got a lot of homicides to work on, and I definitely got the impression that the majority of these homicides were not going to be solved any which way."
yeah,
absolutely, yeah,
And that led me to believe well, and I knew right then if I was investigating the homicides, I would take all the homicides that he if he told me, if I said I want to investigate you, you dumb shit, and I'm going to say, dumb shit cop, tell me all the homicides, tell me all the details, and I'm going to look for a common denominator with all of them, and it's probably
right,
going to lead to somebody who's very important. And it might have to do with drugs. It might not have to do with drugs. But I'm sure there would be a common denominator in all the homicides, or a majority of them, at least 50% of them, that would lead to somebody. Uh,
and and
and
then you get Serpico.
yes,
that,
yeah,
that's how that goes.
right. That's
exactly. And my girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, her father knew Serpico very well.
I met him. I didn't know him well. I talked with him. I met him, and he used to hang out in my hometown.
oh my God,
And I always felt that it, if you think you personally can fight an entire crime organization and fight the entire police department, which knows that they can't fight the entire crime organization, you personally have a God complex, and that to me is insanity.
yes,
And that's how I view that, because there's no other way to view that. If you think your family's safety and your safety is less important than your God complex, then you have a real psychological malfunction.
yes. No, no, definitely. I appreciate what Aaron is saying, and at the same time, I tried to do something at the Presidio that bordered on something parallel, And
I was just going to say that.
yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, in my case, I was trying to do it as quietly as possible and stay in the background as much as possible, and it still doesn't really work. It's still very much one of those things where, certainly in Serpico's case, it was different because he seemed like he was very open about what he was doing throughout that
Yeah.
entire ordeal, that tribulation that he suffered. So it was
Right.
almost like he was seeking. It's kind of like Audie Murphy. When Audie Murphy went and did what he did, it seemed like Audie Murphy was intending or doing his best to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. It was like he was just doing things that no one asked him to do. No one ordered him to take those kinds of risks. So what he was
Exactly.
doing was either going to get him court-martialed or get him the Congressional Medal of Honor. So there was definitely something wrong with him.
Well, he wanted to
Right.
commit suicide after all that. So he probably wanted to commit suicide,
Then.
and that's what made him so brave in the first place.
Yes, he was
He just didn't happen to die.
Yes, he
Yeah.
was probably
Yeah.
always suicidal, and and in Serpico's case, there was something like that kind of. It's that more seeking fame. He obviously, when
Yeah.
he went and he wrote his book, and then they made the movie. It was like he did everything he did just towards that. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah, and then in my case, not seeking either suicide or the film or the book towards this Dietrich kind of Serpico type of situation. I just did what I did as quietly as possible, and still wound up paying the price. We see it in the people that are after me today, and the attack
You
is always.
you didn't become a public informant till years later.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's true. But it was
And they're
known. Yeah.
they're monumentally different subjects too. Like if a group of people is skimming the top of the coffers because they have the grit and the bodies on the street to do so, I feel like that's a lot less insidious than what was happening at the Presidio. And I think different mentality has to go into that. I mean, a few dollars here and there, who cares? Children's well-being, that's a big difference. So in context, you can't really compare Serpico to Douglas, because I think when it comes to children's well-being, you have to do everything you can. So I commend that.
Yes.
When it comes to just stopping a few dollars here and there, I feel like whose life is worth that? I mean, I don't, maybe somebody's, but not my own.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, and just to kind of clarify what both of these men were saying, without going too depth into it, because the situation is still developing, quote unquote, and investigations are still ongoing. But when it came to the case of Lena Shea, who everyone already knows is a gang stalker of mine, and everyone has already been contacted by, it's like it's one of these things where nothing's being hidden here, and she's basically placing herself out in the open because she's constantly attacking myself. The one thing that needs to be known is that when I contacted Child Protective Services, it wasn't just an out-of-state call without lack of evidence. I gave them screenshots that were very incriminating, where she was basically sending pictures of herself, basically various body parts of herself, to a young boy that she was indicating to me she had just done. So you have self-incrimination there, along with the fact where I pointed out where she had covered her slime trail by deleting some of the text before I got a chance to screenshot them, where she basically had sent photographs of this young boy she had had sex with, etc. So the fact is that there is basically a self-admission there, a kind of self-incrimination. So when I provided all of those screenshots to the Child Protective Services, they did interview her within 24 hours. So that point does need to be made. So an effort was...
That's impressive. You have to give it to the system there, because that's an impressively fast turnaround in a difficult situation.
Yeah. And so the point is, what I can't understand is that after interviewing her and the victim and other people involved with this situation, how she's still running loose. That I don't get. Because that doesn't make any sense to me. So again, the situation is in some ways still developing, and I can talk to Aaron and Peter about that privately.
What resistance is.
Yeah.
At some point, they have to execute the arrest.
Yeah.
And that becomes like it's kind of like kicking the bully out of the theater. If you're the usher and the bully's big, and the usher, some of these ushers, I remember they'd wear these red jackets in the movie theaters with a flashlight, and most of them weren't too big.
No, they're just kids most of the time.
Well, they weren't. But I'm saying if you had some like big college football player there, it says, "Why and they did there, would you please leave, Mister?" But so what I'm saying is, at some point, they have to execute an arrest, and that arrest has to be based upon the proposition that they can get a conviction. And we're not dealing with hanging judges in the Old West, which, you get a conviction very easily with them. But in today's world, as one of my old friends from many years ago, who said, he was a black guy, he says, scumbags have rights now.
Yes.
He says, back in the old days, scumbags didn't have rights. Now they got rights. Yeah. And this is the problem. It's the legal system is onerous, especially with recent developments with democratic politics that have protected criminals in general, where they're not punished, they're left out. I mean, if they're suspected of criminals, there's no bail for them. So it's like it all becomes predicated on what is the convictability of this person. Right. And the cops will convict a person before the DA will, but they still have a bar. What is the bar? And this really becomes a existential question for the situation. And, Douglas knows damn well she's guilty, and he probably could do a reasonably good job of getting the conviction if he had, domain over the cops, Child Protective Services, and the prosecutor's office. But they're coming in cold. I'm looking at this objectively.
Yeah.
They're coming in cold.
And then they have to direct resources to the cases that have the greatest probability of success, because there's not unlimited resources. So your point's well taken, Peter. It's very well put.
Right. They also have no prejudice towards the case. They have a suspicion. And Douglas knows damn well that she's guilty.
Right.
They don't have that certainty or experiential track. So, and in addition to their own predisposed gray matter, which is going to, let's not stir the pot unless we can pin the tail on the donkey.
Understood. Yes. So thank you, both of you. And by the way, so Aaron, what does it look like for you? Like you said, you're certainly with us in the opening hour, but how does it look now? Are you going to check out, or are you going to hang out for a little while?
It looks okay. I'll hang out another half hour or so, and then I'll go do my wind down routine. I'm so grateful to have the time with you guys. I'm excited to hear. I really loved Peter's email introducing tonight's show and talking about the time reactor applicable to the Vox Arca. And I'm sure, Douglas, you have some amazing stuff to talk about. So I would love to hear you guys talk about what you guys talk about.
Let me go for that now. I wasn't planning to until later, but if Aaron's here and wants to hear it, I'll be happy to do that.
Sure.
I'll switch gears a little bit, and that's fine, because what happened was, and of course we're here into the 9 o'clock Peter Moon hour.
Yes.
People tune in. I told people I would be coming in earlier to help Aaron, if need be. Now, so I was talking to my sponsor in Romania, Sorin Rapanovic today, who runs Atlanticron. And of course, I'm getting all into I even speak Romanian to what degree I can with my wife. I was kind of marveling at the fact that these people that go to the classes in Romania, they're studying Romanian. Some of them study Romanian. And I said, I can speak it better than they can. And I don't speak it really. So I start using what words I know on Paula, because I'm going there. And basically, we have some. He's got some challenges. I mean, they don't have the sponsor yet for the tent and the restaurant. There's this huge restaurant that's provided for everybody, where they've got grills and all sorts of stuff. It's this tent that costs about 2,500 euros to rent, and then and then say how much of the restaurant kind of pays for itself because everybody's paying for their food, but they don't have people to service the restaurant. Because of COVID and all this, there's not people available. And the cook was such a marvelous man. He was young, and he would kind of dance as he cooked. He loved cooking so much. I never saw anything like this. He was just great, and he was so beautiful.
Wow.
And he says, "Do you want soup?" And I began to tell him how I think soup is and Romanians love soup. Mm-hmm. I detest soup. There is certain soup I like clam chowder, New England clam chowder, and I can possibly enjoy, but I think soup is the most overrated piece of cuisine that there is, because the big problem with it is that I don't feel like I ate anything afterwards. So they say after you eat Chinese food, you're hungry an hour later. Well, if I eat soup, I'm hungry right now. So it's like.
I feel similar, unless it's a good gumbo or jambalaya where it's got some heft to it with some rice in the bottom. I completely agree with you.
You can have that. And then people think that chicken soup is a panacea for stuff. I think, get the hell, the chicken soup, stick it up your ass. It's like, although the people at Chocolate did fix me some, it wasn't really soup. I think it was chicken and rice, or they fixed me something that was soothing my stomach. They did a very good job and took very good care of me when I was not feeling well when I arrived there last time. But what I was going to say about what I said to him about soup, I said, I think soup is such an overrated piece of cuisine. And he says, you're right. You're right. He agreed with me. And he's sitting there serving soup to everybody. And I don't know if he said that to please me or because he really agreed with me. But he was just such a wonderful person. He always wanted to come to hear my talks, but he'd be too busy doing this. And if he didn't have something, he'd fix it for me or for anybody. That's just his attitude. He was just a very beautiful guy. So I'm unhappy that it doesn't look like we'll have him this year. Oh. But he was a remarkable man, just so, and as I say, he'd bounce around when he cooked, and he had people working for him. He just was really a good chef. But what I was going to say was, so those are challenges that I can do nothing about. It's not my problem. It will be my problem and everybody else's problem if they don't have a restaurant there on the island. But yeah, and I found out that David will appear for 10 minutes on the Skype, and he will come in for 10 minutes. He won't be talking about time travel. He'll be talking about radio. Okay. And I don't know in which context. He'll come on before or after the NASA people.
Dr. Anderson.
Dr. Anderson. Yeah, and we have the NASA people who basically run the Mars rover and those stuff. They're the operatives from JPL on the Mars rover, and they'll tell us what's happening, and we'll get to see. Sometimes we get to see live footage, but and of course I've interacted with them in the past. And
right, understood. By the way, before you go any further, it's just, again, before it dribbles out of my ear, and because our man Aaron's only with us a few more minutes, until the bottom of the hour at least, I just wanted to get this out while he's with us. Aloma Albert in the chat says, well, I'll start with what Mr. Blue Daisy, poor dear, I presume that's a lady, says, has it started yet? I'm not hearing anything. Can someone please let me know if it started yet? Honey, you're probably something you've got is not turned on. Everyone else does hear us. I do want you to know that. So just letting you know, she can't hear me, right? So somebody do tell her it's definitely her. As for HD, they were saying get on Clubhouse or Telegram for a feed of links with comments for people to discuss. You could try Discord as a gathering place and form a server. So these are just some other suggestions based on what Peter Moon said earlier. And then Aloma Albert said, remember, there is no such thing as bad publicity. Your detractors do not have a show. cheers. And even though that's deeply appreciated, and yeah, there's no such thing as bad publicity to an extent, my detractors all do have shows. They all do have their own shows.
Correct. There are shows that nobody watches.
Yeah, true. Yes, that has to be conceded. That's so with that we give it back to Peter and Aaron. In the time he has remaining with us, we're going to go a bit towards now, as we were saying, the temporal equipment and why that's important towards helping to bring the Vox Arca to its full potential, with actually expelling these entropic entities at some point in the future. But with that, Peter takes over. And
well, yes. So I sent a message out to my paid subscribers of the Time Travel Research Center, which I will share the gist of with you.
Thank you.
And I said, well, there have been absolutely tremendous insights revealed on this website, meaning the Time Travel Education Center, into the mystery of the mechanics of time. We are seemingly still very far from actual experience. The reason for this is lockdown censorship, theological oppression, and an assortment of other aspects, which I will not even address at this point. And of course, theological oppression has everything to do when we're talking with the Douglas Dietrich story, because we're dealing with theological factors, theological existential factors, and oppression, which goes into the realm of, dare I say, Solomon and all of the analogies and metaphors connected with Solomon. Absolutely. Which ties us right to Freemasonry, which if I don't know if I should say this or not, licks the ass of Solomon. Literally.
Yes.
They would turn him into an 11th degree, tool. Yes. Like, because he could slay the demons. So if you could slay Solomon, if you could get him to submit to 11th degree, what do you call it? Control.
Yes.
Got those demons. Okay, Sully, and one of that's another realm. But I once had a dream of one of David's colleagues at the Time Travel Research Center, and his name, he identified himself in the dream as Sullivan. He says, "I'm Sullivan," and I told David this. This is right before the last time I saw David. He says, "Yeah, there is a guy named Sullivan that works for me. They call him Sully for short." And now the reason that's significant is Sullivan is the whole way that word came into being as an Irish name. Sullivan is from Suleiman. It's a transliteration of Suleiman, which is Solomon. Mm-hmm. That's etymologically, if you look up the name. And it's also similar to my mother's surname of Sweeney. Sweeney comes from Swain, which is another contraction of Suleiman. One went into Sweeney, which is very Irish. The Sweeneys claim that, the last known castle of Ireland, and they come from the Tuatha Dé Danann, that were the last people that lived in Atlantis, mm-hmm. according to their genetic legends. Okay, so I mentioned that I'm returning to Romania for the first time in 3 years, renewing old friendships and research threads. And I'm going to be going into a totally different environment. It's a familiar environment, but it's also a different environment because things will be new. Things will be different. This is post-COVID in Romania. Yeah. And the currency has devalued. Ooh. When I first went there, you could get $1 would get you, what was it, about 3.3 lei, and then it went up to 4. Now it's up to about 5. So their currency is devalued. Of course, if I pay for a hotel, it's about the same. thinking about inflation, so probably a little bit less. If it was $100 to get a hotel room in certain areas in Bucharest, not out in the woods, it's still about $100. So that means in cash, in our cash American. And so you're still a little bit ahead of the game if you consider inflation. It's not 125. It's still 100. But a lot of the expenses I'll be paying will be in American cash. To the degree I'm paying stuff in Romania, I should have. It's a good exchange rate, but all that's irrelevant. The problem, okay, so this is what I'm saying is, in the gist of the article, there's an academic website that has a plethora of papers on time travel, closed time light curves, and related subjects. You can visit it here if you wish. I give the link, and you can look up, if anybody wants to look it up, they can look up academia, academia.edu, and start looking up closed time light curves, causality violation, time machines. You'll find stuff. Now, there's a lot of papers, and there's more papers than I have time or ability to read. There's also, now the reason I kind of get onto this website is there's also a Peter Moon who publishes articles from time to time. And they're asking me, you can join this website, they're talking about you. Well, it's not me. I looked it up. There's a Sir Peter Moon who is apparently an English knight named Peter Moon. I said, it's definitely not me, and it would not surprise me if it is a ruse, but I really don't know and don't care too much. I don't know that it's a ruse. I don't necessarily think it's a ruse. It would just not surprise me. He's apparently somebody with, an erudite English nobleman who publishes stuff on similarly related topics. Now, I'm not referring to his papers because I don't even know if I've read his papers or remember them. Because it says the problem with all these papers is that they're written in a mathematical language that nobody can understand. I seriously doubt that they themselves can understand them. Because if they did, they would not be writing papers. They would be putting their theoretical knowledge into practice. This is a long, enduring problem that has plagued physicists. They're not engineers. David Anderson would be at least one remarkable exception. But his degrees are not what made him smart. He obtained his degrees to enhance his professional credibility, as his genius in the Air Force was already entracked and recognized. So, he went and got his degrees, but, he knew he was a mathematical whiz who also had an acumen for engineering, because that was what his function was in the Air Force. And I'm saying it's good that these papers are written because they are admitting the relative truth of it all. Now, I will say that when I first broke down the closed time-like curve in the videos, which you can see at the Time Travel Education Center, and to make it very simple, a closed-like time curve is most simplistically understood from Einstein's general theory of relativity. If you, I remember my father explaining this to me, if you were to start drawing a line in space without reference to planets and gravity and all that, you would eventually come around in a closed loop. You would start where you began. That's what a line is. In other words, there's not such a thing as a linear line in space. It's going to curve around, back around on itself. Now, the snake eating its tail is also an example of a closed time-like curve. The statement of Christ in the New Testament saying, I am Alpha and I am Omega. I'm the beginning and the end. These are concepts which allude to the idea of a closed time-like curve. People have taken issue with the closed time-like curve. Not too many. It's just people that aren't that intelligent and say, well, there's no definition of time. Therefore, how could there be a closed time-like curve? Nobody agrees on the definition. It doesn't say time, it says time-like curve. But the whole idea of a closed time-like curve is that you can adjust, say, from the time reactor, you can kind of divert yourself when you create a closed time-like curves, you can leave the closed time-like curve you are on and shift it and go to another curve and go back to the past. This is very simplistic. The videos give a much better understanding. But where I'm going with this particular idea is, it's great that these papers are written and that they're admitting the relative truth of it all, but they get lost. And then when they go into the equations, I don't know what they're talking about because I'm not trained in the equations. And if I was trained in the equations, I would most definitely forget what all the symbols mean. So I'd have to, like, if I had a education in whatever mathematics they're using, advanced mathematics, and this is one of the things that always trip me up in physics, they don't define the symbols. And when they do define the symbols, you have to have a photographic memory of what they're talking about. Whereas somebody like me who wants to understand things, I have to go back and figure out what the understanding of this Greek letter is and what does it mean and what does it represent, because you have to have all those equations in your head to understand what's being presented in a super complex equation, which is like, it's kind of like a run-on sentence in English, where people don't have periods. They just keep talking in sentences without having periods. It's called a run-on sentence. Well, this is run-on mathematics in terms of understanding. It may all be technically correct, or I could use a run-on sentence in English and keep talking without making proper breaks, where I put periods and stop, and I just run in it, and I don't stop, and it's going to upset the listener. Well, this is with mathematics. You're having a whole stream of equation. Somebody like Preston, who had a gift, could look at an equation like that. He'd understand it immediately, and he would, because he had a knack for it. I don't know how many physicists can, or in this case, mathematicians can do that. That, you know, it's like in magic, you have a notericon, which might symbolize something symbolic, or actually grimoire, notericons that symbolize something that has meaning behind it and import behind it. But when you get into mathematics, you're talking about, it's like a notericon in magic, except that it's got a lot more logic connected to it. It's like a piece of grammar in magic. But what is all that import and what are they saying? It's too complicated to understand. And I would highly question and be very suspicious of these mathematicians who may be gifted enough to understand it, but they're dealing with an incestuous, if to the degree that they're correct, it's very incestuous because it's only they can understand it. Or it's like they're playing chess with black holes and closed time-like curves, and, you know, my paper's better than your paper, but your paper says this, and none of us can really build a time machine anyway, because we're just playing around and we're throwing theories. And even if their theories are correct, they're still playing patty cake. Definitely playing patty cake. And I know some of the names of the people. I know who some of the people are, and they're very arrogant. It doesn't mean that some of the things they're saying aren't true. I'm just trying to get to the gusto here. So, but I see harebrained comments in some of these papers, and I'm paraphrasing here, but they're talking about using closed time-like curves or not being able to find closed time-like curves so as to use them. If they'd read David's papers or my explanations of them in the videos, they'd see that a time reactor generates closed time-like curves. They're not looking for them, it's generating them. And I'd say they would do better to study plasma fields and how to generate and manipulate plasma fields. Now, I don't know that they haven't addressed that, but I doubt it. I can't help but feel that my videos helped create a generation of this type of information. And the reason for that is when I first published these videos, I quoted the Wikipedia definition of closed time-like curve. At the time, it said one of the most disconcerting things in modern physics. The closed time-like curve is blah, blah, blah. And I quoted that. I put it in my video. I said, this is how Wikipedia understands a closed time-like curve. They call it disconcerting. I looked up the definition of disconcerting and put it on the video. You know, it's like puzzling. They don't understand it. When I put that up there, the definition on Wikipedia changed within a week. I said, how many people even watched my video? It was mostly going to people that that actually were parts of my Facebook friends. That's how I built my website. I was able to download. I just want people to understand this about Facebook. Douglas and I were working with Andrew Bartzies then. Yeah. We'd become friends with Andrew. That's how I met Andrew Bartzies, was, by being in on it was that guy what was that idiot's name?
Oh, I forget.
The one that was having the party. I mean, it supplanted your show that night.
Oh, Mike Ringley.
Yeah. So we were, I think we were listening. Andrew and I don't know if we were supposed to be on with Douglas, but we were listening to it. And Mike Ringley was having a party. He had supplanted Douglas's transmission that night. And why you would have a party of a bunch of people making noise and incoherent? Why would you do that? It was, who cares? Who wants to listen to a party? You can't even hear what's going on. And it was so stupid. And it seemed like a direct dig at Douglas in his own way. So that's how Andrew and I met. We were both in the audience listening to Douglas, and we all started chatting, the three of us. So Andrew took me under his wing and taught me how to use Kajabi software. Kajabi was in its infancy. I got into their grandfather program, which get a very good deal. As long as I keep it renewed every year, I have a tremendous deal with them. It's now much more expensive to host with them. And they are basically a sales network. Like they want you to, Andrew does, he's doing his readings, he's doing all this stuff. And I just, he was trying to teach me to be like him. I don't want to be like him. That's not what I do. To where I'm generating all these videos and all this media. And of course, he's doing psychic readings for, all this stuff. And this is not what I do. I'm not trying to be this huge media generator. I would like to use this platform for my Qigong stuff, but I just haven't had time to do it. And right now, so anyway, what I did under his tutelage, to some extent, I did it myself, is I extracted all my emails from all my Facebook names. And he put it into a CSV file or text file, and you get all the names, and and then I was brought it into MailChimp. And I notified everybody, hey, I've got this new site, join it. And that's how I generated my website, off of Facebook, and all the emails off of Facebook. Within a couple weeks after me doing that, Facebook stopped anybody from doing that.
That's right. That's right.
You cannot, now you can go into each and every one of your Facebook friends and you can copy and paste their emails. You can do that. Then they can't stop you from doing that, but that's laborious.
Very laborious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they stopped that. It was like as if I stopped them from doing that. Now, by the time I did that, I already had my videos on time travel. I hadn't had a platform for them. I was getting my platform for them. It kind of happened just simultaneously. So I was figuring out closed time-like curves. And although I'd been schooled in them it took me years to kind of get it, and make it easy for people to understand. So I said, they're calling it disconcerting, like it confuses the hell out of physicists. And I made it simple to understand, and all of a sudden, within a week or two, Wikipedia changed its definition of closed time-like curves. Now we know what we're talking about now. We're going to sound like we know what we're talking about now. They changed it.
Wow.
And this sort of stuff is unmistakable. It's like there is a artificial intelligence or a virtual artificial intelligence, or what would Aleister Crowley call it? He would call it the
an egregore?
He might, but I'm thinking of, it's sort of the, what's the word? The challenger of your own holy guardian angel, your challenger, your opponent, your antithesis. It's almost as if I come up with something and then my, the anti-Peter Moon comes up and says, ha, you figured that out. Now we're going to make it look like you figured out nothing, or this, or that, or that. And it's like, it's the rival, the adversary, which is the definition of Satan. That's why it's the anti-Peter Moon. It's there. It's like, okay. And I go, wow, this is a breakthrough. And to the degree it's a breakthrough for me, it's also a breakthrough for humanity, because I'm explaining it to ordinary human beings. It's not a breakthrough for David Anderson. It might be, to the degree that he's more understandable. I have to address some of the things that Sammy said the other night, because I did hear much. I did hear most of your talk.
Okay, good.
Thank you. About what he said about David's video.
Right.
But I have very specific things to say about that. But so anyway, this is the response I get with whatever I'm understanding. Wikipedia is like, okay, now we know something. We're smart. We knew that. And they weren't smart.
Right.
They were disconcerted by it.
Yeah.
So they're like kind of mimicking me. They're following me.
Yes.
And that's an interesting thing in itself. And this is the stalking of Peter Moon, cyber stalking, whatever you want to call it, Satan stalking.
Yes.
That's independent of Douglas Dietrich, but there is sort of a co-association, because I would have still put these videos out, but I wouldn't have been doing it in the format I had, and they wouldn't be as protected as they are with the Kajabi. Because if, Kajabi is such a big company that they're not going to, they will protect their customers. They're not Amazon. They're not Google. They've got firewalls, and, they will do their best to protect their customers. So anyway, it's been safe there. But and even if it hadn't, even though it's there, who cares? Who cares about time travel? So what I was going to say, let me see here. Okay, so that's something I wanted to bring out. And I was saying that these guys that are studying time travel, or they talking about time machines, they're talking about them, and it's theoretical. Theory is great. And when you start talking theoretical, it really is science fiction. Because science fiction is extrapolation based upon real science. If it's not based upon extrapolation of real science, it's fantasy. So you have the real science, and they're using real science in these papers, I would assume, and real math, but they're extrapolating and theorizing. So what they're really doing is science fiction. And I don't say that disparagingly, because they're theorizing. If they want to go back in, they need to study plasma fields and because that's what David used. Is like similar to a plasma field. He's generating with an inert gas. He's putting into a field, and he's contouring that field, which means he's able to, with lasers, twist that field and manipulate that field, a low-grade electromagnetic field, and he's basically changing it like a bubble reality he has. And that bubble reality is similar to the Philadelphia experiment. You see his work echoes the Philadelphia experiment.
Yes.
It echoes it, but it's a completely different approach. So these are things that these Sir Peter Moon and other people could be delving into. And in the past, when I've gone to Atlanticron and I've tried to set up a workshop or something and get people interested in it from professors, the one person who would help me is the cosmonaut. He would go right in with me because he's really cool. Mm-hmm. But he's usually there not for a long time, and I hope to see him this year and just talk about it. But the obvious so people don't show a co-interest in they say they will, but then when it comes down now, because first off, they're going to have some background in what I'm talking about, not necessarily a deep background. It would help if they knew science. It would help if they knew esoterics, but they would also have to have kind of the schooling of what my website's about. And when I do the website and show them the website, we did it one time small. It was really horrible the way it all worked out because we were having to find shade, and there was only a few people. And then you have to start explaining what the videos are because they're not getting the videos. Although the videos are expository if you have time to sit there and you're not out in nature trying to find shade to watch them. So, but the problem with having a sit-down discussion with people is that they don't have acumen or predispositions towards being involved in any of the subject. If the person is truly a scientist, he's still got to get up to speed with what we're talking about in the context of what we're talking about, because this is a new approach. So my approach to this whole subject is not through first and foremost being a scientist. It's having a respect for science, but it's also through adventures in synchronicity and the forces of nature. And I would say synchronicity is a force of nature. It's one of the highest forces of nature, the precursor to the Godhead itself. It's the ninth dimension, as I've explained in other videos. And of course, I'm going into this cave that I've been led to by synchronicity, which is the home of the Solomonari, one of their channels to them, who initiate people inside the earth to transform them by legend into a godlike being. This is, of course, where David has said, from a scientific perspective and historical perspective, according to all of his research, is the most important and significant location of electromagnetic, what he calls space-time force discharges. It's very important. I don't know too many details. He said that the most interesting stuff has not been released yet. This year, I'm going there in the spirit of adventure, in the spirit of invoking the forces of nature. And when I say the forces of nature, I won't necessarily be praying to a god or even nature spirits. I'll be amongst them. They know me from the past, the nature spirits. Yes. The people of the valley know of me. Some of them do. They will remember me, some of them. There are new people I haven't met who may have heard of me. I was told by my psychic friend, she sees me going into a cave with flashlight. That probably means the dry cave, which I'm interested in going to. I haven't been in the dry cave, which goes miles deep, as does the wet cave, which I've been into. So it's like, wow, with the dry cave, wow, what exploration that could be. uh, where I can see bones of giants, which I have footage of. I can't tell if they're giants. My friend, who's a naturopath, said he identified them as giant bones. He would not touch them or take them. He considered it a sacred cemetery. He's not going to do that. Certainly he could have. He has enough pull to get away with it, but he wasn't going to do it. And I'm not trained as a anthropologist or a doctor to notice this stuff, but I could tell, are these bones or have the bones been taken? There are certainly people who could go in and remove the bones. They definitely could, because that cave is accessible to certain people, to spelunkers. And that's how I will probably get in, if I get in, is through contacts. You know, it's like it's a ever unfolding adventure and journey. Now, it's through all of my synchronicity, and I got to remind people that I was brought to this cave by an archaeologist. I didn't ask to go. Within 9 months later, it's then that David tells me how special this cave is. And I said, David, I've been to that cave. Wow. He's totally surprised. And now I'm bringing one of his closest confidants to the cave with me. And that he will know everything I'm doing in that cave. He will know everything I'm doing about the cave. He's going to know. Even if I don't tell him, he's going to know. So that's exciting. And all of this, for me, is a precursor to August 2023, the big date, the big biorhythm, when, you know, the Mayan calendar synchronizes with this. And, you know, there's something I just realized, the beauty of communication. In my newsletter that I just recently published, which I learned from Stephanie South, is that the Mayan time frequency is 1320. 13 months in a year, base 20. Base 20. Not base 10 like we use. And when we plug into this frequency, we're plugging into original time as opposed to the false timeline, the Gregorian timeline, which screws with our heads, screws with our nature. It's a 20-year biorhythm. Now I understand why the 20 years. This is why the Mayans recognized 20-year biorhythms. I was just told the 20-year biorhythm by Preston. He says it occurs in, 43, 63, 83, 2003. And I will recount these for, our listeners. I feel Aaron might be listening a little longer than he planned. Are you still with us, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm still with you. And I totally understand what you just explained. The scientific community in their language is exclusionary rather than inclusionary. And these papers are generally intellectual circle jerks, because if you're not doing it, who the fuck cares? Pardon my language. It's like,
Yes.
It is indeed that. And
yeah.
so, but to move beyond that, I just to go back to what I just want to make sure you were still with us.
Yeah.
Because I figured you would be, because I figured you'd be interested enough to keep listening. 43 was the Philadelphia experiment, August 12th time period. 63 was the ITT Brentwood project in Brentwood, Long Island, which was basically an antenna farm that was the precursor to the HART project, which has to do with, binding demons. This is where Douglas's department comes into. It's the precursor of HARP, which is multi-part level project as well.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that when we get to Douglas. But that's 63. And as Preston said, there's not too much known about it. I do know a man who knows too much about it. And I don't know, he's suffered a lot physically.
Wow.
I don't know how much longer he'll be with us. He kind of thought, like, when he knew about David Anderson, and he kind of like, oh yeah, I'd like to talk to David. Like, he thinks David's going to come in, and have coffee with him or something. And, he took a lot of footage of Montauk in the 70s and 80s. He was always questioning of Preston, but then he also had a certain amount of respect for Preston, but he get too much on the, Preston bashing, which is understandable. But the thing is, people don't understand the context of David Anderson. Just like another scientist I introduced him to, who became, very, skeptical, because it's all, it's like, okay, you can trash David Anderson, but if you trash David Anderson, you don't have David Anderson and what he has to offer.
Exactly.
Mentally rejected him. Oh yeah, he's all hidden. He's all invisible. He's all invisible. Oh, he doesn't treat you like he should. He's given me more than most anybody in my life. And you know what? He's still my friend after, 23 years. Now, he's not a friend that I'm supposed to depend on or count on for certain things, but he comes through in certain times. He's a very invisible friend, but he's still a friend. That's, most people don't last that long in your life. But of course, he has incredible value. He's added incredible value to my writing career, but also my own personal quest for knowledge, because it's wow. He's explained things to me, but then I've also taken those diamonds, which were kind of rough, and polished them off and given them back to him, only to have him praise me for it and recognize me for it and appreciate me for it. And now he's a part of my sacred journey to Choklavina Cave. And I'm not really somebody who ever did sacred journeys that I can remember. I was introduced to Romania by him, where I was taught of Sarmisegetuza. Says, if you want to understand Romania, you must go to Sarmisegetuza, the great spiritual capital of Transylvania. And circumstances were such that I originally wasn't chomping at the bit to go back, but my ex-girlfriend had said, you must go. Look at this place. This is fantastic. This is like a Stonehenge. You must go. And I then, and even then, it was my friend Tantra who had introduced me to the Solomonari by an article, for the incident with the beggar. And she introduced me to it by sending me an article. Now, most Romanians know that legend, but that's how I learned it, was by her sending me the article. And then she had asked David, can we go back? And he wrote back and said, yes, you're welcome to come back, but he said, I don't have the funding this year, because this was 2008, the crash. All the corporate funding people had pulled out.
Whoa.
As soon as I show up. But that was the corporate, that was the corporate crash of 2008 that Obama inherited from GW.
Right.
And so,
by the way,
said,
your
wow.
ex-girlfriend, is this the lady I met with Lori and Ann Fenton? We all had a meal together? No,
you received a gift from her, a very beautiful gift.
Yeah, the jade hairpin.
Very beautiful gift. Yeah. No, you received that. You didn't meet her.
Yeah,
we might have spoken on the phone to her.
Okay.
I might have called her from the restaurant. You were with my friend Doug.
Okay.
It was like, my friend Doug who you met.
Yes.
But yeah, she was very interested in that whole connection, and she was witness to when I had the cold. I had made it into the blizzard, home for the blizzard. At 2:00, I said, boy, I escaped the blizzard.
Right.
I got home, I did all my chores. 2:00, we're supposed to have a blizzard. And I said, oh my God, my tire's flat. So I had to rush out back into the blizzard, which was just starting, go to Costco, have lunch at the Olive Garden while I'm waiting for my tires. They fix the tires. Okay, so I get back 2 hours into the blizzard, which is serviceable. It's not too bad yet. I'm home. It's cold. It was so cold the night before. You just felt the penetrating, no matter how warm it was in the house by reason of my wood burning stove in the fireplace, you felt the cold coming in.
Oh.
It was just cold. And then I said, you know what? I've got to fix this beeping that's going off on my backup for the phone. And I call the phone company. And I'm trying to explain what's going on. And they say, no, it wasn't that. It was the internet had gone out. So I'm on the phone with these people and the internet, and I walk back, and they tell me to go to the thing, and I go and I see, oh my God, there's a leak. There's a leak coming down to the phone. Shit, it's a leak. I said, wait, I got a leak. I'm sorry, I got to go. The hell with the internet, I got to go. I got to fix this leak. And the leak is coming down from upstairs pipe, and it's dripping down onto my electrical panel, on my switch box. This is the worst place you can have a leak. Boom, 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 boom. What am I going to do? And I call the plumber, and he says, no, you don't need a plumber. You need an electrician. Because, and I call the electrician. He says, no, you need a plumber.
Of course.
My psychic friend, who I just, talked to, I called her in an emergency. She says, no. She says, you need a plumber to turn off the water so then you can service the electricity. She's using common sense.
Yeah.
I'm in a bit of a panic mode.
Right.
They don't make you see. She made total sense, and she was using common sense, perhaps comic sense. Okay. And this woman is not a mechanic of any kind.
Right.
I will give her common sense advice if it comes to, stuff with her air conditioner or stuff with what she's doing on. I will, but she doesn't. She doesn't know shit from Shinola as far as mechanical things. But she just gave me common sense. You got to shut the water off so you can shut the stuff off. So basically, I've got to sit there all night in sub freezing weather in a blizzard.
Oh my God.
Blank it up
my
like
God.
Electricity. I've got to shut off the electricity. I'm like sitting there and it's cold, cold, cold. And I go, and somehow in the middle of the night, I go, Aquino.
Yeah. Yes.
This is my connection with Dietrich, which was just budding at that time.
That's right.
Budding. And I could feel it. And I called her about 6:30 in the morning, my girlfriend, and I go, you know what? I just figured out it's Aquino. She says, I knew that, but I wasn't going to say anything. She didn't want to upset me.
That's incredible.
I figured that out. This is the Aquino energy, and it's coming through cold. Yeah. A cold day in hell. This was a cold day in hell. And, I'd handled everything before. The blizzard is so symbolic of storms. And I'd licked the blizzard, which I had.
Yeah.
I got in the house. I got the tire fixed, but I did not, I had to deal with, and now, so then the next day, I find some electrician in the paper, in the circular for Carmine. Yeah. Carmine works for Con Edison.
Yeah.
He sees me on his way home. Oh God, yeah, $100 and he's out of there. Well, first off, I think my plumber came. I don't know whether he came first. It was the plumber came. The plumber came the next morning, who's actually I have a very good relationship with him. He comes in and he shuts off the water, and then he jerry rigs my boiler. See, my boiler had shut off because it's a whole disconnected wire. He was able to jerry rig my boiler very cleverly. He's not an electrician, but he did it. So I now had heat. Then Carmine shows up the next day and he goes, okay, good. He fixed $100. He's on his way home from Con Ed. See, I do jobs. He's in and out of there in 45 minutes. It's $100. So you can't beat that price for what he did.
Yes. That's
but
amazing.
He says, you know what? He says, you've got to fix this. You've got to replace this whole box because you could have the water gets down in there. Those this could be a fire. This could be you burn your whole house down.
Yeah.
So this is like threatening my entire house.
Yes.
And I said, oh God. But he doesn't do the work. He refers me out to somebody else. And I have the guy come look at it. And I was able to convince my homeowner's insurance that it was an outside leak. And they paid for it.
Amazing.
They paid for the deductible, and there was a deductible involved with repairing the, structure around it, which I was able to do myself, and just, I broke even with it.
Yeah.
And I remember the day the guy came to put in the box, and do it. It was the day before I left for Romania to see Paula. The day before I left, he came, and the next day, I was out of there.
Amazing.
I was gone. So I got the home repaired, and I said to him, I said, "Would my house? What was the odds that something would have happened with my house now that it's all, the job's all done and you've done it, and you've been paid, and he says, probably not. Probably wouldn't have had a problem, but you can't risk the house.
No.
And that's where the magic works if you're invulnerable. I also looked at all the houses around me, and most of them had this new conduits put in at some time since. So I kind of caught up to speed with the neighborhood because some of these electrical wirings from the outside are old. I had the whole wiring to the outside of the house replaced. Not the big cables, but between the big cables and what goes into the house. So I have a very, I guess what you'd say, safe house, so to speak. And that and you don't want to screw up when you're dealing with magical elements. You want to preserve the integrity of your car. You want to preserve the integrity of your house.
Yes.
And even the gesture of doing it is important, more than the actual fact of doing it.
So true. So true.
Exactly. Just like I went to a sprinkler of mine that was not working right, I showed up and put my hands near it, and it started working right. It's like you just sometimes have to care about it. But I'm going to get back to the time travel, unless you wanted to insert something, Douglas. You sounded like you were going to say something.
Oh, I just wanted, because Aaron may have to leave soon, and before he leaves, I do want to remind everyone that tonight I am happy to say that despite having to have spent a lot of money earlier in the month, I do have enough money to pay for rent. And thanks to Eric Lastik's latest contribution of $250, I have $25 in beer money. But I do hope that Aaron, before he leaves, will he's such a good salesman. I'll have him just make a little pitch for helping to contribute to Douglas Dietrich to make certain I have a little higher quality of life than just being able to make the rent on the first of the month. So I have a little extra money for beer and pretzels or something else before the month ends. And Aaron is good at doing that.
Before Aaron gives his pitch, I want to give mine.
Thank you.
And these ministers come around and they pass in the Catholic Church, I remember they used to pass the fishnet. I called it fishnet.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like a fishnet. You put in the money, and I'm just a little kid watching them put in the money, and it was a lot of coins in there, occasionally a dollar. It was mostly coins. And, I was always interested, what's my mom going to put in? Not that I really cared, or I'd want to put it in. She'd give me money and I'd put it in. It was just kind of a fun thing to do. And you don't really understand that it's actually going to support the church. What the hell do I know? But yes, they inspire the congregation. They inspire the congregation to, I don't know what they say, but donate. And if you're inspired by Douglas Dietrich, put the money in, contribute to him, because it will help the cause. Not only will it help his personal situation, it furthers the energy. There is an energetic gesture towards correcting so much of this crap we're talking about. Yes. So even if it's 5 or 10, it helps the consciousness of what we're doing here. As I say, I'm not personally asking for it for me. Uh, I do promote my books, the skybooks.usa.com, and Douglas Dietrich's book, Roswell Deception, very important.
Which I
But
received the extra copies of yesterday or today.
got it all day. God, I gave you a whole bunch of copies. So I said they're better with you. These books are better with you than with me right now, because if you circulate them, one a week or whenever, one a month, it'll help. So anyway, go ahead, Aaron.
So what I tell everybody is, people that risk their safety or their well-being, or just take their time where they could be doing something else to share the truth with the world, if you enjoy any portion of it or you listen, you have to support them back. Like, it's all too soon that people stop sharing. So if you don't contribute, you'll be very upset when the information stops flowing or the friendship stops. I tell everyone, buy the Kindle, support these very special people, Douglas and Peter. Like, buy every product they have. There's nobody putting information out like this. Don't share your Kindle login, buy a book for someone, or tell them about it and tell them to buy the book. If we don't support people that support us through the truth, then we have no right to even discuss it, in my opinion. And in an ideal world, we'd all sit down and have dinner and share stories, but we're also far removed and involved in our daily grind. We don't get a chance to do that. So the way we can contribute as neighbors and friends, loving each other, is buying people's intellectual property and saying, I vote for you doing this again. You vote with your dollar. That's the energetics of it. You say thank you by contributing to that product that took so much effort and so many years to come forth. So that's what I tell everybody. And I don't pull any punches with anyone. I go, these people need your support. Support them. If you want to talk about them with me, buy their books or don't talk to me.
Well, it's interesting to hear you say that, because, Aaron, for those of you who don't know, he studies Tai Chi with Jim Russo, and he's also studied with Adam Meisner. And what's very interesting is so much of what Adam Meisner has learned so much, and with his colleague, what's his colleague's name? Mitchell, Demo Mitchell?
Yeah, Demo Mitchell, yeah, and Liang Dua. Liang Dua actually was a very big part of Adam's upbringing in the arts.
But that's I don't know him, but that's beside the point. The point is that they have acquired so much of their knowledge through going to different teachers in Asia and paying money.
Yes.
Paying significant money in many cases.
A lot. Yeah. A lot of money.
And learning things and of course using their own discernment. What works, what doesn't work, what can I learn from this person, what can I learn from that person? And what I was going to say is there is a transaction that goes with it. I feel that what I learned from my teacher was comparatively free. Comparatively. They did pay him money. But also what was so important was the access. And he teach me what I was supposed to learn at that time.
Yep.
And in fact, when on Tai Chi Day, I went and met, my friend Jadiel, who was a fellow student. I always considered him more advanced than me because he'd studied longer and he had a whole background in Tai Chi before he met Roosevelt. And he showed me some things. And I remember when we left, we were just meeting and he had one of his students there. And I gave him a 20 and he kind of looked at me. I said, look, I appreciate what you showed me. I want you to know I appreciate it, because he showed me something, showed me a couple things that just, wow, I could take to the bank. I didn't want to not give him any. He didn't have to. He was just sharing it with me. And I shared something with him. I even outdueled him in our first push hand, which is remarkable. And I don't work out as much as he does, but also context, because he does other types of push hands and he showed me a lot more. That was just one thing. Because you beat somebody in push hands doesn't mean you're better than they are. It means you outmaneuvered them in one context, which is
correct.
was really good that I could do it, but he knows so much more than I do. And then he proceeded to show me other things. Don't think you're better than you are because you did something good. You hit a home run off of Sandy Koufax or this great pitcher. Okay, good. It doesn't mean you're going to hit through 200 or even get a hit the next time at bat. So you have to be very humble and should be. But I made a point of giving him money to show him how much I valued what he taught me. Exactly. And he can teach me a lot. He can teach me a lot more. And I look for the biggest problem with seeing him is the parking. I was running around for 2 hours trying to find my car. I got lost. Once I found parking, it took me, over an hour to find parking. And when I did, I got lost in an area of Brooklyn that I should know. I lost my car for 2 hours. I was calling, the towing people.
Oh my God.
And I did find it eventually. I took the track back, but it was a lot of, I guess what you'd say, aggravation. But it was worth every penny. I said if I had to pay $150 to get my car back, it was worth what I learned.
Wow.
I did not have to pay $150. I did get my car back. I found it, came home. What were you going to say, Aaron?
Well, a quick fix to that, Peter, is the iPhone has an app now with maps where it marks where your car is parked.
I don't have an iPhone.
Well, if you do get one, it's very helpful, especially when I'm parking in a new area.
It'd be cheaper for me to pay the $150 without the iPhone, but I didn't get towed.
Yeah, good point. I mean, Peter Moon and I are creatures of the 20th century, Aaron.
I do have a phone. I do have a phone. It's not an iPhone, and it might have a similar app, but be that as it may, next time I will just write down the crossroads of the street, which I kind of knew, but I didn't remember exactly. I was too familiar. I thought I was familiar with the area, but that got me in trouble. That's being too confident.
It's true.
Because I know the area.
Yeah.
But so I'm area, but the area's huge.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, don't, it doesn't hurt to write things down. But to get back to the thread of what I was saying, so Douglas is also providing us with very important knowledge, and we're going to expound upon that as we proceed. Yes. So please do give to Douglas if you feel inspired and interest, because it will further the momentum. It will further it in a magical way too, because it'll it adds, what's the word, inertia to the motion, contribute to the motion. And it will help the motion. It will make other people more inclined. And this is what I want to do with the book, is I say it's going to be an expensive book because, at least, half of the profits are going to go to Douglas. So, and make it worth his while, worth my while, instead of the typical formula of publishing where we, sell a few thousand books, even a lot of thousand books, commensurately, he's not going to make much. Yeah. Because that's just the way the formula works. So if we can make it more specialized, more appreciative, more rarefied, and this is a whole formula, a whole magical formula in process. So in the meantime, please contribute to him.
Absolutely.
And with that, should I back to what I was saying? Go ahead.
Before I sign off, I will say thank you both, and
thank you.
Sign me up for that book, Peter, when it is written. And do you still have copies of the hardcover you're autographing, or are they all sold out?
No, they're not sold out. I do have more.
You could hold one for me. I'll shoot you an email tomorrow. But I appreciate you both. And
I should have more, Aaron. I'm going on jury duty tomorrow, Aaron.
Wow.
Oh, fun.
Excellent. I've got to be at the court at 8:45, and I will be, but so I won't be as available.
Okay.
But I'm just saying is you can shoot me an email or whatever, but that's fine. And the reason I'm able to do this very inexpensive offering of an autographed hard copy of the Montauk Project Silver Anniversary Edition, which has a lot of updated stuff about Montauk, is they were actually ordered by mistake.
Oh, okay.
They were ordered by mistake. So this is a great gift for those of you who want it. So we'll be able to sell it at a discount because it's not a book that we had carried or were particularly carrying. It's sold through our distributor as a hardcover edition. So it's a great opportunity here. I don't know if we'll be once we've compensated for the mistake. I don't know if we'll be continuing to offer it at all. If we do, it won't be at the discount. So it's like $19.95 or $20, which it normally sold for, I think, $33 is what it should sell for. You might get it on Amazon because they discount stuff, but whatever. That's how that came into being. There's also the Philadelphia Experiment Murder book, which is now out, not in hardback, but you can. That book is now back in print. You can also order that. That we'll go into that, probably not tonight, but into some of the details of the relevance, importance of that. But I want to get back to what I was saying, if it's okay, Douglas.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Aaron. And
Aaron, you might want to pick up, Aaron, because you started this thread. So when you might want to listen tomorrow at where you're leaving off, because I was going back over the 20-year, and I just realized that this 20-year biorhythm is part and parcel of the Mayan calendar. 20.
I will pick it up tomorrow for sure, and I thank you both. Have a wonderful night.
Yes, have a blessed night, Aaron. Yes, and the only other thing that comes to my mind, of course, is back in Peter Moon's church, if people are putting only coins in the fishnet instead of bills, they must have been a really cheap community of people. I mean...
No, this is 1958. This is 1957.
True.
And no, it's where... when Douglas, you're too young to remember this, and I remember my, neighbor when I was probably 12 or 13. We're walking to school, and he says, my dad says, you could buy a whole bag of candy for a penny. And I said, oh, your dad said that too. And all of our dads would say, when I was a kid, you could buy a bag of candy for a penny.
That's right. Yeah.
And we all heard that.
Yeah.
And we all thought it was stupid. Not that you couldn't, not that we disagreed with them, but who the hell cares?
Right.
Right now, if you want to buy, you can buy a piece of bubble gum for a penny.
You'd be lucky if you could get that. Yeah.
Well, that was back then.
Yes.
For a penny, you could buy a bubble gum, a piece of licorice.
Yeah.
And for 5 cents, you could buy a candy bar like a Snickers or a Milky Way, Hershey. For 10 cents, you could buy a bigger version of a Hershey Snickers, and that was the basic bottom line. Or gum for 5 cents. And then there's the famous story of my friend who passed away. He knew somebody who worked on Catalina Island that was owned by the Wrigley family, Wrigley Chewing Gum.
Wow. And
old lady Wrigley came down there. They owned the whole island, except for 1 square mile of the city called Avalon, which is the one city in Catalina Island. And he's worked, this guy, not my friend, but this guy's working the counter in the drugstore, whatever it was. And Mrs. Wrigley, who owned the store, walks in and asks for chewing gum. Now, by this time, it's got to be the 1970s or something, whenever. And the price of chewing gum, Wrigley's chewing gum, her own chewing gum, had gone up to $0.25. Yeah. And it's a bigger pack than it was with a 5-pack. And whatever, and he charges her $0.25. And she's outraged, and she fires him. This should cost a nickel. She didn't even know, what her own company was.
Oh my God!
So that's the disconnection. She was, upset with the old way being broken. And
right,
could she afford 25 cents? Yes, she could.
Yeah.
It's and that, that's like is as much as disconnected and stupid it is and outrageous it is, it's really kind of an innocent mistake.
No, definitely. It shows the kind of disconnect that the old rich have with the reality that I've been trying to describe in the past, and it's a very important point, and it's well taken. Of course, as I've related it, when in those certain kind of churches where they do scream hallelujah, and they passed the tithe net around, and even when I didn't put anything in, there would still be a hallelujah, and when I would later ask the deacon or the preacher as to why they hallelujah'd when I didn't put any money in, they were just so glad that I didn't take any out. I guess that was reason enough to give thanks or praise to the heavens above. That being said, of course, I do want everyone to know T-Tank Barry did drop again by my home, and he did slip $100 through the door slot. This has helped towards the rent. So, yeah, honestly, if it were not for my listeners supporting me as they do, I certainly would not even be able to survive. So all of you really have kept me alive, and but I turn to you again to make certain that it's just a bit beyond mere survival and sustenance towards a higher quality of life. And so every contribution does help. And blessed be to these wonderful people, Peter Moon and Aaron Tice, who have done their best to advocate for me. Peter will now return to the subject at hand. We will be speaking about how this then circuits back to what I have been presenting and what got Peter into this kind of ongoing feud with Michael Aquino, even while Michael Aquino was still alive. And as I said, in a very real sense, he still is alive because of his Horcrux, or his split soul, basically being implanted in others, and the fact that he's still disturbing many people in their consciousness at various odd moments when he appears to them. So stories about that another time. In the meantime, back to Mr. Moon.
Well, yeah, but before, I want to say something about the ghost of Aquino.
Yeah.
And as I'm sitting there, I have a baseball game in the background in silence. Yeah. I can see it. And it's the, and I remember a story. It was I think playoff, it was this big playoff game that sent the Yankees to the World Series. And their current manager, Aaron Boone, was the third baseman. And the Yankee star player, Derek Jeter, they were behind, I think, or in the later innings. And Derek Jeter said to him on the field, he says, don't worry, they were behind. He says, the ghosts will come out later. The ghosts will come out later. So I think they tied the game up, and Aaron Boone, the one he said this to, hit this home run to win the game for the Yankees. It's a big home run. He says, the ghosts will come out. Now, what he's alluding to is that the New York Yankees have so much heritage. They have all these storied players, and they have a whole monument section out in the center field or somewhere. It's like the ghosts. Yeah. You feel the ghosts. But I'll tell you, there have been so many times in the history of the New York Yankees since then that the ghosts didn't come out. They proceeded to lose that World Series. The ghosts didn't always arrive, you see. The ghosts came out because the team won. You can say the ghost came out. Yeah, you feel the magic and the influence, but the ghosts don't always win. And the ghosts of the Boston Red Sox did far better over the following years since. But my point is, the ghosts ain't as strong as the living. It's not that they don't have their influence. And Aquino is far less powerful as a ghost.
Yes.
I can tell you that. Not to say that he should be dismissed or ignored, and his minions aren't as effective without him there to sign a check or to arrange to have a check signed.
Yes.
Or to arrange to have the stock market crash so you can make a killing.
Right.
Or whatever it is. So I just wanted to point that out. But to get back, and we can't dismiss not only the ghosts of Aquino, but the ghosts that are associated with Grimoire when it comes to time travel, because this is what I'm talking about here. And talking about the 20-year biorhythm, the Philadelphia experiment 1943, 1963, ITT Brentwood project, forerunner of the HARP project. Never even got as far as 1983, Montauk project, which was connecting to the Philadelphia experiment, God knows where else, and God knows what else. And of course, right as the Montauk project was climaxing in August 12th of 1983, I had just moved to Long Island late July of 1983. Late July, I had driven up from Clearwater, Florida, and moved to Huntington, Long Island with my wife at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few weeks. Next thing I knew, I was reading, we were staying at her parents' house at the time, and I remember there was a blackout, big blackout. It was right on August 12th period. Biggest,
Whoa.
one of the biggest blackouts in New York City. New York City blackout. Right with that date, coincident with the Montauk project climaxing. And that's just the 1983 biorhythm.
Yes.
2003 is the opening of the chamber beneath the Romanian Sphinx, which is basically what I could have re-jump-started Peter Moon's career. Re-jump-started. I was by no means out of business, but it gave me a whole new, acceleration. And I remember this psychic girl named Heidi, who came to this group that I moved it out of my house because I wasn't going to do this anymore.
Right.
I had it at another friend's house in Oceanside, and I called, it's not going to be Montauk Night anymore. It's going to be planetary healing. And we started having meetings, and it was very unfortunate. The meetings didn't work out because people were too preoccupied with their own. They weren't ready to do any planetary healing. They all needed to have healing themselves,
right.
Substantial. And they're more interested in talking either spiritual or more, not spiritual, but conspiracy or problems that they had. And they were socializing. They weren't about to do any work. But one girl she kind of found out through some sort of weird coincidence to come there that night, Heidi, and she remembered me. She had met me years ago. I didn't remember her, but what she says, oh, and she was a psychic, and she said, oh yeah, I know you. And she started reading me, and she says, you've got a whole new deal. You've got a whole new deal, which that was the Romanian books.
Yeah.
She saw that. She was right. It was like, wow, it was like I signed a new contract with Department Zero. Only I didn't sign a contract with Department Zero per se. I signed it with a publisher, and it has, flourished into I guess what you'd say, a continuation and furtherance, and it all dovetails with all the other things I've done in the past. That's one of the things about history.
Yeah.
If you have a history of being an accountant, you will be you should put on mute because you're tickling the key. It's very audible.
Sorry about that.
So anyway, it stands to reason that your accounting history is going to come into practice. If you've got a history as a catcher in baseball and you're playing baseball well, they're going to want you either for that position or for your knowledge of that position. So whatever your history is, it determines your future, who will call you. So I had a whole history of doing what I do. And the more history you log, the more you are known for that history, and the more that history will serve you, and you will be able to serve people with that history. So I've been going to Romania for, since 2008? It's like 14 years. So now when I go there, I'm talking to the director of the camp today, he has such a familiarity with me, and he really appreciates what I do for his country. I do for his country what nobody else does. I raise the spiritual, acumen, energy. I'm paying, tribute to it. It's not unlike somebody going to the Vatican. Well, this is really a convoluted metaphor. Somebody going to the Vatican and showing them Jesus, what Jesus did, or the archive where Jesus is. They're not going to like that. But in Romania they do like it because it's not the same metaphor. And or if I walked into a Masonic temple and started telling them what was what, they're going to look at me like, how do you know that? How do you know that? Are you sure about that? And they're going to look at you with, inquiring minds, interest, and then, who knows, some people, you might have somebody comes in and says, yeah, but you know this too. Oh, wow, good. I learned that. Thank you. Or maybe worse. I one time told my friend who was high level in Freemasonry, I said, I've always had an inkling to go into that Philadelphia Lodge. I go by the Philadelphia Lodge when I'm in Philadelphia, and it intrigues me. That building intrigues me. The one in New York doesn't intrigue me. The one that was, I think, started by George Washington. I think they might argue about that, but who cares? Who really cares? So anyway, they, if I'm not mistaken, it's on 23rd Street, which is very 23, but I don't remember. I could find out easy enough. But anyway, so the one in Philadelphia really intrigued me. And of course, in Philadelphia, having once been the capital of the United States, like New York City was first, Philadelphia, it just really intrigued me. I said, I have a feeling that if I went in there and, just walked in and said, I'm supposed to meet so-and-so, or I'm here, somebody told me to meet so-and-so. I said, I have a feeling they'd respond to me. I'd have to make up a story, Yeah. He says, oh, they definitely would. They definitely would. And he didn't mean it in a negative sense.
Right.
He didn't mean it in a negative sense. He invited me to the lodge in Washington, D.C. But I have no interest in it. I don't need to foster those connections. I got enough connections of my own.
Yes.
But in any case, I'm trying to think of an analogy it's kind of funny, like walking in there. I'd rather, it's, and I don't know if I'm being funny or intuitive. I said it's kind of walking into a whorehouse and saying, I'm looking for a wife. You might find one.
Yes.
And you might find out she has STD.
Yes.
An STD. You might, so be careful. But anyway, to get back to the time travel and the 2003 and then the 2023 is part of that biorhythm. Now, only now, a year ahead of time, thanks to my trip to Mount Shasta and Stephanie South, I'm connecting with the Mayan factor, which was already looming tall because of this guy with the Mayan tattoo. And then the Mayan tattoo represented the center of the galaxy, which emanates this frequency of the human consciousness, but goes back to the calendar of the Mayans have the calendar originating during the August biorhythm. That's when the calendar begins. It could have begun somewhere else as well, but they chose that date to begin the marking of time. So they're also marking it in 20. So I have it 20, 20, 20, 20. Perhaps I should put this on the show 2020, that ABC show 2020.
Yes.
Yeah. See, host of the Mayan calendar. You need to change your 2020 to 1320. But be that as it may, so this adventure into time literally this is how I'm trying to understand, time travel in the context of nature, in the context of David Anderson's work of science, and how it all correlates. And this is the great adventure for me. And So I think I addressed Aaron's, interest in this.
Yes.
And now I'm going to take that. Now, part of my history, and it's kind of neat, as I get older, 69 and a half now, it's like the wealth of my own past. I'm talking not my physical, my material wealth, but the wealth of my own experience. It becomes richer for me. It becomes less, the details it's more of a general history, but I can go back to, okay, that part of my history. Another part of my history, which I'm very far removed from in many respects, is the Scientology experience.
Right.
It's so distant.
Right.
I can see L. Ron Hubbard's positives and negatives with a much clearer perspective. Much clearer perspective. But the positives are, with him, is always what I focused on.
Right.
But in any case, one of the things that I learned there was the entrapment of spiritual beings with electricity. And materialistic beings, we could call them satanic beings if we want to, but people that were introverted into material bodies and had no recognition of their spirituality, that were trying to control spiritual beings and reduce them. And you could make a lot of arguments about that, but one of the reasons for doing it is if you had spiritual beings controlling physical beings, they could wreak havoc on the physical beings. There's a lot of ways you can look at it. But he basically said that electronics were used to trap spiritual beings and to implant them, to trap them and implant them, so as to render them unconscious and make them not fully aware. Because when a body operates itself, it's got to have somebody in there being the puppeteer of the body.
Yes.
So it becomes sort of like, okay, we only want these type of beings. And while we're on this subject, I was just talking to one of my friends who was exposed to the medical industry.
Yes.
Yesterday. And she said how the medical industry, the first thing it does is it dumbs you down, basically programs you by making you work very long hours till you're exhausted, 36 hours at a time, and feeding you information so you become a compliant ne'er-do-well. Mm-hmm. And it just sucks the life force out of you and makes you a docile, compliant individual. So that's what the medical industry does. Right. It programs you rather negatively, very negative. Mm-hmm. So that's just a comment. And that's kind of what, we're dealing with rank and file human beings in so many cases. So I'm talking about this experience with being able to control beings with electricity. Mm-hmm. And of course, in Scientology or Dianetics, when you learn about this, it teaches you or orients you to de-traumatizing yourself from this aspect. Now, one of the great advantages that I experienced is I did not experience this stuff in this lifetime. It could only be experienced vicariously through past life or whatever other life you might envision. So that I remember one time having a headache and visualizing myself as being electric shocked, not in this life. And the trauma that was running through my brain and doing it until it dissipated, as they would say, erased. Wow. Relieving the headache, boom, right there. That's a psychosomatic impingement. And we could argue till hell froze over about whether it was a past life or whether I'm just making it up. Doesn't matter. Because I have no attachment to that past life. I don't want any attachment to that past life.
Right.
I want it gone.
When,
That headache.
when L. Ron Hubbard was talking about this control of these discarnate entities with electricity, was this something science fictional, or was he talking about what he saw in the military with actual experiments in trying to do this? Because it reminds me so much of what I learned, but we can go into that later. I was just wondering
I want you to go into that because, no, he didn't. The great mystery with him, at least as he's talking about this. He doesn't explain how he knows it.
Right. Okay.
And that is a mystery.
Right.
And he would say, don't ask how I came to rise above the bank, meaning the bank is the reactive mind. Don't ask. It's like it's just don't ask. I'm here to help you. I'm not, don't ask me about all this.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Now that has been pointed out as being very sinister. When he said that, but he's saying it matter-of-factly.
Right.
And frankly, I wasn't, it was of some interest to me how he did this, but it was always mysterious as to how does he know all stuff about electronics? What wall is this coming off of? I read one Robert Heinlein book, which kind of alluded to that, The Puppet Masters,
right,
which was made into a movie with Donald Sutherland was in it. The Puppet Masters was a very good book. In my opinion, because it talked about people being implanted. But I can't say if he got his ideas from Heinlein or what they both had in common was the Navy. Mm-hmm. So, and they worked together in the Navy. So I would be very interested to hear what he learned about these experiences. And he could have parlayed that into extraterrestrials, which he could have believed, or but he could have also been distancing himself from what he read in the Navy. He certainly was distancing himself what he read in the Navy because, this is secure information.
Right.
And so we really don't know. But more to the point with what I'm saying is I had been exposed to this idea of electricity controlling human beings. Right. And that's just one aspect of Dianetics and Scientology, but it was certainly something I exploited internally. And how would one react? And one of the more interesting things, there was a guy named Dan Auerbach. He was a genius. He was a genius with electronics. He was a genius musician. He was not good with people at all.
That's usually the case, but
I met him. I would meet him generally in the context of courses I was doing. And I'd report he was in charge of, recording and editing all the tapes Hubbard did. And he'd have different responsibilities. He knew woodworking. The guy was a genius. And I remember him developing the E-meter for use in Morocco. And Hubbard, and he was saying, this can't be done. And Hubbard said it can be done. He was doing a remote thing so that they could, the Moroccan interrogators could do the security checks on the Moroccan personnel with a Scientologist behind the scenes, wow, seeing that it was a relay meter. And he had to set up the relay meter. He said it couldn't be done. Hubbard told him it could be done and made him do it, and he did it. Hubbard had more foresight and more intelligence. And Dan did it. But was one thing I always noticed about Dan, he wasn't good with humans. He totally fit the archetype of somebody who I said looked like an implanter in a past life with electronics. It was just unmistakable to me. His characteristics. Mm-hmm. Then that was something you'd never blaming or never said. I never said anything to anybody. Maybe I might have said it to somebody who I knew would understand. So doesn't he look like somebody who would have implanted somebody in a past life? God, he did. He did. That, and I see you see that as unmistakable. He works in electronics. The next time I ever saw anybody like that was Preston Nichols.
Wow.
because Preston Nichols, when I meet him, he's talking all about what L. Ron Hubbard talked about controlling people with electronics. Totally right out. And Hubbard even, I mean, Preston even said that. Yeah, he says, like, this stuff is like right out of an L. Ron Hubbard implant station.
Okay.
And there was the implant stations Hubbard talked about, wrote about, only he didn't talk about them being on Earth. I don't think he knew about them being on Earth, not to the extent they were or had become. I think Montauk was an outgrow of his alter ego,
Okay.
his adversary. If Hubbard was the Messiah people thought he was, and he was braving the evils of the reactive mind and overcoming them as early as 1950, there was a commensurate project that was doing everything it could to counter everything he was doing that was positive, and it climaxed at Montauk. This is a true analogy. If you look at all of the positive things that Scientologists projected into L. Ron Hubbard and thought he could do, would do, might do, and certainly that he projected for himself, Montauk is a complete antithesis to that. So it's very interesting. It doesn't even matter so much whether, how accurately precise what I say is true. It's generally enough true to where it merits some consideration, particularly in the life of Peter Moon, right. Which is kind of a whole separate angle that can be wrestled with after I leave this world. Right. But the more to the point of the control of these beings, the control of manipulation of beings was done for purposes of control, and perhaps in its most grandiose reference frame, as Hubbard stated, was to depopulate overpopulation on other planets. But we don't have to go into overpopulation. We have a lot of overpopulation now. In fact, this person who'd worked in the medical field was explaining how in India they're killing babies all the time.
Right. All
the time, because this is how they minimize their population.
Right.
They have a population problem they deal with, and they're just so inhumane. And and Paula was shocked to hear this. I was much more measured. I said, well, they do this because they've been doing it for so long, because it's their way of keeping their population under control. I'm not saying it's good.
Right.
I'm just saying they're used to it. Don't jump up and down about it, because they've been doing it forever.
Right.
And they're going to be very stiff towards the whole idea. But be that as it may, to get back to the electronic control of human beings, which is basically making people in this world miserable, making them forget, dumbing them down, jamming their frequency, which can theoretically be unjammed. They get back to the original timeline, which also goes into the 24th gene pair, which we're not going to go into now, which Preston was very aware of. I will just touch on it for a second. Because my friend Judy Lynn Cole had said, she says, tell Preston that he's got to figure out the frequency that will unjam the 24th gene pair. There's a very specific frequency, and she's going into it from her own reference frame. And I told him about it. He says, I know exactly what she's talking about. He says, but it's very complex. And it's not something he could explain in a heartbeat. He acknowledged it. She later met with him. She said, well, if you want to talk to him again, you better go in the next 2 weeks, because he's going to die. Well, he lived about another year after that. But so anyway, we won't have any 24th gene pair resolution from Preston anytime soon, unless he comes from the other side. But to this electronics, we can't separate for electronics from the being, and because we function electromagnetically. Now, I want to address something you said in the last broadcast, and
Yeah.
before I address that, and this has to do with the weight of human beings, the
Yes.
weight of the spirit. But what Sammy Romero had said, he had talked about David Anderson's video presentation and how I think he said it was cheesy and whatnot. Well, the presentation of that video, this is called Journeys into Time.
Okay.
And when I first saw that video, David had, asked if he could bring it to Montauk night and show it.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to get the response. And I said, well, certainly, of course. So he came, and before he showed it to me, I think, or after, I don't remember which, he apologized for the video.
Interesting.
He said, this video is an industrial video. He says, I apologize. It's very simplistic. He's apologizing to me and Preston, because neither Preston or I were particularly, moved or instructed by it. When I look at it now, I think I have a much greater respect for it than I did then.
Okay.
Than I did at the time. Not that I didn't, but it was an industrial video, basically for industrial purposes. At that time, he was attracting investors in industry because at that time, he didn't have a full-fledged time machine that could move people. He had a time machine that could slow down and speed up and had the potential to be produced to slow down the decay of organs in the medical field.
Right.
So if you preserve organs, because organs decay fast and you have a short shelf life to put them in a body. So that was what generated so much the investment in the original Time Travel Research Center. I don't know all the ins and outs of all of the corporate machinations he's done, but that was to show to a specific audience of industry. Now he double teamed that with piggybacked it with his Time Travel Research Center website, and he sold it as a video. He sold a lot of the videos. Then I inherited the original of it, and I reproduced it or reissued it. It's now on YouTube. It's part of what you get in the Time Travel Education Center as well. It's a general infomercial on time travel, and it covers very basics. When he showed it to the initial audience, they were awestruck by it. Oh, they thought it was tremendous.
Really?
Yeah. And these were people that came to Montauk night. It was like, because gave them something really visual that they could sink their teeth into. Now, at that point, David was just, basically had a machine the size of a soccer ball that could slow down and speed up time. It's fantastic, but to me, it was small potatoes compared to what he developed into. And when I first met him, I put him on page 3 of my newsletter.
Wow.
Now anything, because it was small potatoes in terms of, I had no idea it would evolve to the point of an actual time machine that people could be sent back in. When I went to Romania, it wasn't, he'd already gone silent. He was working on security aspects. I had no idea. When I went to Romania in 2008, I was more interested in the Radu side of it and what could he explain to me about that, which was basically nothing. And in 2009, when Tantra asked, can we go back? He said, yes, you can go back, but I just don't have the funding. And then it was at that point that I knew I could go back. I wasn't invited, but now I was invited. And I didn't ask. I wasn't going to ask. And he said, oh, we can go back. So at that point, I said, you know what? Let me raise some money. I offered book deals, and I raised the money to take the trip. which I did. I returned. And at that was 2009. He gave extensive lectures on time travel, which I participated in. And he'd have me speak and he'd speak, and we complimented each other. He really liked working with me on that. He also lectured to the group at large. He was very disappointed that people didn't really get it, particularly the concept of the invariance of the space-time interval, which is shown in the free videos, how time is distance. He had taken me he said he'd work with me. He took me into a boat where, God, it was hot in there. And I remember this girl, Alina, I think she went into the Coast Guard or something in Romania. She was very interested in the Philadelphia experiment. So she was asking me about that. She was about, I don't know, it seemed like she was 14 at the time, maybe a little older. I think she was 14, 15. And she was like asking me, so we brought her along. She came along, so she got to set in on the session. And he's showing me about the invariance of the space-time intervals, how time is distance. Very clear. When I got out of his presence, I forgot it.
Whoa.
I lost it. When I got back, I had to go to the library in Port Washington because they had this book where I had to restudy it. I had to gain it back. I had to regain it back in my gray matter through a different perspective. And I did understand it because somebody kind of explained it enough and I was able to grasp it. But I grasped it, the whole concept even more fully years later. All the stuff I had learned in 2009, I hadn't really learned. It was like, but that history came back to me 6 years later when Paula came here and I was able to decipher his website. And that's what became the Time Travel Education Center, and his endorsement of the initial article that I wrote in my newsletter explaining it. So that, but you see, the time machine had not developed until he announced in 2010 that yes, people could be sent. And even then, I don't know how fast or how quick it developed. He also said it was going on in India, and he didn't like what they were doing in India. They were the most advanced. So he'd even said early in the 2000s that billions of dollars was going into this research. And he says, if you didn't believe that, you're very naive. But we don't know what all this research does. And as we know from, I don't know if he was alluding to Aquino's budget at all, but when I did get interested in Douglas and did mention to him, it was a very short conversation we had. Mm-hmm. And these conversations are very few and far between. Right. I told him something about Douglas or to look into it, and I talked about Aquino. And when I mentioned Aquino, he was kind of like, okay, he worked with Michael, and he goes, and after a while, he goes, oh, I know who you mean. I know who you mean. So he knew who Aquino was. Right. Of course. I don't know how well he knew, if he knew him from industry, I mean, from inside the Army, or if he knew him from the internet or whatever, but he didn't know of him. And I assume he knows a lot of dark things. Of course. And I really don't know. But to get back to the, I was just saying is that, so that journey in 2009, when I had seen him in Romania for the second and last time, was the precursor to my adventure to Sarmasegetusa, which he had basically set up, but it was the people he'd introduced me to, professor and metaphysical person, that, said, okay, you've got to go. Well, this is very interesting with the professor. I think it was the first time I met with him, Florin Montano, legendary professor in Romania, who's now retired. We're sitting in this boat, to get away from everything. And he's lecturing me on Sarma Sejutuza. He's telling me what it is, more from a historical standpoint. And he's open to all the disciplines of the right brain, creative disciplines,
Mm-hmm.
but he says they have to be intermixed with both. And so anyway, he said that very good with science and very not stuck on it. Incredible to listen to. And he said that, so he's explaining to me Sarma Sejutuza, and we're in this I guess you'd call it it's like a big dining room, but it's where everybody enters the boat if they're going inside to either go to their, the 5 or 6 bunks they have, their little cabins, or to go to the bathroom or shower. So we're sitting there, and he's telling me about Sarma Sejutuza, and every time he mentions the word Sarma Sejutuza, some son of a bitch comes in to the room and disturbs the recording.
Oh.
And so we see, and after it happens a few times, he says, you notice how every time, or I'm saying it, or he's saying it, we're both noticing every time he says Sarma Sejutuza, there's this disturbance.
Right.
And someone walks in. And it happens so many times that finally he just gets pissed off and just, that's it. I'm not going to do it anymore.
Oh my God, that's so offensive.
No, but that was the message. You see, that was the message. I didn't blame him, because it was like the whole point was, why is this happening? The universe, the Sola Minari, were stressing the importance of Sarma Sejutuza.
Mm-hmm.
When you mention the sacred, it's like, boom. So that told me something. And then my friend Mihaila told me, and I can't wait to see her,
Mm-hmm.
because even today I know she's going to be there, because he's saying, well, there's only going to be 2 boats this year. Where do you want to stay? I said, well, I want to stay on the boat. He says, well, only going to have 2 boats. I don't know. I said, well, that's fine. If you can't get a place on the boat, put me in a tent. And now he wants to put me in a boat. Because he wants to make it comfortable for me. I said, I'm not complaining. I'll go in a tent. But he says, Mihaila, she's got the one room there with the bunk. He's kind of saying you might have to share another. That's okay. There's 4 bunks. Usually I get a room with 2 bunks. If I have to share that with somebody, okay, no big deal. Prefer to have my own, but I'm not there to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he says, so she's going to have her one room, so she's going to be there. That's telling me I'm going to meet her, and I'll be able to tell her all about this stuff. And I got to go through a translator because she doesn't understand English. But she says half of your experience to Sarma Sejutuza is that half of the journey is getting there. That's half the journey, is getting there. That's the sacred journey. So now all of a sudden I'm being kind of told it's a sacred journey. I kind of know it's a sacred journey. And this is the sacred part. And I'm not used to taking sacred journeys. So then Nicole and I made a video of our sacred journey. We're trying to, and we did. Never ever happened with it, but so we start doing a video of it on the train, playing around, having fun with her friend, and not sleeping. And it was quite, getting there was one hell of a journey. But all of a sudden, you're on a sacred journey. Wow. And it's all been instigated from these people at Atlanticron, and with the door shutting, it was so obvious that this is really sacred stuff. And I go there, and we're even to the point where, the son of a bitch taxi driver who had been arranged by the praetor, the bishop we were staying with, very nice man. He starts, telling, translating, oh, he has cancer. His son has cancer. His son has cancer. And I said, no, why is he telling me this? okay, I'm sorry his son has cancer, but why is he telling me this? And I deduced very quickly that she doesn't get it, that this son of a bitch is trying to get me to feel sorry for him and give him money.
Oh, God. How pathetic.
I pick it up. It's very pathetic. And then and then as we're approaching Sarmasejatuza, the car, well, first we're driving up and the taxi driver says, oh, there's gold all over here. There's gold all over here. Oh, okay, okay, great. There's gold all over here. Now this is, there is true. It's true. It's a well-known fact. This guy's nobody special.
Yeah.
But then as we get up, we're getting around the last bend, the car starts to fail. And it's like, we all notice it. He notices it. He's panicking. But we all knew that it was like a spiritual energy. Even he knew that.
Yeah.
Because as much as these Romanians are sometimes very, what you call vulgar, some of them, he knew it was a spiritual. And then it just sorted out. And we got to the top. And he dropped us off right there. Right there. We didn't have to walk. Sometimes you have to walk, a mile or something to get there. And it depends on whether the roads are closed or the road. We got all the way up there. And right now, there was no entry fee. Now there's a booth. You have to pay a few bucks. There's toilets there that are, I'm indirectly responsible for the toilets here. Courtesy of the Philadelphia Experiment Murder, which the ambassador's wife was reading at my favorite hotel there. And they wanted to go to Sarmasejatuza. They went there, and the wife was horrified by the fact that there were no toilets, and which I suffered through on my first visit. And the Romanian national response was to build all these wooden toilets there.
Oh.
And they're not very nice because they stink like hell, but it's better than no toilet. So, in any case, we went there and, had quite an adventure, but you see that energy was there, kind of like batting us back or going through this spiritual energy to get there. There's no doubt about that. And, Nicole, she wrote to me today. She wrote to me, she's in China and she's just like, she can't wait to be there next year with me. She's trapped in China. She can't leave because of COVID or something. They won't let people out of Shanghai. She was surprised I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. Trapped in China.
Well, I spoke before. You heard me speaking before about how they're not letting certain people out just because of their capricious whim. They're playing around with different countries, getting their vengeance by keeping some of their citizens literally captive. It's horrible. But go on.
That might be the case. As far as she knows, it's disease related.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter because, she'd probably like to go home, but whatever. She fits in well there because she can speak English and she can speak Chinese now pretty well. So, and she, can't wait to be in Romania with me again.
Right.
So that'll be fun if she can come to next year. But that sacred journey stays with us. It never leaves.
Yeah.
So this is the movement in that direction. So it's of the time travel. But to get back to where your work fits in, with the Vox Arc and all that stuff, that's we're talking about trapping beings and trapping specific entities, and with the Heart Project being involved, and Douglas has talked about this. I think what might be interesting is if you focused on how it could be. You mentioned that the Vox Arc could be used with the energy of, say, like the time reactor, the discharge of space-time motive force obviously this could be used to trap beings. Oh, it's something else I got to say.
Yeah.
Very important before we get to that. one of my good friends from yesterday was talking about the new Marvel movie. I sent you a link to it, Thor,
Mm-hmm.
whatever that's called.
Yeah.
Uh,
Love
and
and Gods or something. Love and Thunder, I
well,
think. Love and Thunder.
let me see, what is it called? I sent you the link. In fact, if I just look up, it'll tell me the link if I look at your um here. It was Thor: Love and Thunder. What secret? Well, okay, Thor: Love and Thunder. That's good enough. It's a new movie, a Marvel movie, and my um, my friend had told me, he was talking to all of us about it, and at one time I had to stop him, and I said, "You gotta," because he was about to tell the end of the movie, and Paula didn't want to hear it. She loves Marvel movies. I can take them or leave them, She just feeds on them like a consumer. She loves them. And I think her brother does too. And tells her, "Oh, see this movie." She loves the Batman movies. I just don't. I'm not a consumer, really, much. And anyway, when I listened to him, I said, "Oh, I want to hear the ending. In fact, I want to hear this for, my own work purposes." He says, "Yeah, I've been listening to you and Dietrich lately." Yeah. And sometimes he has to tune out, because it gets late or whatever, or he's working.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's been listening to all the stuff that's gone on lately. And this is about the hammer of Thor, and killing the gods, to get to eternity. And I said, this hammer of Thor is another name for the swastika. Mm-hmm. They're not calling it the swastika. And so this movie is about killing anti-gods. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not really sure, even though he told me all the movie, I don't remember it. I could go watch it and in fact, I do want to watch it just to see what's going on, mm-hmm. and how I recommend you see it if at all possible.
Okay.
To dissect, I wouldn't prioritize it. But I'm saying, you see, what are they telling people? Mm-hmm. Because they're taking it's apparently very rich with archetypal references and mythology. And, they're using the hammer of Thor or to kill the gods, and it's more complicated than that. In fact, it sounds pretty creative. Okay. So that was interesting. I wanted to mention with reference to the trapping of beings, but more relevantly, how one could conceivably free them or release them, or the positive side of using the Vox Arca, how it could be used positively. Go on. Okay, that's what I have to.
Oh yeah, that would ultimately be the intent. Yeah, at some point in the future. Right now, of course, let's make certain we survive the present. One of the things that I wanted to bring up while we're still gifted with Peter's presence, of course, during this time, was that he was kind enough to be one of the first people to notify me about Shinzo Abe's assassination. And of course, Peter himself noted that the news reported immediately that it seemed to be quite personal, what this man assassinated the Prime Minister of Japan for. But just so Peter knows, I don't know if he knew this part, but the assassin, Tetsuya Yamagami, he basically was blaming the former Prime Minister for his mother going bankrupt because she made all of her donations to the Reverend Sung Myung Moon's church, which, as I've pointed out before, has this enormous influence in Japan that a lot of people are not aware of. And it's South Korean, which makes it, of course, all the stranger. And but basically, this guy's mother just basically gave everything she had to the church of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. And so he blew away the former Prime Minister of Japan, who was still doing campaign speeches for his party. and he shot him in a nation where guns are almost impossible to obtain. So apparently this was because Shinzo Abe, he was someone who had basically exploited the Reverend Sun Myung Moon's church for a easy voting block. In other words, because the Moonies would tell their cultists to vote as a block, they would all reliably vote as ordered. And so by Abe Shinzo, to use his correct surname first before his first name, as they would in any country in Asia, Abe Shinzo basically worked with them so that he could get that reliable vote for the Liberal Democratic Party. So there you have that. And I guess just that connection was enough for this guy to shoot him, because I guess Reverend Moon is dead. And that was the closest authority figure that came to Reverend Moon in his mind. So there we have that. I don't know what Peter makes of that, but I thought I'd share that while we're gifted with his presence. So if that gives you any food.
Well, Douglas, so basically the Sun Myung Moon supported this prime minister. And he associated him with him, and he couldn't kill Sun Myung Moon, so he killed the prime minister.
Yeah, that's how it seems to be. Yeah, that's the most anybody can make. Yeah.
Well, that's the most surface explanation,
yeah.
And certainly, I'd be more curious about the prime minister's affiliation with Sun Myung Moon, and I mean behind the scenes, because look he's being killed ostensibly for his affiliation with Sun Myung Moon, but I would imagine, just like with George Bush Sr., that the connection was deeper. That this guy, this prime minister, was under the influence of Sun Myung Moon, MK Ultra style.
I don't personally see that. I think it was more that he was just pragmatic, and that the Japanese prime minister was just, again, the former Japanese prime minister. Just to put this into context for people, even though he was the former Japanese prime minister, he still had what many people in America would consider undue influence. In other words, he was very similar to the way Trump has a heavy influence on the Republican Party in the United States. So, as a matter of fact, the former Japanese prime minister is only former because he was forced to resign, or rather kind of step down, not resign, but he was forced to step down for health reasons. And therefore, another man took his place who's upholding all of his objectives and his agenda, just as the party of that he was in charge of is upholding his agenda and objectives. So I never got the impression that they were in any way unduly influenced, however, by the Reverend Moon.
I understand that. He's exploiting Sun Myung Moon because Sun Myung Moon means protection, so he will kiss the ass of the politician and vice versa.
Yeah. And so he basically, they kind of rubbed each other's back, and Sun Myung Moon, as Peter says, basically he got some political protection and cover, and in return his church voted as a bloc for Abe Shinzo's party. But
still would not underestimate what the backlines connections were there, though.
There may well be more than I can imagine. there might be that. Yeah, I'm not vehemently denying that.
No. Yeah. We really don't know.
Yeah.
And what was, but it also said that he was trying to rewrite the Japanese Constitution as it was laid into by MacArthur. They didn't use MacArthur's name,
that's the way the Americans just revise it. The reality is, of course, there's not much that needs to be revised about the Japanese Constitution. It's basically, just so people understand this, the so-called MacArthur Constitution, which of course MacArthur himself would say he really didn't have that much to do with, they brought together an incredible amount of people to quote unquote work on Japan's Constitution, none of whom had any legal training. There was not a single attorney involved. And the reason why a single attorney was never involved was because any attorney would have told you there's no new goddamn Japanese constitution. It's the same fucking constitution that existed before the war that was created by the original Japanese emperor. It's simply that they just reworded it a little bit. So, you know, if they had
I think if they're mentioning this, I don't think they're trying to get in a dig at you.
Oh no, understood. No, I don't take it as such.
Your meme, your ideas,
my point.
But I think that he probably was engaged in doing some sort of
probably like amendment. He would probably be engaged in some kinds of amendments or something like that, because the point is, however, just so people understand this, whatever Americans think the Constitution says obviously is meaningless, because unlike what most Americans think or don't know, Americans think about Japan as like having no military, for instance, the majority of them. Anyone who's been listening to this show for a long time, of course, knows otherwise. But Japan has had a fat military forever, basically since World War II. Their military never left. It was just always there. It's just the Americans would always downplay it. But probably what Abe Shinzo, what he wanted was basically extensions beyond that. In other words, he wanted to integrate some other aspects into it. There's not much he really needed to do in that regard that everybody's thinking, though. In America, everybody's thinking he's trying to amend it or revise it in some way to make Japan be able to operate militarily with a freer hand. But none of that is necessary, because the American and Japanese militaries have totally different command structures by Japanese law. It's not like they're impeded in any way, shape, or form, or need the permission of America to do anything. Rather, it's just basically that he was probably trying to integrate something further along the line where they could implement, say, for instance, openly nuclear weapons, which they have, but they have it all covertly. He probably wanted to revise that so that they could more overtly basically make nuclear threats, and that way
that would make sense.
Yeah.
But let me also put this Sun Young Moon in a different light.
Sure.
With something I've shared before, is that when I was in Germany in 2007, the year prior to my first trip to Romania, in Bavaria, I had been told by my sponsor there that the Japanese or the German colony in Antarctica had moved to the Mato Grosso. The Mato Grosso, which is a jungle area that shares the border of Paraguay and Brazil. And of course, this is what is alluded to in the Boys of Brazil movie, with the James Mason being one of the head Nazis in that movie, Fourth Reich type Nazis. And anyway, they go to this South American jungle area, and that would be the Mato Grosso. But he said that there was a big consolidation of Germans that had escaped Antarctica because of a biological fungus or something that the humans couldn't survive there. So anyway, without regard to the accuracy of that or what else goes on in Unterland, this is what he knew to the best of his knowledge. I looked up the Mato Grosso. Mm-hmm. And there was also stories of a German who had escaped into Brazil. That's a whole nother story that David Childress had touched upon in his book on South America. But I forget the guy's name. He was kind of like a Tarzan who lived in the jungle and was responsible, supposedly, for killing some journalists who went in there. But, and a whole Nazi or blue-eyed, blonde-haired type colony that he had fostered up the Amazon River. I think it was the Amazon River. But that's a whole nother story. And if you pursue it too far, you'll end up the Amazon River and won't be in good shape. But in any case, so some journalists went to it. There's a whole story there. But in any case, I just looked up the Mato Grosso because I wanted to see the Mato Grosso when I got home. And the first thing I saw on the internet was that Jenna Bush, George W. Bush's daughter, had just returned from there to purchase a huge tract of land for water rights. At that time, water rights were the big thing of the future. Got to own the water because there's going to be a water shortage.
That's right.
So the Bush family had just purchased a huge tract of land, and it's the only tract of land that was bigger that was owned in that area of the Mato Grosso was the Sun Myung Moon Church.
That's right.
And so I'm thinking they're owning huge water rights in the Mato Grosso. That implies a connection. Well, obviously, with the Bush family, they might have purchased it from the Sun Myung Moon, for all I know. But we know there's an association between George Bush Sr. and Sun Myung Moon, and of course now the Mato Grosso, and of course Brazil is a great population of Japanese who were aligned with the Germans. Yeah. I don't know much about any German alliance, but in Brazil with the Japanese, I'm sure there is one. These are all kind of just avenues of interest. I'm not going to have time to explore them, but that are of interest because whoever thinks of the Japanese-German connection in Brazil, right, where both the Japanese were highly influential, yes, the Germans were highly influential in Brazil,
yes, and then
we have the hidden hand of the Portuguese. Who the hell knows what they have to do with it? They are the original influence of Brazil. And then and keep in mind, Portugal was a neutral influence during World War II. I don't know if Brazil was neutral. I think it was. Was it?
Well, it ultimately was forced to side with the Allies, but they maintained a policy where they refused to intern any of their Japanese citizens. Unlike the rest of Latin America, every other nation in Latin America wanted to basically intern its Japanese citizens because that way they could steal their property. And so the Brazilians refused to do that, but they did send units to fight in Africa and Europe on behalf of the Allies. As a matter of fact, that was why in Italy, the German units would only surrender in the field to the Brazilian units because they felt much friendlier towards them than to the other Allied units. So where preferable, the Brazilians were brought to the front line to accept German surrenders in the field of those units in Italy. Of course, the Allies never won in Italy in the sense that they overthrew the Italian government or anything like that. Mussolini's government stayed on to the last until his execution. But he basically had that northern part that wants to secede from the rest of Italy today as his fascist government, basically what was called the Salo government of fascism. So all that being said, that puts the Brazilians into perspective in World War II, other than, of course, what we go into the book where they were allowing the port for the Japanese submarines, etc. They, of course, had as Peter said, a very large, just so people understand this, the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan is in Brazil. So just like the Germans, both very influential there. And of course, it's just a completely different understanding than anything Americans would have. They're just, they are to the Western Hemisphere. Think of Eurasia, where communist China and Russia were at ends, basically at odds for the longest time. You had the Sino-Soviet conflict, and so the communist Chinese represented a different kind of communism to the Soviet communism. The Brazilians represent a different kind of capitalism to America's capitalism. And, of course, now under Bolsonaro, everything is up in the air and they're going through a kind of a free fall. But, isn't everyone? Britain's in a free fall after Boris Johnson's resignation. And Japan is going to change a bit with the assassination of Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, though, as I emphasized to Peter Moon, it's not going to be changing too much. Basically, with his assassination, and people might think there's a conspiracy behind this, but with his assassination, the sympathy vote went towards his party, so his party won by a landslide. So people might think that this was done on purpose, but definitely, Yeah, I think so far I see it as pretty comparatively innocuous, and I do point out to people that before World War II, a lot of foreign observers felt that Japan's administrative style was government by assassination. You know, separating the imperial family from secular governance, the way Westerners tended to do. Many assassinations took place in Japan to the point where it was alarming to foreigners prior World War II. You know, because the military was involved with a lot of those assassinations, a lot of times firearms were used. It was just this was indeed shocking because it was basically a man who had been in the military, but he was now a civilian, and then he shoots the former prime minister. It would be like somebody shooting Donald Trump today, a former president who still had a lot of influence in his party. Albeit the difference is Trump has a chance where he can run again.
More Obama shooting Obama.
Yeah.
Or even more like George Bush.
More like Obama. It'd be more like Obama because there'd still be, you know, that influence. Obama probably has more influence than George Bush Jr. So it would be, yeah, more like Obama. You know, that's, you know, why the murder seems so senseless on the face of it. But nevertheless, it makes kind of a sense if it was a conspiracy to get the... But it's not like the party was ever really threatened with not being elected. It's kind of like they've been the ruling party forever. So it's just all odd. But I think that what Peter brought up is incredibly relevant. Certainly, by the way, there was I can't remember what the name of the science fiction novel was, but there was a science fiction novel written about the Mato Grosso years ago. But I wouldn't consider it a good description of Brazil or that area. But the Mato Grosso is a very phenomenally interesting geographic region because of its border between Brazil and other nations, and the fact that it's kind of one of these virgin territories. So it's definitely an important place. And, you know, all that being said, I think that, you know, that's pretty much what comes to my mind with what Peter...
Well, there's something very significant here that I was able to glean from what you said.
Yeah.
We all, not all of us, but many of us have read or been exposed to the information that the German submarines that were not accounted for or missing, you know, went to Argentina or landed here or landed there. But it's very, you know, sort of like standing out, crying for obviousness, is if Brazil was accepting German surrenders on behalf of the Allies and was fully concert with Japanese and was basically an ally, or had many factions of it that were allied with the Axis, they would have. That's where your real German people would have gone to Brazil.
Yeah,
I mean, they would have gone to Argentina as well, which was very friendly. But Brazil is a whole hotbed where you'd say, okay, you know, this boat went here and this boat went there, but there could be there's a whole window of opportunity to go to Brazil, and history doesn't even know about you.
Yeah.
And by the way, Sao Paulo, the biggest city in Brazil, it was forever loaded with Germans.
Yeah.
So.
Japanese.
I see. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the Japanese, but I know of the Germans, and I know too little about Brazil. You know, Alexandra Bruce, who wrote the Philadelphia Experiment Murder, you know, grew up in Brazil. She grew up in Brazil, Mexico City, London, and in the United States. She speaks Portuguese. I don't never talk to her about the Japanese or German factions. But, you know, yeah, it's like, I'm sure she probably knows a lot about the ins and outs of Brazil just because she's, you know, Brazilian in a way.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, she sounds American. But yeah, so that's interesting. Um, yeah, I mean, Brazil is a whole different world. And speaking of Brazil,
Mhm.
which has, I'm thinking of my other Brazilian friend, very beautiful. Brazil has a certain beauty culture that, you know, in fact, Brazil traditionally has the best. Can't speak for nowadays because nowadays have changed, but in the 60s and 70s, it had the best plastic surgeons in the world.
That's right.
Far and
That's
away.
right. That's what it was famous for. And you know why?
Yeah,
Because a lot of them were Nazi
yeah,
doctors who.
exactly. They were making good faces for Nazis.
Yes, that's right.
I learned that. So if you want to get good plastic surgery, you go to Brazil, where it was, and they have their own beauty mystique to it. But this is something that came up in a conversation because, see, when it comes to certain magical things, when you have a interaction with somebody on a magical topic, doesn't mean you've been indulging in. Well, you've been indulging with magic with them to the degree that you've been talking about a magical topic, which you could include any of the things we've talked about in this show about whether it, the sensitive topics. People will tell you things that they will later deny or mitigate.
Yes,
They do that all the time
that's true.
because, but be that as it may, one of my friends was commenting to me that because this involved one of her gay friends. So she was basically arguing that he was no longer active gay. And I was skeptical of that. But what she said that he said was that he told her that the gay culture was one of the most biased and prejudiced cultures
Wow.
against their own kind. Not because of we're not talking about the Velvet Mafia. We're talking about the pretty gays. He said the pretty gays hated him because they don't want non-attractive gays. In other words, they don't want non-attractive gays. They want attractive gays. So if you're just like you can't get into certain clubs if you don't have a certain look or a certain amount of money. I'm sure you could buy your way into any club. But in other words, they're picky about, if you're overweight, ostensibly overweight, they're not going to let you in the club because, quote unquote, we don't want fatties in here. But the gays, I was told, were the worst for this. They only want your sculpted gays, your pretty gays. What can you add to this club that will what do you have to bring to the club? Certainly not your intellect. It can only be money, influence, or good looks. And most of it's going to hinge on good looks, or what they consider to be good looks, or attractive looks, or unique. That was just a comment.
Understand.
In other words, which, I don't think of that because I don't frequent, clubs of any kind. Never have. Not interested in them. Never have been. But that's just a comment. So anyway, if you could lead us into how the Vox Arca might be used in a positive reference frame, go ahead.
Oh, well, I appreciate your asking, but that's something I would talk to you only privately about.
Okay, that's fine.
We can figure out later what elements we might want to leak, so to speak, in the book.
Well,
But no.
that is for the book,
Yeah.
but that is for the book for sure. But I don't know because you've alluded to it in the past, and we can save it for.
Yeah. Yeah,
or,
understood. And I appreciate your asking. I do want people to understand there are people who simply ask, and one young lady did the other day, "What's the Vox Arca?" And so I put links in her question for her, and that will of course provide. She of course responded with an upvote on my answer. She left her question in the thread of one of our recent videos where Peter Moon brought it up. So I'm glad that he does so. And
let me answer from my own
yeah,
database.
please.
It's like Hubbard, one of the best pieces of advice I learned very early in my Scientology experience was from a tape called The Control and the Mechanics of SCS, which meant Start, Change, Stop. He's talking about the essence of control. It's a tape lecture, and there was a pamphlet that was transcribed. And there's one line in there he says, if a flow has continued too long in one direction, simply reverse it. Now that flow, to give some context, what is a flow that's continued in too long in one direction? You've not been making enough money. You've been being bullied at the job. Your wife is antagonizing you. Oh, it could be anything. You simply reverse the flow. You reverse the flow. Now, that is very challenging for people to even get the mental idea. But if your wife's antagonizing you, or you're being bullied, simply reverse the antagonizing on them. And say, if she comes in every day and says, "Where are the keys? Where'd you put the keys?" You look at her, you say, "Where'd you put the keys? Where'd you put the keys?" Rather than just, taking a verbal beating. You give it back. And in the case of a bully, the boss comes in, "Why didn't you get this done?" And you look at them and say, "Why didn't you get this done?" It's going to totally screw with their mental machinery. And they'll be so shocked and surprised that they won't know how to respond to you. And it kind of changes the dynamics. Those situations are very hard for people to do because they're still stuck into taking a beating, verbally or otherwise. It's so hard for them to mentally even get the idea. And sometimes you don't even need to do it physically. You just need to mentally reverse the energy. Because in other words, you're taking a commensurate mental beating when you take the verbal abuse. You just say stop. And I remember, this is a pretty good example, this guy who was kind of the lieutenant for this company, and we were their tenants in this flat in New York City, this company. And our company was, behind on the rent. And I wrote the rent checks. And it was late. By a tremendous amount. And the lieutenant, not the owner, the lieutenant came in on my desk and started like pounding his fist for the rent or something like this. Mm-hmm. And I just stood up and said, "Get the fuck out of here."
Good for you.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Because I didn't need this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's doing that, and I scared the shit out of him. I don't know who the hell he thought he was. But, I didn't need to take this shit from him. And it's just like I reversed the flow on him. I was shocked that he would do this because he was just a jerk. But, and I would boom. And it can even work on people that are much bigger and more ferocious than you. It's shocking.
Yes.
If you shock them. But I say most of the people who are taking abuses they're more timid. It's not so much about physical fear. Sometimes it is, but it's just this mental predisposition. Now, we can apply this but it's all about force. It's all about force. It's like if you're, I don't know, it can apply in so many areas. But let me apply it to the electronics we're talking about.
Yeah.
So if you've, like, say, if beings are being trapped with electronics,
yes.
Well, certainly in the episodes I gave where, Scientology was applied, creative visualization, you're reversing the energy, in your own spiritual reference frame. That's great. But when we're talking about the Vox Arca, we're talking about a collective sort of situation.
Yes.
Where and of course, these beings that are trapped, you don't necessarily want to release them. Correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Correct.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So, but it's like you're going to, like, say, the swastika is like an energy that entraps a being.
Yes.
It's about how do you free a being, and how do you feel beings that are trapped. Now, this is a very loaded prospect. So, because if we're talking about jinn that are harmful beings that are being entrapped, it seems to me like the purpose of entrapping them is to unleash them at some point and create chaos.
Yes.
So the Vox Arca in a case like that might be used to make sure they don't escape,
Yes.
which has all sorts of implications in and of itself. And Hubbard himself had said that the great evil galactic overlord, or when he's described that maybe by other people, Xenu, was trapped. Was trapped in I don't know what he called it, sort of called an electronic cage or something, I think. It's very much like HARP. But
Interesting. Fascinating.
Much more crudely defined.
Right, because of his terminology. L. Ron Hubbard only had certain terminology available by which to communicate his concepts, and that's why his boy Xenu, for instance, was dropping atomic bombs in volcanoes to get everything working on the Earth, was simply because that was how people thought in those days, so that was how L. Ron Hubbard best communicated his concept. But he was... Yeah.
Very abstract, and it had to do with his own personal psyche, because he was terrified of the atom bomb.
Because of his own witnessing of what it could do. Yes, his own and his own suffering because of it. His own what I saw, his own basically his own brain tumor, which was caused by his exposure to that radiation at the test sites. So he had every reason to have this kind of morbid fascination with the atomic bombs, and but all Americans did.
Applied it to himself, the techniques to himself, but to other people. Like, this was the bane of mankind.
Right.
And certainly it was the bane of mankind during that time period. Certainly it was. That's how people thought during the 50s and 60s. We were all subdued on some psychological level by the
we were all stuck with that for generations. Yes, that was all the way up through the 80s. It was only with the collapse of the Soviet Union that people began to outgrow this, and thank God are no longer impacted by it the way they once were. And it's reflected in the impotence of Vladimir Putin's nuclear threats. That they don't have the impact publicly that they would have had in the 80s or the 90s. Can you imagine some Soviet premier threatening nuclear war in the 80s, the kind of response you would have gotten? But
it doesn't work. But with regard to that, you've described the atom bomb of the 1940s as a tool to unleash chaos.
yes.
And it certainly did. In Hubbard's mind, it was not only unleashing chaos, it was being used as force to trap beings and implant them.
Yes.
And it was old technology, according
Yes.
to him.
Yes.
And he's working this thing out through his mind. Now, he also, according to my friend who's passed away, Bill Tolan, had said that during the early 60s in Washington, D.C., that these incidents were coming up in past life regressions of multiple people. And that's where Hubbard got it from. It also appeared around that time, not necessarily the atomic bombs. I don't know if they were part of it. They might have been. But the Zemu character appeared in the comic books. It might have been called Zemu. And that it all appears in the early 60s. And that Hubbard, took this from these common incidents that were coming up in different auditing sessions and eventually parlayed that into his own experiences and his own findings based upon what was limiting spiritual beings to get outside of their body and to be free. So the reversal of this energy, the reversing of the energy is first recognizing the energy. Does it have any impact on your psyche? And then if it does have an impact on your psyche, then reversing it. When we think of cases of PTSD, most of these cases that we have in today's world, fortunately, are not atomic related. They are from being bombarded with trauma of all different kinds, often in war settings, sometimes torture. And it's the trauma is, it's really tough to, for the individual to address. And and I've seen independent studies, psychiatric studies, they might be connected, I don't know if they're connected with the Army or not, I don't remember, that basically show how to help people overcome their PTSD. And it's just like Dianetics.
Wow.
Just like Dianetics as it was originally constructed, but it's written in different language because you're basically getting somebody to regress and go back and re-experience, which they call abreaction. And so you're going back, and I remember one of my proofreaders says, what L. Ron Hubbard did was called humanetics. Humanetics. You go back and read humanetics. That's exactly what L. Ron Hubbard did. He did humanetics, and it's nothing more than humanetics. Nobody's ever understood humanetics. Nobody knows what humanetics is.
Whoa.
So it's kind of like,
I never heard of it.
Nor had I. And she's probably right. But the thing is maybe it was discovered simultaneously. Maybe Hubbard had read it, but you know what? Hubbard did things. Humanetics went nowhere.
Right.
So it's kind of like there's a huge difference. What you have is a doer versus somebody who's, writing about it. And that was an amazing thing of Hubbard. He was active. But to get back to this idea of the collective and the electronic, the Vox Arca, and I'm just speaking from my own understanding, is a instrument that can sound grimoire or grammar, magical grammar, that will affect entities that can cause an influence. Now, so much of what goes into grimoire has to do with intent. It has to do with intent. And if you read or study magic spells by Solomon or whatever, these archaic literature, so much of it these things are set up like a carrier wave to execute an intent. And it is the intent, or as Hubbard or Crowley would say, the postulate, which makes the impingement upon whatever it is you're trying to affect. And then in the case of Solomon himself, he would have an intention. I'm not talking about how he did or did not use grimoire, because I really don't know. I really have thought about him using grimoire. He had a magic ring, which could command the jinn. And maybe he used that to wield his grimoire or whatever. It would stand to reason that Solomon, if he existed to any significant extent, like he is portrayed in magical text and in the Bible, that he had a ring that actually would wield power. Sort of, isn't, I don't know if Power Rangers had rings or somebody, or they show the magic ring and it's, I don't remember all of my fantasy people, because I watched Power Rangers with my daughter when she was little, but I don't recall. But certain characters have had magic rings, and so Solomon would have had a ring, and he would have had a command of the Enochian language, because the Enochian language, which was the language that Adam, I think, had taught Seth, if I believe, and to talk to the angels. So here you have a language where you're talking to the angels. Now, talking to the angels is kind of like talking to the court structure or the law enforcement structure. It's probably more benign in its own way than and I don't mean to suggest that it's benign, but more benign than the law enforcement structure of our world, because that can be pretty polluted with netherworld elements. And not to say that the angelic hierarchy, because you have that other side to it, that'll shoot you down the poop chute if that's what is warranted. But so you're talking to an angelic hierarchy, you're engaging it, but it's not like you just get what you want. It's like you're dealing with powers and forces that don't necessarily have any regard, care, or possibly even respect for where the hell you are. So it's like, and they have all sorts of different, they might be more concerned with maintaining an anatomical or atomic and molecular structure of the elements in your house than they are with you getting a new garden or whatever you're asking for, or a new house. They have got other concerns that they're there to uphold and do because it's their function. So when you start talking to the angels, it's kind of like talking to the officials in the town hall, getting a building permit to build an addition to your house or an extra room, and then, getting it signed legally, getting money. You got to go get money. Because, they're not going to do it without money. So it's like, this is more of what talking to the angels would be like. You're talking to a hierarchical structure. And it's like, who the hell are you to be talking to the hierarchical structure? In a case like Solomon, he knew the language, he knew the game, and he mustered great forces and elementals and taxed the hell out of the population to build this temple, which is, can be portrayed as a metaphor for a direct conduit to the Most High. And he was able to effectuate this incredible temple, which can be viewed as a teaching instrument, teach. But then what you have is a cult growing up around it. But in actual fact, you have the temple being vacated, destroyed, and you have a degeneracy. In other words, he's not able to maintain it. It's not able to maintain it. And there was a football coach in New York, the New York Giants, Bill Parcells. When he won his second Super Bowl, he retired. He retired because he says it's much easier to build something like this than it is to maintain it. And the franchise discombobulated after he left because he probably couldn't have helped it. He says, I got the most out of it. I won the Super Bowl. Goodbye. That's sort of what Solomon's Temple's like. It could not maintain itself after Solomon left. There was a diaspora of 10 tribes, leaving behind the 2 tribes of Benjamin and Judah, or Judea. And so this is what you have left. You have it's what about maintaining Solomon's Temple? What you have today in the Jewish religion or the Masonic tradition is a, feeble reverence to what was once great and grand. Duncan Cameron said the same thing about Montauk. He says, yeah, well, all these things we could do are fantastic, but we can't do them now. So you have the Montauk Project is a feeble reference to what could be done at its greatest height. And this is one of the problems is, okay, so you've got the Shekinah glory of God, it's wasted away. It becomes an idea. It's not alive. It's dead or it's faded. So if you have a great teacher who comes along, he can generate this energy and impress the hell out of his fellow man or whatever. But it's something that has to be cultivated and refined and maintained in your own auric body. So we have getting back to all of this, so I'm saying is, so if you're doing grimoire and you're so, what is it, rarefied and elite to be able to talk to the angels, okay, well, you're in the ballpark, and people know how to work the system, can go get permits. Now they pay money. You got to pay extra money if you want to get it expedited. So they created a revenue source in the town I live in. Oh, yeah, permit's going to be, $150, but if you want to get it expedited, you pay us $800. We'll get it for you in 2 weeks. And they're it's become an oppressive system. If you just don't go. Well, it used to be like $70 to get a permit. Okay, here's the plans. Good, go do it. Now it's like, and then there's liability involved for them, so they're very cautious to issue a permit. So you don't want to engage with them if you don't have to. They'll cause you all sorts of headaches and misery, because that's the system. It's not the individuals in the system. It's bureaucracy. So if you're dealing with the angelic hierarchy, don't dismiss the bureaucratic aspect to it. And the reason I'm saying all this is because if we're talking about using the Vox Arca or any other system to energize the grimoire, then, well, you're putting some power behind it. And I will give an analogy there in a bit. But so anyway, we're talking about this grimoire is a way to communicate with entities so as to effectuate something. And the Vox Arca is an instrument that can talk on a level that human beings cannot talk on. Now, I hope I'm not talking out of school here, but there is, we have to wonder if Solomon had a voice that was outside of the human voice.
He would have to have had such. Yes, he would have to have had such.
Well, yeah. So here's where, or a way to effectuate that voice. The way to effectuate something at the highest level in magic is by a postulate, which is an idea. Now, of course, that is the basic idea, but at one point, that idea has to connect into the physical plane. If it doesn't connect into the physical plane, it's never going to. It has got to have a connectivity between the mind. Now, when we say this, we can use our voice box. It goes right away. We can say what we're thinking. Most of us can. In the case of my friend Greg, who passed away last year, he lost his voice.
Wow.
He lost his voice. And I always felt it was because his mom wasn't listening to him. It had to do with personal stuff, which I know too well. He wasn't being heard. Wasn't being heard. And his voice had no impact on certain issues between him and his mom and his brother. It had to do with money. And whether it was true or not, he certainly felt he wasn't being heard. Now, he also smoked, which didn't help him. But even if that's the case and the smoking did a lot of damage, there was still this thing as he was not being heard. So what good was his voice? That's just my feeling about him. And the last time I got to see him, I was quite delighted because he could whisper. He could talk like this. I can't talk like this. And I got to talk to him. We went out to dinner with Paula. Paula got to meet him and with his wife, and I got to talk to him. It was great. He could talk like a whisper. He could talk to me like this. It was great. That's the last time I saw him. He couldn't talk on the phone anymore. What was that?
Oh, I was going to say, was he already coming to terms with his coming death at that time, Paula and yourself?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he'd been on the way out for a while, and he'd had, but yeah. So I mean, it was not, it was not a surprise. Yeah. But see, the whole thing is with a voice. So to get back to Solomon's voice, he had there was an element that covered the Ark of the Covenant. It was an animal skin called a taukus. A taukus. Yeah. It's spelled Taukaus or Taukas or something like that. Taukus. Yeah. And it's an animal skin, and they don't know what the animal skin was. Right. It reminds me of some of the stuff that was used with the Vox Arca. But what I learned about the taukus was Stephen Talkhouse Farrell, who was the most famous of the Montauk Indians, the postman who we visited his grave when I was last at Montauk and left a crystal from Romania there with Jojo was with me. And Stephen Talkhouse Farrell, this name Talkhouse makes no sense. Talkhouse. I found out that it was a transliteration of Taukus. If you look earlier, it's spelled either similarly or identical to the Taukus on the Ark of the Covenant. This is a synchronicity, if not direct reference, and the Montauk medicine man told me their lineage goes right back to Adam and Eve, the lineage of the pharaohs, which would make sense in a lot of ways. But that this Taukus, that the pharaohs of Montauk, with their pyramids, their connection to Egypt, this name Taukus somehow stuck in the genetic lineage of the family to where it's a direct allusion to the Ark, not just the Ark of the Covenant, but the skin which covered it. Now, we know, I have portrayed Solomon's Temple, which housed the Ark of the Covenant, as sort of a Pez dispenser, where you can go in and see, the high priest can see the Shekinah glory once every, fall or whenever they do it. Now, but if you read the Ark, you see it was also wielded as a weapon. It was not just a standalone thing. Although the later renditions of it, oh, it has to stay here. They don't talk, but there is implication that it was used by David, because this thing was crafted by Aaron. Aaron, like our friend Aaron Tice.
Yes, that's right. I was about to say, yes.
Yeah, Aaron was the brother of Moses who crafted the ark out of I think he crafted it out of what had been the golden calf, if I'm not mistaken, the golden calf.
Interesting.
That they made to Baal.
Yeah.
And because he had crafted that as well, under the direction of, I think, what was that guy's name? Edward G. Robinson.
Yes.
Where's your Moses now? Edward G. Robinson played, the antagonist in Moses, because he was building the thing to Baal. Where's your Moses now? Which Billy Crystal used to do a routine on. Edward G. He's
That's right.
Edward G. Robinson, the worst casting of all times. He's old. Old by that time. And Edward G. Robinson was Romanian, by the way.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he was Romanian, and which caused me when I first met Paula to say, "Where's your Zalmoxes now?"
Oh, that's right.
Where's your Zalmoxes now?
Did she ever get that? She never got that at the beginning, did she?
She got it right away. She got it right away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because Moxes and Moses are the same phonetically, same related, Moxes and Moses. So, and Zal means to leap. Okay. And so Zalmoxes is administered as the leaping god, the transcendent god. That's one way to look at the etymology, because Zal is like Sal, as in salmon. Salmon.
Yes, our other acquaintance.
The leap. Salmon is like a salmon leaps. The salmon, the fish.
Yes.
The other salmon is leaping off the cliff.
Yeah.
and most of those salmons leaping are dying.
That's
when they're
true.
Dying.
That's true.
So, anyway, that it has to do with the leap. So, but to get back to our friend Solomon, is not Salmon, but Solomon.
Yes.
Yeah, which is very related. The names are, very, very related. And so he's got this. The Ark of the Covenant is something which can be wielded to effectuate armies, issuing energy. It's kind of like an extension of Qi. If you have Qigong, your body can be used at high levels to exert energy and power. Hubbard had the spirit, or what he called the Thetan, could exhibit these energies just natively. He wouldn't need a body to do it. In Qigong, you're using your body as a conduit. It's part of the reference frame, always. There is a movie which shows amputees, sometimes with no arms or no legs, emitting Qi.
Wow.
It's a very old Qigong movie or Chinese movie.
Oh my God.
That shows them boom, boom, boom. Like these martial artists that are just, how they did it, if they had real amputees doing this stuff, I don't know how the hell they put that movie together. It's kind of gross. But it's also kind of like, what are they doing? It's all about Qi. Now, Hubbard would tell you it's not about having, stumps or no limbs. It's about a spirit being able to generate energy, being an energy production unit, and they could literally have the power, innate power to do things that are quite godlike. Right. But in the David and Solomon reference frame, you've got this device that can exert energy, that can lay waste to an army or do God knows what. But it's got to be directed, and it's got to be directed with intent. And at what point there is also the Urim and Thummim, which was the breastplate. Aaron made that, or the Urim and Thummim This I have to go back and review that, because those were like sort of like crystals that had powers as well, which I think is the breastplate of Aaron. And so you're dealing with a lot of magical concepts, and a lot of these have gotten lost. And if you go into certain pockets of occultism, possibly even find it on the internet, where you find out what the function of the Urim and Thummim is. And it's like, what is the function of these things, and how do you effectuate it to create an effect in the spiritual reference frame, which is going to translate into the physical plane. And I can tell you from personal experience that if you make a decision, a postulate, you will get an answer back. A very low-level example is a friend of mine who was a physicist that I worked with in the computer business.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, giving him the Montauk project to read. Mm-hmm. So I wanted a physicist. I ready to give it to a couple physicists to read, just to get their feedback. And he told me when he read it, he says, you're the most open-minded person I've ever heard of, when he read the book. Oh. A couple years later, he talked about Montauk with reference to it. He kind of got on board a little bit with it, because he was just a physicist. But he told me, about it, he had an occult experience once, he said, that him and his friends wanted to go into New England and have an occult experience. And I think they just drove, and I guess they ended up in meeting a real witch.
Wow.
It was just kind of a synchronistic resonance, and she showed up. Now, they weren't heavy-duty magicians or anything. They were just a bunch of college kids or something that wanted to have an occult experience. So they went into New England and they met a witch.
It's usually, this is the beginning of a horror film, is a bunch of stupid kids wanting an occult experience, and they make the wrong turn, and we know what happens.
Yeah, of course. But they were older than kids, and they weren't really looking for anything more than that. They met their witch. Now, there are a lot of witches in New England, but back in those days, probably the 1970s, if not the 1960s, they still existed, but it wasn't necessarily, if you go into New England right now, the only witches you're probably going to find are, those that would be equated to a cereal box. Because it's kind of like, okay, I mean, you might find one, because they do exist, but, they're not going to be out there, but I mean, the point was, they put out a thought into the occult universe, and these were like academic people. They weren't like occultists, this was back in a day when you didn't have that stuff. People didn't think like they do today. They had an experience. There was a low level. You put out a thought, you get it, you have it. Okay, good. You go home and say, I had an occult experience. It might not amounted to much, other than the fact that it shows that when you put out an intention, there will be a resonant response. How strong it will be depends on a lot of other factors, plus the infrastructure of the hierarchy that is overseeing your life.
Yes.
It may not be good for you to have that more. If you want to, become, the head of IBM, it might be unrealistic for you to do it. Now, it's not that you can't do it, but you're going to have to overcome all that infrastructure, and you're going to have to invest so much time and energy, you might be better off not doing it. And that's where you have to learn, what is your destiny? What is your place in life? The famous quarterback, Tom Brady, is a case in point in the opposite. This is a guy who joined the New England Patriots with a quarterback who was over him, who was an established quarterback, very good. And Tom Brady said, I'm going to be the quarterback of this team. And he supplanted him with the help of an injury, but he supplanted him. And his friends told me, what are you kidding? Why are you going to overtake this? You're not going to do this. You're not as good as this guy. He didn't care. He did it. And it was sheer competitiveness. And he was picked, I think, 96 or 98 which is actually pretty good if you think about it. You're one of the 100 best players in college. But he had such determination and such strength. He also had enough credentials. He didn't have strong credentials, but he had enough credentials to get picked in the 6th round and make it, and then take what he had and make it into something, have some good fortune along the way, which consolidate it, and then keep building on it and keep building on it and building on it. So, it's not like any kid can go out and say, I want to be quarterback like that and succeed at it. He had a lot, but it was part of his destiny. But he had to work it and make it. So it's like you put out a thought. He didn't need to use the Vox Arca, but he used the thought. So when we go back to Solomon, okay, there was an animal skin involved. There were Urim and Thummim involved. And if you trace back, and there are people who've worked with this, and there's other people who've written about this. I'm just trying to put it in context with harnessing the power of God with respect to reversing, the negative energy we're talking about. The Keno's creating the God's chaos. Now, you got to keep in mind, all of these Jewish priests, as they've been portrayed to us, are the opposite of the kings of Edom.
Yes.
This is not who they are or what they are. But you would suspect that the Edomites, if we want to play the game of idealizing Israel, we have the game that there's this continuous Edomic force that's trying to neutralize or neuter that power. So we could say that the diaspora, or that which followed Solomon, was a reaction by all of those Edomic forces, which was to take that energy and dissipate it, make it inaccessible even to the Jewish priesthood itself. And it's now vacated. And keep in mind, this is only one lens. It's the lens that we've been given from the, Judaic Christian tradition. So it's like, but of course it's interesting because we're talking about how are we going to harness, say, the energy of the time reactor to reverse the energy of the apocalyptic negativity,
right,
that Aquino was trying to basically destroy the world with.
Yes.
And I can't dismiss the concept that he was only trying to destroy it to the degree that he could control it.
His thoughts, yes.
And it's an attempt to control. And so to get back to my theme is, certainly I have a positive intention. You have some visceral experience with its iterations, and certainly it's a matter of protection for you.
Yes.
Because it's an instrument, it's definitely an instrument of power. It's an instrument of power that's created as a result of these chaotic forces.
Yes.
That would and could use it to hurt humanity. It's what it was there for. And then we're putting value on the information you have to share in the perspective of, know the truth and the truth shall set you free.
Yes.
So it's more about learning the truth than perhaps it is about reciting grimoire.
Yes.
And I'm not dismissing that. I'm just, sort of exploring the whole idea of it, and certainly keeping the negative entities at bay. And it's like we're moving into this realm of, because I talk about these entities, you begin to think, okay, we're talking about the entities, all of a sudden they're here. These are the entities that don't want things to happen. These are the entities that want things to happen in a positive way. It's like what is the balance of power in the universe? There's equilibrium. So I think that I've run a little overtime. I'll listen to you for a little bit. I've got to get up in the morning and go to jury duty.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, I feel so bad for you. I mean, what if these people start? Do you think there's any chance that this will impact upon your ability to leave for Romania? If this...
Absolutely not, because I just will simply go. You in the past, I haven't even had to show them. I'll bring my ticket with me, my plane ticket with me for Michigan,
Right.
and say, I'm going to Michigan. And they say, okay, you're going to Michigan. And sometimes they'll say, okay, that's good. Thanks for showing up, and that's your jury duty. Last time it's like, okay, they told all of us, any of those of you who can't go, put your name in this box. So I put my name in the box. And then they send me the notice later saying, now you're a standby juror for these 5 days. I don't know what a standby juror means. If it means I'm going to stand by and be picked, and then once I'm picked, I tell them I can't go. If I have to stand by for 5 days, no, we don't need you. You go. Fine. Bye-bye. They might keep me there for 5 days and say, we don't need you. Okay. Or they might keep me there for 3 days and say, oh, okay, we're calling on you. Okay, you can't go? We don't need you. Okay, goodbye. Which means they'll either say, you've done your service, or we'll call you back in 2 months. And if they call me back in 2 months, so be it.
Okay.
I'll probably have to go through the same problem because I'm planning to go to North Carolina in 2 months or 3 months. So it's like, I travel too much. I travel too much for them. Once you turn 70, you can claim you're 70.
And that's enough? Theoretically?
Yeah, you don't have to serve if you're 70.
I remember that. Yeah, go on.
That's in New York. I don't know if it applies because I've been avoiding them for a year. I don't mind serving. I just don't want it to conflict with my trips. But I will go down there and quote unquote be good.
We definitely, you're in our prayers, and we want to make certain that you definitely enjoy this, because jury duty can be enjoyable, just the whole process.
No, I will bring work with me, which means basically a notepad and or a book, and I will write while I have free time on my hands.
Right.
I don't know what I will write, but yeah. So anyway. This was very interesting because I'm just trying to, because it's like all of life is so much metaphor versus reality.
Yes.
And so we can't dismiss the fact that there's knowledge here to obtain, and I'm going to have to look up Urim and Thummim, which I said were.
Do you think that actress Uma Thurman was named after that?
My friend Alan knows her very well.
Does he really?
Yeah. Her father is a Buddhist scholar of some renown.
That figures, yes.
Yeah, and I think he gave her the book Transylvania Sunrise. I don't think she ever responded to it or whatever. But she came out. I don't even think he knew this. I don't know. He still sees some of his clients. He's kind of retired. He's doing other stuff, but she came, because he didn't know this. I saw it in the press. I told him she came out as a big victim of sexual what do you call it? Me Too stuff with Harvey Weinstein.
Understood. Okay.
Harvey Weinstein. And you've described your landlord.
Yes.
I think, I don't know what she looks like, but I think I'd pick her over Harvey Weinstein. I like to project myself into being a girl for him, but I'd say
oh my
he's
God.
pretty pretty creepy.
Oh God, they all
But
were.
no, that Uma is different than Irma. Uman and Thurum. I don't know what the hell that name came from for her, but the Uma Thurman, Thurman, yeah, Urim and Thuman,
Yeah. Oh.
and that's I'll look that up before I go because that's part of talking, part of the talking procedure with whatever was going on, going back to Aaron. And there's a lot of history, and there's probably hidden volumes and nuggets of volumes which explain it, that might give more contextualization. And I'm, I don't like the Judaic Western tradition. I'm really not fond of it.
Yeah, same here. Oh.
But it's the whole structure on which certainly what we're talking about is based. Because it's like the kings of Edom is comes from that tradition, and I guess it gets oversimplified. The whole Western culture is based upon this, and then when you get some of the Moorish element in it, you get a lot of different enlightenments. The world is damn complex, and so, and then to actually think about, if you think of Radu going back into his holographic records and looking back, he's going back to the time of Jesus a couple times. What about going back to the Ark of the Covenant, the building of Solomon's temple? That might be a lot more interesting.
Yes.
But I would tell you it would be a lot more challenging in terms of literature to portray it. One of my favorite authors is my friend, I haven't spoken to her in years, Catherine Neville, who wrote the book The Eight. She wrote a book that was very compelling. I never finished it, but I loved it. It wasn't because I didn't like it. Called The Magic Circle. And it's about the key incidents of the time of Christ. And it's written, she's a great author. She's a great author. She wrote the first computer program for OPEC. Computer program. She, had some dealings with Gaddafi. I don't know how personal they were, but she's a great writer, and she wrote this book called The Magic Circle. I wouldn't mind, because it just portrays the elements that were going on at that time period. It has to do with a magic circle, and it's in the context of magic. So that was very interesting, and it was very compelling reading. But I should actually, that would be something to read if I could find the book, take it with me to jury duty. But yeah, very good. So when you get all this context of what the hell's going on at that time period, but to go back into the time of the Ark of the Covenant and all that stuff, it would be very challenging for Radu. If he could go back and look at it, he could explain it. He explains some very complicated stuff very well, but it's very challenging and very interesting. I kind of get the idea when I was saying it. Well, what forces might come and say, you can't look at that, because when they began to ask information about who built this structure and why, they got blocked. They weren't allowed to go there. They were censored. They were not allowed to ask those questions. And that's, so be it. So censorship applies at the highest level of consciousness. You're not to go there. Anyway, and this is what we're dealing with here, because we are allowed to go into certain areas here.
That's right.
So with that, I say good night. I plan to be with you on Wednesday. I don't know how much my life will be compromised with jury duty.
Understood.
Hopefully it'll be all over tomorrow, but
Yes.
I don't know. I can't predict. So anyway,
Well,
good night.
Yes, we
and
love you
I'll
dearly, and we share that love with Paula. And tell people about Skybooks USA and whatever book deals we might have.
well, there are still some book deals that you can get with if you go to skybooksusa.com, and you can get the Philadelphia Experiment Murder, and on sale is the hardcover edition of the Montauk Project, which will be autographed by myself, and we'll go from there. And we'll hopefully see you Wednesday.
Yes. Okay, we look
Certainly
forward
for
to
part of the night, if not the whole night.
Understood, understood. And whatever you can spare to grace us with your presence is appreciated. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. And that was Peter Boone, skybooksusa.com. And now I have to restart the call. So I'm going to try and get some people on call. And let's see if we can make that happen. So we are going to, let me see, our man Joe Ty got home. And let me try calling you now. Let me try calling you now, and let's see if we could do that. And I'll try somebody. I should have thought about this before I let our man go. But the way it's looking, I'm not quite sure. I may just have to rely on whoever I can grab, and we take it from there. So you're going to hear some ringing, and this is just to buy myself a little more time to before I go into monologue. Oh my God, he's here! Oh, thank God. So how are you, Joe?
Good.
Now tell me, what's your schedule like? How late can you stay up? I'm not going to keep you up late if you need to get up early tomorrow.
No, I can be up.
Well, what time are you getting up tomorrow?
Much later than before.
Oh, thank God. And yeah, okay, if you want to play coy about it, I'll let you get away with that. That's fine by me. So long as you can spare a little bit of time with myself, that's deeply appreciated. Let's see if we can add some participants. We're going to try a few other people to bounce off against. And this will be, of course, simply to keep myself in the position of, shall we say, get myself into a position where I can monologue freely. Other than that, of course, these wonderful people are all generally night owls from what I've been made to understand. Not quite sure about the Curious Girl might even be on at the present moment, so I'm not quite sure about that. She doesn't seem to have blocked herself off on the call section, however, so all I need to do is take a little look at the YouTube, just see if she's on or not, and give me a second there while I check. Since I'm subscribed to her, that would let me know, and wouldn't want to, embarrass us both by calling her in the middle of her own program. But okay. That being what it is, doesn't look like she's on. Looks like I'm free to give her a try, and not that I expect her to respond. But other than that, of course, tell us a little bit about how your day went while I'm, meandering. Dear Joe. Joe. Oh,
Yes.
shit. Is he there?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about how your day went, Joe.
It's okay. No, I'm getting a little bit better. I got the treatment for my back.
Yes, tell us about that. How is your back?
It's getting better. I think the treatment's working. I went to the chiropractor
Okay.
and got some treatment, so
Uh-huh.
it does work.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You're so fortunate, and all of this is covered by insurance?
Yeah, the workers' comp, I think.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. And so do you still pay a copay or something like that, or?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, I'm adding a bunch of other people. Let's see who responds. And I'm so glad that you're so fully covered. And is that because of union or because of your past? You somehow gained all this coverage in the past.
No, it's just workman's comp. It's
Okay.
filed.
That's amazing. And so you did go workers' comp to a degree, and that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're taking advantage of that. Now let's hope that some people also join us. You have someone to bounce off against, because I certainly don't want to leave you alone on stage. Though I think you can handle it fairly
Yeah,
well.
sure.
And not that I would be gone that long, but just even for a few minutes, some people can't stand it. You, on the other hand, are made of sterner stuff, and I know
Oh,
that you're.
thank you.
Yes. Now let's see. Now, if we get anyone responding, oh my God, it's just you and I. So, like earlier tonight, no one responded to our calls. I'm not exactly, how should I say it? I think that. Now, did you have a nap today?
Yeah.
You did. You did.
Yeah.
Good. So, what do you think you could talk about for a few minutes that you'd be confident you could hold the stage for a few minutes with? Any particular subject matter? Say
Oh,
the
yeah.
assassination in Japan or anything like that? Anything you
Oh,
wish.
Albania, I was looking at it.
Okay. Well, I'll speak to that later. You don't need to speak to that. Why don't you talk about what else were you thinking about? What else was on your mind?
Oh, I sent you something on Skype, and
Oh, you
might be
did.
talking about those stuff.
That's right. You had plenty of stuff that you could talk about. Do me a favor. Why don't you talk about any of those subjects? I'll be gone for about 5-6 minutes. I'll be back, and I'm gonna go mute, and you'll hold the stage. I have every confidence you can do this. Is that cool with you?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Wonderful. Now speak loud. Shout into your version of what passes for a microphone so that people can hear you. Let's hear you talk a little louder. Let's do a test
Okay.
sentence. Say, "Hey, it's Joe." So let's do a test.
Hey, this is Joe.
A little louder than that, please.
Much louder than that.
Lot
Oh my God.
louder than that, if you could. Yeah, that's you're kind of
Okay.
far away from your microphone. Whatever you've got for a microphone, it's like oral sex. It doesn't work unless you get right into it. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
I better be good at oral sex then.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, good Lord, you've had enough women in your life. You've had enough ladies. All right, now, okay. I'm going to go mute. Joe's gonna inform and entertain and elucidate, and I'll be back in about 6-7 minutes. And everybody enjoy the company of Mr. Tai, born in Taiwan as myself, though very Americanized, sadly. Nevertheless, unlike myself, he went to Chinese school, so he has a little bit of understanding of Asian culture. And with that, he's all yours, and the stage is yours, Joe. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Bless you. You're doing well.
All right. Well, that's the thing. I was looking at this article where they were talking about how people should learn how to learn to lose, and I think that's it. We have a history of making things look like we won everything, and it's built on a false foundation. And you know how false foundations don't work; they crumble. They take all the foundation, and and if you build things on a lie, it's gonna crumble. It's gonna crumble. You're not gonna learn anything because you can't fix anything because it's like you don't know what the truth is, and when you don't know what the truth is, you're not gonna be able to fix anything because the information is false. And this is why Douglas is so important to us. We're able to get the real info and know what the problem is, and see. It's like a doctor telling you, you got AIDS, but actually you got herpes. So how maybe it's an antiviral drug that you got and you just lucked out, but if it doesn't work, you gotta have the right cure for the right disease, but that's what I realize. Americans are they don't like to admit they lost, and that's the problem. I was just at my I was trying to get my a silver wing fixed. It's a scooter, and I went to this guy that's like a Trumper that was fixing, repairing the motorcycle. I was talking about how good Trump was, and I was say, "Oh, okay, this is how you are." I said, "So you really think Trump is that good? I mean, businessmen are out to make a buck, and they'll screw you any way they can just to make that buck." I forgot to tell him, if you think Trump was that good, all right, I'm going to tell him this when I talk to him next week when he gives me a price for fixing my scooter, but I'm thinking about just not even letting him have the business, but I'm going to still go over there and talk to him about, yeah, you've been talking about how good Trump is, all these things. And they can't even accept that they lost to the Japanese, They lost to the Japanese in World War II. This guy is like in his late 60s, trying to sell his property on this business on the motorcycle. He probably learned how to screw people over big time, He was talking to me about, it's going to cost $1,900. This guy left his Suzuki at his shop. And he said, he left it there for like 3 years. And if I put a mechanic's lien on it, it'll be not worth my time. And, so I sold it to some other guy for $200. And the guy never picked up his motorcycle in this. But, he's still denying stuff. He won't accept the fact that they lost World War II. These are the same Trump-tards that believe that they could literally steal the election physically. This is how stupid these Trump-tards are, They, we know that we have an electoral college. You can't win. You have no rights to vote for the president. You only have the rights to the popular vote, and he lost both of that. How can these people still believe the crap that they do believe in? Yeah, and yeah. So I was already questioning how Trump would be good for the country. How the hell can he be good for the country? If he was that good of a person, had that good of a businessman, his casinos won't be bankrupt. Wouldn't it be? This is what I'm questioning. Sure, if you're a civilian and you do bankruptcy, the country can take care of it. But if you're the country and you go bankrupt, how the hell can you be president of this country, allowing the casino to go out of business? All three of them. Okay, I could understand Atlantic City, just, two of its casinos went out. Okay, but he kept one. No, he lost all of it. This is how stupid these idiots are, saying that, he's going to fix America and all this bullshit. He can't even fix his own casinos that were profitable. How can he fix anything? These are the Trump tards I'm dealing with. So, America's got to wake up. They refuse to see shit. They believe that George Washington was the first president. No, he wasn't. We had a Continental Congress before he became president, and they had presidents before that. It's Washington. They were brainwashing everybody with tons of lies. And I was looking at Howard Zinn, a historian. I mean, he was actually in the military that joined the Air Force, bombing other countries, and was the first one to use, Agent Orange in Europe. I think in World War II, he got a the only thing he got out of it was a good free education the GI Bill gave him. And he really took advantage of it. And I think not all the older generations are that terrible if Howard Zinn was a historian. His stuff is pretty interesting. Maybe his views might be different from Douglas, but the info is quite forward, and he does talk about how America wiped out a whole city of Muslims, every man, woman, and child, and how Theodore congratulated these military men for committed genocide. I mean, he said he's an anti-war guy, but he was in the military.
Yes.
So,
yes, by the way, I just got back and I just heard the last few sentences there. So our man Joe Tai is talking about Howard Zinn, and it is important to remember, of course, and never forget that Howard Zinn was basically an ideological communist. But at the same time, it's also important to remember that Howard Zinn is not to be disregarded because of that. His history is maybe ideologically oriented, but nevertheless quite sound. There's nothing that Howard Zinn is saying that's a lie, so long as you take into account and subsequently dismiss the Marxian orientation, which really doesn't come out that much with Howard Zinn because that's not his main objective. His main objective is not to proselytize communism, but rather to get out the reality of America's hidden history. Howard Zinn is indispensable. He's really an individual who, as Joe Tai says, is basically required reading. There's no other word for it. It's his history that should be school history, to tell you the truth. And even down towards the labor orientation of his history, which I think he kind of is obsessed with exaggerating his own labor roots to give himself some kind of proletarian bona fides. But aside from that, Joe, take it from there.
Oh, this proves that Douglas information is correct. You have a World War II veteran that even though he's, in a sense, every idiot in America in World War II is claiming to be communist anyways. I mean, just look at FDR.
Yes.
Look at Smedley Butler. They're all brainwashed communists.
It's quite true. Go on. Yes.
I was even talking to this Chinese American that was born in 1963 and went into the Marines. He sounds like a goddamn commie. I have to deal with these idiots, But, I know what I'm talking about. And so does Douglas, Even though I'm not pro-war, I can understand where Douglas comes from, But he's a vampire, He has to eat, People are his food, So
By the way,
I understand that. I can't accept that. Hey, a lion has to eat, right?
Oh my gosh, yes.
You can't all be rabbits, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. By the way, just a message from our man, Peter Moon. He says, you can share this aloud with the audience if you wish. From me, as I suspected, there is considerable fodder with regard to the Urim and Thummim with the previous themes mentioned in this broadcast. It is, however, far more extensive and detailed than even I suspected. It is very rich stuff that will require a lot of recontextualization vis-a-vis the Vox Arca and all that represents, and will require a lot of homework by myself and correlation with Douglas. It will be educational at the least, and hopefully a lot of fun. As always, there is a cautionary factor, but I am far less concerned about that aspect than I would be if we were talking about the gang stalking factors. This stuff is out of their league. Good night. So thank you, sir. Got it, and it is now relayed and on record. And turning back to our man Joe, I would just like you to clarify some things, Joe. So when you speak, of course, of being anti-war, it's important to know that Joe served in the military himself. And of course,
No. I was never in the military. I had a choice to go back to Taiwan and serve in their military. I almost joined the U.S. Army, but I never got in. I was thinking about all these things, but thank God I didn't join the Army. Thank God, from the shit I heard that the Army's about. Thank God I didn't join. But I would, if I joined, I would have learned that probably all your information is correct. But my son has joined the Navy.
Oh, that's where I got that from.
Yeah.
Oh my God, why did he do that?
Yeah, I was pissed off, sort of. I was trying to share you for him to look. I said, hey, before you join, go check out Douglas Dietrich.
Right.
Hear what he's talking about.
Right.
Figure this out. But, if he didn't go in, I wouldn't know what you were talking about was true or not, about the military. And guess what? You're correct. Everything that you said is what the military is about. Commissioned officer, non-commissioned officer. I didn't know anything about the military,
Yes.
But, I told him not to, do anything stupid like being on the front lines like you did.
Right.
At least he wasn't crazy enough to join the infantry,
Right. Well, the Navy can be just as bad if things get hot.
Yeah.
But oh my God, I had no idea. I somehow got the impression that you had been in the Navy, but now that you
I've been surrounded by military men since I was growing up. They had handlers for me when I was a kid.
Right.
Like you, probably. Like you.
Yeah.
I grew up in Manville, where this dishwasher was a big 6-foot Irishman.
Yeah.
Richard Flanagan. He was actually a nice military guy that was working for the Red Cross, in the Korean War. And I learned a lot from him. I learned the Irish culture from him, And later on, I get another handler that's in the Army. One of my friends, I met at my father's restaurants when I was a little kid, like around the same time. It was in Manville, New Jersey, where they had Frank's Chicken House, where this strip joint was right next to the Catholic school,
Holy shit. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was called Sacred Heart. I went to that Catholic school. I didn't even know it until, Howard Stern was talking about how he loved going down there to the strip joint over there. Because,
I mean,
that's where you see everything, because they don't have alcohol. So you get to see everything, from the bottom to the top. So.
No. That's incredible, and it's quite funny as well. I'm just what can I say? I'm just so when your son, because whenever you do speak, you're not necessarily a how do I say this? We, as Peter Moon said, we've got to kind of get the chronology out of you, because oftentimes the facts come out of you and they're not necessarily in a chronological order. So that's why sometimes it's easy for me and others to potentially conflate what you're saying. In other words, kind of confuse what you're saying in terms of its analogy in terms of its chronology, I mean to say. And now that I found out your son is in the Navy and this happened, you've been listening to me for a while. So when did he join the Navy? How long ago was this?
May 2019.
May have yesteryear. Okay, so you hadn't.
Yeah, a couple of years now. I've been listening to you, but
okay.
I had to check out the facts before I.
Right. And I'm so glad you did. I'm proud of you, and I just wish that you had gotten your son to listen to me before he decided to do that. But like you said, through him, you're finding out everything I said is true. Yes, and that's important to emphasize. By the way, I'm going to take another very short break. I'm going to leave you in charge of the stage again for a little bit. I'm going to, now that I finish this Coke, throw this away and rinse the taste out of my mouth. So I'm going to go mute. The stage is yours for another several minutes. I'll be right back, okay? And you can go back to what you were speaking about. Yes, with Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn was indeed a bombardier. He was one of these bomber crewmen during World War II. And so he's dead now, sadly. I mean,
yeah, so that's why I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, thank you.
Taking over to make your point of view of how history really is, because Howard Zinn has made your information relevant.
Yes.
Even though he's a commie,
yeah.
But he's more of a pacifist. But the funny thing is, he was, he became a pacifist afterwards, and he was a pro anti segregationist. He was talking about how he was in a shipyard and trying to recruit people in the Union, and how the Union was actually racist during that time.
Yeah, no, very much so, and connected it with the underworld and communism and everything else. Yes. Okay. Take over. I'll be back in several minutes, and the stage is yours again for a bit.
Yeah. So we got a treasure here. We got a treasure that thank God, Douglas can live hopefully another 200 something years, because I heard vampires can live for 300 or something like that. So hopefully we don't lose him like we lost Howard Zinn in 2010, and now it's 2022. So we're not getting the information we need to make those changes that society needs to make, And these are the people that we need to educate every American and non-American in this world. And, he's a treasure. There's nobody that can tell you all these things from his perspective. How the hell would you know that your military was into these crazy satanic stuff? But now he's proven it. I was dating a girl that was molested, abused, and also tortured, waterboarding and drowned when she was like 12. This is, and the piece of shit father is probably a Vietnam Marine. But I can't say that all the Marines are assholes. I mean, just look at Kawasaki, the rich dad, poor dad. He was a Marine. But his father was one of these educational professors that was the poor dad. But he joined, in Vietnam. But he wasn't he was in the front lines, but not as a fighter on the ground. He was a Air Force Marine pilot.
Okay, so I just got back, and we're talking about a Marine pilot in Vietnam. Who are we talking about now?
A rich dad, poor dad, Mr. Kawasaki.
Oh, right! That's
was a
right.
Marine. I was
Okay.
saying, what the hell? You know,
Who,
it
the
was like
You're
pro-Trump
talking
and
about
all this stuff.
the
I said, what the fuck is going on here?
yeah. You're talking about the Japanese author, the Japanese
Yeah.
American author of the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. He was a Marine Corps pilot
Yeah.
in Vietnam. You're kidding me.
No, he grew up in Hawaii. He was talking about how his uncle and were forced into fighting the war in Europe for the Americans.
Uh-huh.
And so I said, oh shit, does Douglas know about this? So I'm talking about him right now because you were talking about Rich Dad Poor Dad.
That's right.
But this guy loved Trump, you know. I said,
did he really? Who that
Yeah.
Japanese guy who wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad is a Trump cultist?
yeah, the guy is a Trump cultist.
Oh my god. Oh my
But
god.
but he admits he's the bad guy, you know. He knows he's the bad guy, you know. But you know, how can you say you can like this fucker because Trump went bankrupt on all its casinos, you know? So how can you be a government and go bankrupt, right? You can be a citizen and go bankrupt, and hopefully the government will cover you. All right? But you can't have the government go bankrupt on you, right?
No.
So why are Americans allowing this piece of crap talking about he's a good businessman when he goes bankrupt?
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's the most puzzling aspect of his bullshit mystique to me, is that how you had all kinds of people just reflexively saying he's a good businessman, and it's all bullshit. He's not a good businessman at all. And so it's just, oh god, I'm just, you're left at a loss for words at that level of stupidity. But so you let me just kind of try and so I brought up this guy before, and I forget his name. What's his name again? The Japanese American guy.
Kawasaki? It's Kawasaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. I forgot his first name, but I was listening to his podcast and trying to understand this Japanese American, how he thinks and why he thinks the way he does, you know. But I realized we're sort of all, if we grew up in the 80s, I grew up in the 80s thinking that I was white, and I was listening to, I was watching Benny Hill, then Rush Limbaugh was talking about, how America is and how it should be and all this bullshit, you know?
You bought into that? At that time you bought into that?
Well, I was young. I was stupid. I was probably 8 years old or 9 years old.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. So, I was watching, it's like Benny Hill.
Right.
It's like a little kid's adult-rated, girls in lingerie. Who doesn't love that? Then they put them, because that's the only thing to watch. You know how TV was in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
You were forced into watching Limbaugh if you stay up late enough.
Okay. Yeah.
But these are the nutcases these Republicans are. I believe, I voted Bush the first time. But after I realized how much of a liar these assholes are, no new taxes, right? And these idiots still are Republicans. They still believe the bullshit. They still believe in the lie.
Really, just sad. But
that's the brainwashing that the 80s had. Everybody believed Reagan was great. Oh my God, Reagan was great. Even now the Republicans I was next to the State House. I was working in the Capitol area where these Republicans came in. I was picking their brains.
Yeah. And at the time you were working, what job was this?
Well, in Rain. I mean,
where you were doing the cooking.
I wasn't the chef then. I was a waiter.
Okay.
I like waitering to pick people's brains. I
Right.
learned a lot of stuff coming up here in Albany,
Right.
and I'm trying to understand the culture here.
Right.
I met Masons here. I got a different point of view. I had a chance when I got framed for resisting arrest in Hamilton to do community service, and I didn't know nothing about the Masonry, but they had a volunteer where I can go into a Mason home to do volunteer work, and that's what I did. I said, "Shit, Bush was a Mason and all this stuff." I got in there in Princeton University, this black part of Princeton University that had the Prince Hall Masonic temple, but it has a bar in the bottom, and it has the Eastern Star, and and it was a black masonry. I was surprised.
Right.
And I realized, the Prince Hall was the first black mason, was the masonry for America.
Right.
Because I heard Prince Hall, they had one in Massachusetts there. And a lot, and
Go on.
and Prince Hall was probably originated in Jamaica.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably Hamilton came out. He was born in Jamaica, I think. He
Alexander
grew up
Hamilton.
in Jamaica. Yeah.
Oh, is that why they portray him as black in the play?
I think so. I think he was probably they claim that he's white, but he probably a mix. A lot of these forefathers are probably half black. If you
Or mixed because they were all fucking their slaves, or the products
absolutely.
of fathers who were fucking their slaves, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. I never thought of it that way with the Hamilton play. I thought it was just stupidity that they had a black guy playing him, but now...
No, I think he grew up in Jamaica, or he was born there. I forgot which one, but he was...
That's right. No, I remember that now.
Yeah.
So you're right. That's not necessarily as off as I thought it to be. That's so thank you for that. By the way, I do want to get a bit into the chat room here, and then talk a bit more with our man Joe Ty here to kind of contextualize what he's been trying to say. And so there we are. The Blue Daisy said, my earbuds are working now. So there we are. And T Tank Barry says, what up, Doug? Hope you got the drop. I did, sir. And like I said earlier, and hopefully you hear it on the replay, thanks to T Tank Barry dropping $100 through the mail slot, I was able to make next month's rent. So I do have enough money for next month's rent, and God bless him. And thanks to our man Eric Lastic sending a money order for $25, then I'm got some beer money, and Douglas Marks has participated now with $50 from now forgive me, Douglas Marks. I confuse you sometimes with Marcus Grix because of the names, Marks and Marcus. And I believe Marcus Grix is in Australia. But Douglas Marks might be in Australia too. If so, he contributed $50 United States dollars, perhaps in Australian dollars. Let's see what that interpreted to in the PayPal. I'm going to log into PayPal and see what his dollars transformed into. And he may be using American dollars. He might be in the United States. But it seems I got the full amount, thank God. So nothing was taken out. So if he contributed Australian dollars, he had to contribute maybe $60, $70 or something like that to get that to be 50 in United States dollars. But as it is, thank God for that, because I always need something on that card. And I had to transfer the majority of what was in the card to the bank to make certain I had money towards rent to be paid on the 1st. So Douglas Marks, you are the man. And I'm just going to read aloud what both of these men said here. T. Tank Berry said, greetings from Sonoma County, 20th thumbs up for the transmission. God bless you, sir. Everyone else, do make certain, as I said before, you've got to give an upvote from every IP port you've got, so that we get a different IP address on it and get the upvotes up so we show up in searches. Because otherwise, we just don't, with all the downvotes that we get from the gang stalkers. And believe me, whatever upvotes we got so far, the gang stalkers are still way ahead of the game. So we probably got twice as many downvotes. And granted, maybe at this point, all the Autobot downvotes have been filtered out by YouTube, but it helps to get every upvote we can get. Now with Douglas Marks, he says, "Hello everyone, and God bless. Today we honor a legend, Nikola Tesla, who wanted to give the world free energy, electricity, a man with a heart, and he said, I got my payday, just donated $100 on your website with my debit card. Everyone, please support Douglas Dietrich. His information will change your life. God bless you, Douglas Marks. I got your contribution. God bless you, T. Tank Berry. I got your contribution. Douglas Marks contributed $100. T. Tank Berry contributed $100. And our man Eric Laystick contributed $250. How far is away? Was Mirthling says some other stuff. And then she was mentioning the Kominsky method. Jesus, you okay there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And then Marky Milk says, Captain Planet was the show with the magic rings. Thank you. Super Slinky was asking if we were live, and Mirthling assured her yes. And then Nathan Brooks was saying goodnight, Aaron, because Aaron Tice was leaving at the time. And so Nathan Brooks is still with us, hopefully. God bless him. He was leaving some messages on my machine, and that was great. I finally figured out who that was because it wasn't identifying him. And okay, I think that we're doing all right. And what I'm going to do is ask Joe to speak again. The lady Diane Hillis-Buchberger really enjoys when you speak. She says you're quite hilarious. So you're very funny, actually. You're very good with you have a funny how would I say it? Your presentation is such that it comes across as humorous, and I think you are intending that, I think, to a degree.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a comedian.
Yes. By the way, for what it's worth, your delivery is a bit better than Brandon Young's. Now, Brandon Young tries to be impish, and the other night he was trying that with our dear lady Noreen Helpan. His delivery needs some work, and I'll talk to him about that. But it's delivery is everything in comedy. And so our lady Noreen was asking about that, and I was explaining that to her. It's just sometimes it's just a matter of delivery.
I think I got help from my Jewish chiropractic doctor who's a comedian. So I have him touching my bones, and hopefully it comes out as funny.
There we are. He tickled your funny bone. There. And let me see if I can get my voice back. Here's something funny. I got a contribution from Zezmina Hashan for $3.42. So shout out to him. At the same time, you wonder, why do you bother? I mean,
well, it all adds up, Douglas. But at least they're listening. That means you still, nothing's too small as long as they contribute. It's something that it adds up,
Mm.
We just need more people listening. That's all.
Joe. Yes. Joe is right. Yeah.
Thank you for the contribution of $3.
Yes. Yeah. Joe holds the moral high ground here. He holds the moral high ground. It's not so much just that I'm asking from my perspective, though. I do wonder from the other person's perspective. You do wonder it's kind of like well,
I never contributed to PBS, but I contributed to you, Douglas.
And that's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. That's, and your point's well taken. I'll just work with it. I'll work with it. It's
Yeah,
like every bit
because
counts. I do tell
all we
people that.
need is 100 more people doing that, or 1,000 more people doing that, and hopefully we get to the millions.
Someday.
A
We'll,
million pennies is,
yeah,
it's a lot of money.
I don't know. Is a million pennies that much money?
Yeah, the copper's worth more than penny. So
Oh my god. It's but definitely I'm just glad that I've got Joe to put things in some perspective for us. So here's some things, Joe. You were saying earlier, and I'm just trying to kind of clarify things here, just for the sake of some casual conversation. So earlier you were saying, yeah, I'm kind of pro peace myself, and Howard Zinn is pro peace, and I'm not saying you're wrong when you say that I'm quote unquote pro war. I mean, obviously, I've made arguments for the necessity of war before, and so I'm certainly.
Yeah, that's why I didn't talk to JMO or you during that time, because
Mm-hmm.
he was, a chouse guy, wants everything to go to shit,
Yeah. Chaos guy. Yeah. Well, he's just pure raw evil. You're talking about Jameson. You're no longer talking about war, but mass
Oh,
murder.
JMO the Lamo.
Yeah,
JMO the Lamo.
Yeah, yeah. But that being said, so I've obviously expressed the necessity of war. I've argued for.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not against lions eating meat.
Right. Okay, so whoa. Okay, so we're talking about, say, for instance, when I'm advocating the necessity of armed conflict or force majeure, right of force in situations where diplomacy.
But I wouldn't promote war. I understand it happens. You can't stop bad things from happening or good things from happening.
Right. But all that being said, so just to kind of understand some of what you're saying, then we go from there to what you just said, lions eating meat. And so you kind of went to my vampirism. Then when you went to my vampirism, and I appreciate your intent. Your intent is, as our man Joe tried to do the other day, he was trying to normalize my blood drinking by comparing it to, what was it, babies drinking their mother's milk or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when
we all eat from the living. I mean,
I'm sorry. What?
We all eat from living stuff. I mean,
Right.
Vegetables are living stuff.
Right. So I have pointed out, of course, that for everyone or anything to live, something has to die, because we're all eating something. And even if you're a vegetarian, you are still eating plants which have been proven to have their own level of consciousness. So anyone who feels that they've somehow beaten the game by being vegetarian, it's all bullshit. The primary
Exactly.
energy producers, the plants, are quite aware in their own way when you're plucking them or harvesting them, etc. So you're not beating the game at all. Now that being said, but there's a difference between, of course, the food chain and war making. So war making is a whole different ball game from just eating and sustenance at the survival level. So were you kind of feeling, I mean, or are you kind of, I'm just wondering if you're under the impression that my vampirism has something to do with my, shall we say, militancy? Was that your impression?
No. I'm just saying God created everything, and
Right.
Douglas is part of God too.
Thank you. I mean that's appreciated. But okay. But it's not that it's not necessarily wrong what you're saying if you were saying that. I'm just trying to contextualize everything, just trying to understand it, make certain that we're communicating.
Wow.
So all of that being said, when did you ever talk to your son at all about me before he went to the Navy?
No, when I wanted him to be a hairdresser.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, that's a
I
nice
wanted him to
hairdresser's
be,
fine. But
and
what? By the way, why hairdresser? Why did you want him to be?
well, like you were born in, I'm in the feng shui stuff.
Yeah.
I understand why you were a librarian now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were born in October, Chinese September.
October.
Yeah, but it was be Chinese September.
But yeah, about Chinese September. Yeah. I mean, you know
Yeah.
the seasons pretty well. I mean, I'm impressed. You know your lunar calendar, right?
Oh, I've been trying to learn that stuff. Thank God they have Chinese, Malaysian writing Hong Kong people that write this feng shui stuff I can learn from.
Are you
But,
reading it in the original Cantonese, or I mean?
No, I suck in Chinese. I can't speak it. I can't read it. I can't write it. But I basic stuff, yeah. But it helps when the authors are good authors. They can write in English and interpret the Chinese into English. It's much clearer. Sometimes you can't understand the Chinese because there's triple meanings or dual meanings. And it's more specific. I can learn from that, and they can translate it over to English. It's more clear.
Yeah. Yes.
Like you are a treasure.
Oh, bless you.
You are able to contextualize what we can't perceive in our perspective because we can't see it. And when you're able to contextualize it, where we can absorb these information, it's rare that we can get a person to do that without having their propaganda, by the false history they learn.
Yes.
And that's what we're getting. America is getting the false history. We're not getting the real stuff. We're not going to be able to learn from the information if it's fake. It's like a doctor misdiagnosing the ailment. How are we going to fix it if he diagnosed you with something else?
Yes. No, definitely appreciate all that you're saying. And so tell us a bit more. There were some other things that you were bringing up aside from Howard Zinn. There were some other links that you had sent me about certain subjects. Could you relate something about those, or do you?
I forgot what else. The dysfunction of a military man that's higher than everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about these 3 generations of Marines. They're probably mentally fucked or something. Because they got to do something taboo.
No, when you say 3 generations, I'm thinking about your latest girlfriend. Are you saying 3 generations because of this study, or because of your experience with your latest girlfriend, who was a product of about 3 generations of Marines, right?
Yeah. So I'm thinking these guys are mind fucked or something. If they have, you are different matter because your mom was in the Kempe Tai.
Yes.
Dad was a naval master chief.
Yes. Essentially,
an enlisted man.
Yeah.
So I was curious about this because you said why, he should be, if he had a family, he should be a Mustang. Make it easy for these enlisted to join the ranks of officers or something.
They
You know
should
what I'm
have
saying?
some kind of, they should have some, honestly, to tell you the truth, a functional American military would follow what Heinlein proposed, which was that there should be no commissioned, non-commissioned. Everybody should start off as enlisted and then have the capacity or the opportunity to earn their way through meritocracy up to the rank of general or admiral, as the case may be. That was what Heinlein proposed, and that should obviously be the way it works for the American military, which is supposed to be representative of a democracy. But
Yeah, but I didn't want to sign my son into going to Indianapolis before he was 17 and becoming an officer. I think people should have the rights to, Hyman.
Did your son?
Your
Did your
ideas
son
are
go in
correct.
as an
I mean,
officer, or did he try to go to Annapolis, or he went in enlisted?
no, he almost, because his stepdad is enlisted, but he's they make him go to college to get his rankings. I mean, that's basically what officers have to do too, right? They have to.
I'm so sorry. Sammy's with us now, but before Sammy talks, try and make me understand this. I'm just trying to get, because I just got distracted enough for a moment there that I lost the narrative. Your son, obviously, at some point, you were talking to him about potentially entering Annapolis and becoming an officer, but he went in as an enlisted because the recruiter convinced him he might be able to make it to be an officer.
No, I didn't want to sign him in. I want him to make the choice of joining. I didn't want to say, "Oh, Dad helped me sign in, and it's his fault if everything turns to shit."
Right.
So,
So you didn't help him with that, but you.
No, I said, why don't you take a course in a couple courses in college and see how you do it?
Right. But he didn't do that.
He did. He went for one semester and he wasn't doing good in math. So, and
How old is he?
He's 22 now. Chinese 22. Yeah.
22. He's
Year of the Dragon. He was.
So he's kind of like.
But I saw his fortunes, and I knew he was going to be in part of the government. I was trying to get him to be a politician instead of a goddamn enlisted man.
Right.
But he wouldn't listen to me, so I guess that is fate, because everybody in that street I was living in a cul-de-sac was either in the military or in the Navy. Even my neighbor was. So I knew he was going to be in the military, even though I didn't want him to be, Chinese. They're not supposed to want their children to be in the military. I got yelled at for passing the army test, and my adopted father yelled at me for, hey, no good son goes into the military. You know?
That's right. That's right. That's the Chinese perspective, and
but I think my father had other motives because I was free labor.
Right. Yes. That's quite true. Yes, that's oh my god. So we welcome Samuel Romero. Welcome aboard, and let's see if we can hear you.
Hey, how's it going? How's everybody doing tonight?
Yes.
How you doing, Sammy?
Yes. Much the better for you joining us. So go on. Oh, please. Yeah.
Well, happy Sunday to everybody. Just today was filled with, church, family activities.
Yes.
I wanted to drop by in, but I kind of heard Peter Moon and you guys talking already. I'm like, oh crap, let me call back later.
Yeah.
But no, I'm kind of in a shock of the Prime Minister of Japan being assassinated.
Yes, I will cover that. I will put that in.
Yes, I hope you do.
That I can, but just to get one thing out of the way, so people understand.
Talk about going out with a bang.
Yes, going out with a bang. Yes, a homemade gun, no less. But just so people understand this, it is profoundly shocking, most certainly, but at the same time, fairly inconsequential, in the sense that Japan's ruling party is carrying out all of the prime minister's objectives and all of his agenda. So it's not like anything has changed. And bizarrely enough, it was the ruling party has been in party for ever, effectively. And he was representative thereof, and he was still had profound influence. As I said, without comparing him to Donald Trump, just as Donald Trump, however, has an undue influence on the Republican Party, even though he was a former president, Prime Minister Abe Shinzo has that same kind, albeit not in the negative sense that Trump has. With Trump, it's more like a mafia godfather. But with Abe Shinzo, it's more of a positive outlook, but he had very much still heavy influence on his party. Even he had to step down in the case of Abe Shinzo because of his health issues, but his health issues were not enough to keep him from, say, campaigning for the party. But nevertheless, he was kind of still very much in charge. And so you could understand why somebody killed him, but at the same time, that doesn't change anything because the party's still carrying out. And beyond that, it's hard to interpret this because the man who killed him made certain his party got all the votes. Once he was assassinated, right before the election, then the sympathy vote went with his party, and his party won by a landslide. So It's kind of like, if you were truly conspiracy-minded, you might say they killed him just to do that. But I mean, if the guy had health issues anyway, right? Why not go out with a bang? Have somebody kill him if he's afraid, if he thinks it doesn't have that much longer. Now, I don't think that he was expecting to die, but then
I think he knew, right?
He had health issues
because you said he came from a family that does all the feng shui of time and scheduling of some sort, like.
You're thinking, of course, of the fact that the occult bureau. So I am not aware that his family was. I mean, certainly my mother's family was, but Shinzo Abe's family might well have been. I don't know, but if they were,
I think he got colitis too. That he had some ailments, colitis.
Right, and is that fatal?
Hmm?
Is that fatal?
No, it shouldn't be, but it hurts like hell. I would go with a bang if it hurt like hell.
Okay, I get what you're saying. It's conceivable then that he was in undue pain and maybe. Now, this is all just speculation. I'm not saying this is.
Yes,
what happened.
absolutely. We don't know.
Yeah. But so now that that's been stated, so Sammy, with that and with Boris Johnson stepping down, which again is not too much of a difference for Britain, but at the same time, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. Whoever takes Boris Johnson's place, they have a hell of a situation they're stepping into. But all of that being said, you've got that going on in Britain, you've got that going on in Japan, and of course, what we've got going on here is that Joe Biden is confronting severe unpopularity, and he's haunted by the precedent of, say, for instance, Jimmy Carter, James Earl Carter, being a one-term president, and we might have that with Joseph Biden. I mean, this is all the world is in just, we're on a precipice. Yeah.
Right.
So take it from there, Sammy. What?
I mean, it's because I was wondering if this may be one of, Soka Gakkai or one of these cults that are known from Japan, but I don't know, that might be a reach, but
it's not. Did you hear what I said earlier about the man holding it against the prime minister because of his own mother going bankrupt because of the Reverend Moon call?
Yes. Yeah. Is it Aum Shinrikyo? Is that another one?
Aum Shinrikyo, yeah, and they've changed their name now to Al-Rofu, which is Aleph, like the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet or the ancient Babylonian alphabet as well. So it's a reasonable assumption, and there's that. Soka Gakkai would be the other. You got the names right. I'm really impressed with both of them.
Well, it's one of the things that I do remember you talking about in the past, especially with us freezing their accounts after 9/11.
Yeah.
With the whole scalar weaponry and everything, but talking about
which brings
Tesla,
us back to Tesla's birthday. But go on.
Right. I don't know. This seems very interesting in the sense of to put it in the Asian terms, as some of my coworkers, because they were talking, I heard them talking about it in their little watering hole. They smoke a lot. A lot of these a lot of these Taiwanese guys that I see,
Yes.
or Hong Kong guys,
They smoke
they
like
smoke.
fiends. By the way,
Yeah,
I
they
do want to ask. I do want to ask Joe just on that note. Joe, when you were growing up, was everyone around you smoking, or were they smoking in the restaurant over at Rain?
When I was growing up, yeah, people were smoking. When I
Yeah.
was working in my father's restaurant, yeah, it was a thing,
Yeah.
But when they started putting out those things, it was more. But people stopped going out as much. I realized
Okay.
people that smoke,
Yeah.
they were the backbone of the restaurant industry. But
That's right.
there's compulsive. They're more compulsive. They're willing to go out and spend money more because
Right.
they're willing to burn money, literally, right?
Yeah. Yeah. On their
Yeah.
what?
But my real parents, my father smokes like crazy and chews that Bing Nang,
Yeah.
chews that beetle nut.
Beetle nut. Yeah, which turns the
Yeah.
teeth blood red, and then later on turns
Yeah.
them black. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like compulsive smokers. My two brothers in Taiwan, they smoke like crazy. They chew tobacco like crazy,
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You
So thank you for sharing that. So please go back, Sammy. Please continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. One of the things that I overheard them saying is, does the communists have to do anything with this, or stuff like that, and
Yeah,
I'm
the
in a mix of
communists
work.
love them smoking because they own the cigarette company. Yeah, that you actually had to be. You get promotions for smoking.
Oh my God.
Hey,
That's how
well,
crazy the communist is.
it's one of those
Commies
things, right? No, I mean, and it's just sometimes I hear stuff in passing,
Yeah.
and it is what it is. My only thing about it is, even at work, I've been noticing that they've been having a lot of influx of Filipino workers, believe it or not,
Yeah.
have kind of I want to say infiltrated, but it kind of looks like it because, man, it started with only 2, and there's about maybe about 6 or 7 now. I don't know if they're contracting them, the airline, but it's there's still some there's still some Chinese there, but it's I've been noticing more Filipinos, and it's just now that I'm not that ignorant, I can tell now the difference. I don't know, it's just the culture in that airline's been changing a lot lately. It kind of, just to coincide with what's going on really in the world, it kind of seems like a free fall right now. But back to what we're talking about, and forgive me if I'm going all over the place.
No, go ahead. I mean, meander. I couldn't give a shit. Go on.
But to me, it's just with your latest attack, which you survived, and then this happening in Japan, with Abe Shinzo dying or getting assassinated, I just can't help but to think if there's maybe some connection, in a sense of, it seems very difficult. It seems very hard. I mean, anybody can can pretty much be touched, and no one's invisible, pretty much. But a politician of that stature, to be shot like that, it must have took a homemade weapon, because I would assume there's a lot of security.
Yeah, they don't really have a gun culture over there, so.
Right.
Yeah. And so that being said, of course, in terms of what you were kind of you were speaking, of course, about by the way, I was trying to talk to you before transmission tonight so I could share something that was, shall we say, pertinent. But perhaps we could share. How long are you going to be up for tonight?
I'll probably be up for a little bit longer tonight.
Right.
But so we can.
We'll probably speak Tuesday then.
Yeah.
Privately.
Okay.
Yeah. and I'll catch you up. It's
Right.
not that I'm disappointed or something. It's just one of those things that would have put some of what you're talking about in further context. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
In other words,
Right.
there's context that I can't share publicly.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
But definitely, yeah, these are of course perilous times, and what I am thankful for is that I have good men like, of course, Joe Tai and Samuel Romero by my side. By the way, I do want everyone to know, as far as I understand it, Sean Bond's interview with myself on video pre-recording has gone well. He's busy editing it. And as soon as something becomes available, he says he'll make links available to me, and hopefully I can make them
Cross
available
our
to the
fingers.
public as well. So hopefully all that
Yes.
works out. But all of that being said, what else has happened recently? How's anything you want to bring up with your own, aside from your personal day to day with church and all of that, which is expected on a Sunday? How else
Yeah.
are things going?
I went.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
big news in my world. I went fishing with my twin
Oh, that's right.
on Thursday. We went to, and he actually caught a bass, which is, woohoo, and it's just where my brother's at right now, and it's part of his, pretty much getting away from the whole entertainment side that he just pretty much started hating. And no, it was fun. It was fun. It's just I'm like, damn, I'm getting old because I'm fishing, but it is what it is. I actually did enjoy it. I did enjoy it, and I spent time with my twin, and we miss each other. But the older you get, the more you start realizing, just start creating your own life and identity and so on and so forth. But really, what's been going on, even in my world, is just people actually reacting to what's going on globally. I've been noticing people have been, asking me questions, especially with, for example,
Well, if
the
people are asking
Congress.
you questions, that means you're recognized at this point as someone who knows about general politics and the general
Well,
geopolitical situation in the
I,
world, right? You're becoming recognized
well,
as.
they see me reading your book. I don't know if I told you this. I've
Oh,
been
you
reading your
didn't?
book at work,
Okay.
just on my break time. So when they see Roswell and they're like, "Well, hey, isn't that like a TV show?" I'm like, um, I mean, Americans. I mean, we're dumb, okay? So I just say, no, this is actually an event that happened. He's like, well, where are the aliens? Why just see military stuff? So I pretty much tell them, while you're answering your own question, pretty much has to do with the military. And because they told me about the whole U.S. Congress looking into UFOs,
Of course.
and I said, well, my parents were UFOs. They're considered, aliens. Illegal aliens. That's the only alien I know. And they look at me like, yeah, that's very funny. I'm like, no, I mean, seriously, unless you know something I don't, because in other words, what I pretty much told them about your book is you kind of put it more in the practical sense of, pretty much our bullshit is what it is. I told them, a lot of books sensationalize things, and they don't really just get down to nitty gritty of what things are. And they look at me kind of perplexed, like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, and I pretty much go on the kind of like the narrative of how you say we're still at war with the Third Reich.
Yes.
And I use Taiwan as an example, as a nation who was a founding nation of the United Nations, who's no longer, they're no longer recognized, or the nationalist Chinese. So I kind of go on that tangent to kind of make the example, because that's how pretty much I understood it as far as how you explained it. And being a product of American quote unquote education, that conversation, which could be 10 minutes, turns out to be 30 minutes, because I have to explain what Taiwan is. until a lot of people.
Right.
Some people don't know there's two Chinas. Everybody thinks all Asians are the same, and it's just how we are as Americans. And I'm speaking as a non-Asian.
Right.
We all think you guys are related, which is, I'm not saying I'm too far out, but I mean, come on, really? Um,
Yeah, I think Taiwan should just be Japanese. Forget about. I'd rather be Japanese, be Taiwan, Japanese, than communist Chinese. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, Joe, it's unfortunate, but Americans are pretty stupid. So
You're right.
um,
They even got a song. It's called "American Idiots" by Green Day.
exactly. So when I got to know Doug, and when he started relating his information through a chicken shit show like Coast to Coast, Doug was that piece of corn in that pile of shit, who got through. And when someone starts making sense of actual history, and really, it's not even sensationalism; it's just the nuts and bolts of the bullshit. You start realizing how much sensationalism there is, and if people actually looked at the makeup of our government, they start to realize how much is really based on our ignorance.
Absolutely.
And the fact that Japan has the Empire of Japan has a seat on the UN should already tell you what the hell do they have a seat on the UN?
Right after the war, Taiwan has
exactly.
a seat in Japan had a seat. Small little countries,
right?
They kicked America's ass. That's why we got those seats.
Well, in a sense, though, people don't realize how massive the Empire of Japan was. I didn't know this until Doug kind of had to explain it in one of his interviews, one of many interviews, that most of Japan's military was not even in the mainland. They were in China. They were fighting, the second Japanese-Sino.
Sino-Japanese War. Yes, go on.
Yes. I'm just thinking of what would happen if the Japanese really took over China.
Exactly.
I think it would have been better than what it ever turned out to be. And I'm looking at these commie Chinese and saying, holy shit, these assholes.
So,
actually, before Sammy goes back into the history, what he said earlier is still of some consequence. So Sammy was overhearing some of these Asians, and they were smoking and talking about the prime minister's assassination, and they were wondering if the communists had anything to do with that. Was there any other route the conversation took, or anything else that you heard that might be relevant in that?
Here's you have to understand one thing, okay? Unfortunately, and this is just what it is, because I'm there as pretty much telling them, hey, I'm in the operational side.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed is some of these coworkers that I have, they actually make really good money. A lot of them work and with this airline, but a lot of them also have ties to the mainline. I had a coworker who actually his bread and butter was exporting cars to Mindanao, and I believe that's to Las Vegas, if I'm mistaken. Mm-hmm. Which is a big gaming. Is it Mindanao or?
Oh! You're talking about that southern city where the Japanese were very heavily majority, or when?
No, it's in China.
Okay.
Mindanao, isn't it in Philippines?
Yeah, Yeah, he's thinking of a different city. He mentioned Mindanao, but
city.
He's thinking of a different one. Are you thinking else. Of Macau?
Macau. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
So just so everyone knows, basically, so I can contextualize this, Hong Kong, which is much more well known in the West, was a colony of the British, but right across from Hong Kong is the former Portuguese colony of Macau. And Macau was where they do a lot of gambling. And as a matter of fact, when Hong Kong was turned over to the Communist Chinese, Macau was where people used to make bets as to whether the people swimming from Hong Kong to Macau would survive because people were literally jumping into the water to swim from Hong Kong to Macau who had no other recourse. And this was just when the communists took over back in 1997 that was going on. In this day and age, of course, now Macau is also part of communist China. So they're both kind of trapped. And really, the only hope is now Taiwan for many of these people to escape to. But that takes they have to really plan their escape at this point and take flights out and usually try and arrange some kind of excuse or an indirect trip to Taiwan to defect. But now that we've established that, so go back to talking about Macau. Yes.
Well, he made most of his money exporting cars.
Okay.
This is a coworker of mine. I really can't name him because, it is what it is.
Understood.
So, a lot of these agents for this airline have ties to the mainland. And, this particular person was actually very, I can tell he's privileged. You can tell he's privileged. He was actually one of the very few Asians or Chinese that were they weren't dorky. He wasn't dorky, I can tell. Kind of like you, Doug. You're not that chef that with the horrible accent.
Yan can cook. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you're not him. But anyways, he was more traveled, but he was very pro, communist because he had ties. I guess his family has ties to the communist regime.
Right.
Or Xi Jinping, whatever.
In other words, he's basically a party loyalist. He's a party loyalist because he's a product of that environment, and that's how his family gained their privilege.
Right.
So he's loyal to that system because that's how his family made out. Go on.
So how he was telling me that he was actually supposed to go to medical school, and he didn't want to. He's kind of like a problem child, but kind of like a spoiled problem child, I guess.
Yeah. Where
he decided just to work for this airline and pretty much hustle his daytime job was to export vehicles. So, he's the type of person that just exported sports cars and, vehicles to the mainland. But I had a feeling he probably had other activities that he didn't like to disclose. But I mean, when you can tell, you can tell. Which it is what it is. I think it helped him in his job in the sense that he didn't care. But what I did find is that the other coworkers kind of noted that oh no, this guy, he comes from a privileged family. That's why he's very sympathetic to the communists. Where in some of his other coworkers who were Taiwanese, they really didn't talk. And it's one of those things where you kind of I have to get out. It took me time to get out of that mind frame of an American because even as far as me, as a minority, you still get whitewashed in thinking not outside the box as far as your culture. Right. I don't know if that makes sense, but once I started I got introduced to you, then that kind of opened up a little bit because it's almost like, you kind of introduced me to the complexity of the world.
Thank you.
And I have to go back to America being an empire. We should just say we're an empire. That way we actually start recognizing what global politics really mean. Yes. Because as far as I'm concerned, Doug, you're really the only one that talks about this. And you look at the prejudice of even our information as far as reliable, and I put that in quotations, sources like CNN and MSNBC and all these, minus
conventional,
Murdoch.
Conventional
minus
sources
Murdoch.
of information minus the Murdoch machine, the Murdoch mass media.
I mean,
machine.
that might as well be toilet paper.
Yes,
but
it's worse. But go on.
It makes me wonder. Why don't we have correspondents to really, talk about this? And really, the answer is, the U.S. government doesn't want that.
Yeah.
because then it would expose how really ignorant we are. And what I've always understood about what you've done with geopolitics is it's something that the elites listen to. And I have to say that because you're not going to get this from nowhere. And this is why I say, no one knows your name in a sense, but the bright people know your name.
Yes.
It's not, this is not just a guess. This is proven.
Thank you.
Especially with lately. So, go back to my little world. Something's going on as far as change. It's been going on since pandemic, but things are ratcheting up. In other words, even like I say, even with the death of Aquino, it just really was just another domino, really.
Yes.
And I have to bring this, I have to bring up Colonel Aquino because it's just apropos in the sense that was just another domino. And back to what I was talking about, I completely understand what you are saying as far as these times seem trying, but it seems mostly like it's something. This is something before something big happens. Whether Russia decides to move into Finland or some of these other Nordic or countries, or maybe nukes. I don't know, or maybe the big sleeping dragon, or just the major conflict, which is going to be the communists on Taiwan. That's really what is going to kick things off.
Yes.
In a sense of the ball dropping. So I don't know. I wouldn't want that to happen, but it's inevitable. So if we do hear the Liberation Army deploying missiles, and then we're going to know. Then the countdown will continue as far as the pieces of the puzzle are going to move.
Yes.
Which in that case, then you're going to have, and this is just me, okay? If that happens, then you're going to have the Empire of Japan pretty much turning things up too.
Yes.
And I think in that scenario, and this is what I feel in my heart. In that scenario, which is most likely going to happen as far as how I feel, we're really going to see why we lost to the Empire of Japan.
Yes.
Balloons. The Japanese won.
Well, yes.
Many factors, but yeah, the dirigibles are certainly one of them. Yes. Thank you, Joe.
Absolutely. What I mean is the most sleeping American public as far as thinking, we won. Yeah. Because the majority do think, and really, you're talking about the baby boomers, really, but it's worse now, Doug, in a sense that people forget, in a sense of what they think they know, and it's because it's been almost 80 years, almost 90 years.
Yes.
And you're talking about several generations. So if the communists strike, I really do think Japan's going to really flex their muscle in a sense of we're going to realize, well, why didn't no one tell us they have all this arsenal? Why didn't no one tell us they have all these resources?
Right.
And then that's when, crises are going to happen. I mean, it's only natural.
Yes.
And this is where I think the American government really does not want this, because you're talking about answering questions.
Yes.
And, a lot of these people that were there are all dead,
Yes.
What? Maybe a couple old geezers are still, kicking around, but
on life support, yeah.
On life support,
Yes.
Yeah.
They got away with telling a lie, They made themselves heroes.
Yeah. But unfortunately, those skeletons are going to have to come up, because when you have a global conflict and you have all this going on, you're going to be asking, well, weren't we the winners? Why is Japan? Why do they have balls of steel, and we have we're impotent?
Yes.
And and
Yes, exactly.
and
The
you
sexual
know,
dysfunction of the military.
oh
It's
yeah,
a
by the
good
way,
parallel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and then again, you know, like I said, it's one of those things where um really I can the only thing you can think about as far as me is you know, Doug told us. We kind of been this is old news as far as you know anybody that follows Douglas Dietrich. It's just this is going to be a hard pill to swallow as far as the American public because we're talking about and pretty much an unresolved conflict or an unresolved war
Yeah.
that's continuing. But yeah,
Yeah. By the way, just as a kind of parallel here, a relevant kind of tangent, the great Nazi psychologist Carl Gustav Jung, and people who are familiar with Carl Jung, surname spelled Jung, you're not familiar with Carl Jung at all unless you know that he was a Nazi and that he was very much a creation of the Reich in the sense that the Reich was looking for an alternative to what was considered the Jewish psychotherapy of Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud was still considered very much a giant and, like Einstein, a product of German education. But nevertheless, it was felt that Sigmund Freud's obsession with sexuality in the most negative sense, incest in particular, rendered him a degenerate. So the Nazis were looking for something that was of a higher nature, and Carl Gustav Jung provided that. And so he was very much into symbolic psychology and mass psychology. And Carl Gustav Jung served two functions. He served after the war. I mean, there were plenty of other functions in his life, and he had plenty of other intents and objectives and agendas. But after the war, one of the functions that he served was to distract from the mechanical nature of the Nazi saucers, shall we say, the Schiebkrieg, the disc war that was ongoing at the time, that is spoken of to great technical depth by George Knight, who goes far more technically into it than I ever would. But that's because George Knight has pursued a lot of the more technical and arcane aspects of it that I just simply introduced to the public. But when it comes to the disc war that was ongoing, Carl Gustav Jung was continuing the PSYOPs war. And so one of the things he did was he basically asserted that all of this was a product of American imagination. But it was the reasons he gave for it that are so profound. Carl Gustav Jung was insisting, one of the things he had always said was that the sphere represented perfection, and that the sphere was a kind of archetypal image, and therefore what was appearing to Americans was in the sky, two-dimensional spheres, kind of a flattened sense of perfection. And he said that the Americans were continually seeing these spheres that were flattened into disks in the sky because of repressed guilt, that their repressed guilt as a truly genocidal empire was what caused Americans to see these disks literally coming out of the sky because of their own fear of retribution from the heavens. And so this was a form of PSYOP that you never hear anyone iterate. No one ever speaks of it because it rang so true. It made so much sense. But that being said, Carl Gustav Jung was essentially doing his bit to keep the American public psyched out. But I think that more than anything, since Americans never really disseminated what he had to say, the only people it really had an impact on was Europeans. And just as a further tangent beyond that, if one ever analyzes the alien experiences between Americans and Europeans, one notices that tall blonde Nordics are what are encountered more regularly by Europeans, almost exclusively by Europeans, Whereas with Americans, almost exclusively, all they see are these sexless grays, these literally neutered grays with no genitalia. So it makes a kind of sense. And of course, as I said before, the aliens coming from the future who would be our descendants are also, in particular, those of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. Well, if they're going back for the genetic roots of humanity, obviously those from the Reich would return to Europe. And of course, they would be tall, blonde, and Nordic, right? Whereas those coming here would be more like basically biological automatons, or basically the Cho attacks. So there we have that. All of that puts that into some context. So by all means, go on with what you were saying.
Well, it's one of those things where, you mentioned all this great information, and just to give an example of anybody listening to, as far as millennials and just my generation, a lot of people listen to Joe Rogan, and I have to roll my eyes.
Oh God, it's so sad. Yeah, go on.
Well, and for example, the Third Reich, I mean, there was one episode that quote unquote, this ex-Navy Marine went to South America to investigate Nazi culture and South America, and pretty much, well, what made it dumb was this was ex-Marine of Jewish descent. And,
yeah, that really helps. Yes, go on.
I thought to myself, well, was this guy a writer or doing their taxes, or what type of Marine was he? Then again, it is what it is. But
you have to remember, Rogan is a comedian. So
exactly.
I give comedians a pass because they're comedians. They're not supposed to represent.
The problem is not everybody has your sense of discernment, Joe.
Right. No, when that's thing about it, Joe, you give the average American millennial too much credit.
Thank you.
Well,
it has to be entertaining for them to watch this stuff.
It is, but it's just, like I said,
That's
it goes back.
Make this more entertaining. So
people
watch it.
I mean, point is taken, but the problem is that, go on, Sammy. Yeah, the problem is that nobody can understand it's meant to be entertainment. Right. Yeah.
Right. And it goes back to Doctor Strange, quote unquote, that movie. Yeah. Anyways, well, it's very interesting though, because this person the individual that was interviewed was saying that, Joseph Mengele was down there and he was doing experiments on people, and these people should have been hunted down by the Mossad, and he was giving very stupid analogies in a sense of he probably didn't even visit this area.
Yeah.
Because his narrative was very contradicting even Joe Rogan's, in a sense that they admired German engineering and the precision and the practicality, but at the same time they're Nazis, and we should pretty much, this quote unquote Jew Marine was saying that he had to hold back because he wanted to kill all these descendants of Nazis, and which was to me it was funny in a sense that it did not make sense, because it just did not. How can I say it? It didn't make sense in that you're an outsider. You're going to these areas in South America, which have heritage of the Third Reich, and you think they hold you in high regard because you're an American, and it's quite the opposite.
Yes.
Nobody likes us. Nobody likes us. It's just, as Americans, people view us as probably, in my opinion, spoiled brats.
Yes,
and just
at least. Yes, go on.
At least, and just uncultured. But back to this interview, what he did say though is, and I found this very interesting, and it goes back to Schrodinger's cat, that the idea of Nazism needs to die. And I paid attention to this because he said, well, what really gets me upset and this is a Jew Marine saying this, what made me upset is that the idea of Nazism still is prevalent down there, and we need the only way we can kill it is if there's no such thing as that. In other words, the idea of it goes away. And to me, I kind of had to smirk a little bit because it made me realize this guy was probably a plant.
Yes.
Because when you're talking about an idea, what you're really saying is, and what he's really saying is that the Third Reich really has a victory in the sense that it's still prevalent till this day.
Yes.
And because the United States cannot get over the idea of the Third Reich and how pretty much their objective was really not to win. It was really was to preserve their, their culture and really, they were more civilized than we actually know. It makes me realize how backwards thinking we really are as a country, in a sense that, and this is just in my point of view, how we're so narcissistic in how we think. We really do think our opponents, or quote unquote our enemies, think the way we do. And it's not even close. And I have to go back to my coworkers when I'm reading your book, and I have to talk to them like, actual world war is not a game of checkers. Because if somebody, surrenders, you don't annihilate them. There's negotiations, or even if they sue for peace. Suing for peace and surrendering are not the same thing. So it's not like a fist fight. This years goes by with negotiations, and this is pretty much relating to the Empire of Japan and the United States. Yeah. And I had to go back to Title 38 of the U.S. Code. So I'm relaying all this to some of my coworkers, and they're looking at me like, "Wow, you do a lot of reading."
Yes.
Like, really? I'm like, and I have to think to myself, I can't get really into it because people are not that they're not ready. It's mostly they don't realize how impactful this is to our society. And it really emphasizes on miseducation. And really, it's almost like saying this, the Empire of Japan has, Emperor Showa, Emperor Hirohito. We have Paul Blart, the mall cop. Okay? They're not even the same. One is a fat retard who is a mall cop who is fictional, and one is a marine biologist who was beyond his time. So, like I said, this is what we have to work with in America now.
Yeah, that's what I realized. They love the uniform. They just love to show the uniform.
Well,
they
I said,
get a hard on because they can make believe that they mean something. Uniform. Oh my God.
Well, like I said, that's kind of what makes me. Well, and it's really I have to put myself sometimes in Doug's shoes in a sense that, despite all his trauma and all the BS that he's gone through, pretty much the Truman Show in real life.
Thank you. Yes.
But he's not crazy Jim Carrey, shitting out marbles through his ass. No, this is very, as far as it being an American, quote unquote, or I'm sorry, a U.S. citizen. We're gonna have a big culture shock. If we think this is the worst, it's just not even the worst.
Absolutely. When I interpret the American flag, people will be culture shocked.
So anyway, that's pretty much my little take. Doug, go ahead.
No,
Any?
no, it's very well taken, and I appreciate Joe's little interjections. Of course, when it comes to what Sammy has just related, understand this is part of the challenge that we're dealing with is the culture shock that is felt by Americans leads to a rejection of the information, and what's far more, I think, bizarre is the fact that so many people have bought into the big lie in the first place. You wonder how Americans have, Americans are, they pride themselves pathologically on cynicism. And they pride themselves on basically not believing what they're told. And yet they believe everything that they're told. It's the exact opposite of what they claim to be. Rather than being these cynical people, they simply will believe what they're told, but they think that because now they have a choice of their source, which they have a total illusion of. It's provided by alternative media, and it's basically Russian propaganda spoken in English. And one of the men who used to push that meme the most was Daniel Arola. And look at what happened to him. And all of this is based on purely personal reasons, of course. When it comes to the gang stalkers and their turning, none of their turning is based on their being enlightened by finding out anything. It's simply that they've come to hate myself as a person because they somehow feel that I betrayed them. In the case of Daniel Arola, it was, of course, ultimately Viviana Sanchez, who he felt had taken his place. And that was ultimately the one thing you could learn from his betrayal was he felt betrayed by me because he felt that I was replacing him with Viviana Sanchez. So whatever position he had in his own mind in my life was something that he felt had been superseded. And it was in that moment that he truly flipped. But there had been this period of several years which he hadn't produced anything really promoting me, including any videos that were like snippets of what I had said. So he was always kind of like bleeding towards that ultimate break, though everything was maintained in this copacetic kind of presentation mode until he left. But then again, take a look at what he left with. In the case of one woman who I haven't brought up, who kind of parted with the rest of them, that was Michaela Anastasia, who actually was a great admirer of mine years ago, had asked me to do some modeling for her. And Michaela Anastasia was also very obsessed with Halloween. She spent all year preparing for Halloween because her business, if you could call it that, kind of like her personal little career, was her Hellbilly Holler, this kind of haunted theme park kind of thing that she set up basically in her backyard. And so the person who had purchased some t-shirts and some items from that was Salman Sheikh. So she left because he was kind of like, quote unquote, a client of hers. And Salman Sheikh and Daniel Arola, they made a big deal all of the time of their ethnicity or their cultural identity. And with Salman Sheikh, he was just basically exploiting Islam and saying, oh yes, I'm this Muslim. Well, at the same time, he never really went to a mosque. He was always instead at the Masons temple. And when he was like basically hooking up with Daniel Arola on my platform, the two of them would greet each other with this kind of anti-white bullshit with, hey, where the white woman at? Just this thing that wasn't even funny when it was presented in Blazing Saddles. It wasn't funny in the goddamn comedy. It wasn't funny whenever they said it. But that was how they greeted with each other so that they could make it seem like they were as colored as possible. But both of them, their entire lives are centered towards their assimilation into the white community. And with Salman Sheikh, it's becoming a Freemason surrounded completely by old white men. And with Daniel Arola, it was by being basically the bitch of a bitch, the sugar boy for a sugar mama who basically took total control of his life. And now that she's either dead or on the way there, he's trying to assimilate himself into the whites as much as possible. So you have these two men who are totally selling out any sense of ethnos, any sense of whatever they were, and have been pretty public about it. Daniel Rolla said pretty much, well, he said definitively on record that, oh, I'm ashamed to be Filipino. Essentially, I wish I was never, born a Filipino. So all of this shows this kind of ultimate sellout, the ultimate sellout. And by the way, even Joe Tai has mentioned the fact that while growing up, just simply by cultural assimilation, to the degree that he speaks English and is not comfortable with speaking the Chinese language. He basically is trying to relearn the culture, which he lost. But Joe Tai essentially originally identified as white because he just was raised in this culture, and that's the thing to identify with as the most positive and opportune, give you a fighting chance identity would be to be white. So that's how Joe identified. And then at some point he realized that wasn't washing, that people weren't seeing him as such, and then he had to change. Yeah, one of these days we'll get more into exactly how many phases it took in life or what incidents it took to get to that point, which should be interesting.
No. It's not that. I was still an Asian kid, but we were programmed to be white.
Okay.
You understand that?
Okay.
It's not that I want to be white. It's that in the 80s,
Didn't you
everything
understand
was
yourself
white.
as almost? Now I know that you looked in the mirror and saw yourself as Asian, but didn't you kind of culturally think of yourself as white, or subconsciously think of yourself as white?
No, they were programming us in the
Okay.
80s, in the 90s. We were
Okay.
programmed.
Okay.
We've been programmed. Well, if the program is for every American, if we were watching TV, they're programmed.
Mhm.
It's a program. We've been programmed, but I was never really programmed, as you can see. That's why I listen to you,
Thank you.
Douglas.
No, that's appreciated.
So-
Thank you for that clarification.
So I wasn't really programmed. I have more. I realize I'm not that stupid. So
I'm sorry, I
saying?
didn't mean to imply that.
so don't imply me that I don't. I do speak Chinese. I don't
Okay,
write it.
to
I don't
a
read
degree,
it. I know. I learn my Chinese culture. I do learn it. I learn every culture if I can.
Right. No, that's appreciated. It very much is. Thank you for that clarification, and I'm glad you stood up for yourself to clarify that. By the way, Sammy, you're still here, right? Let's see if he's still here. Somebody's walking around in the background.
Oh, it's me. Sorry, it's me.
That's
me.
you walking in the
Sorry about
background.
that.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. So Sammy's still here. But by the way, just as an amusing sideline here, the other day, I was, and these things happen, and you know that there's a supernatural force behind it, quite definitely. I pile things up in this hoarder's cryptomine, and things just every once in a while literally jump out at me. It's not as bad as with Amanda Ute, where they jump right out at me and somehow wind up breaking my toe or something, which would often happen to that poor lady. God bless her. And hopefully she's doing well as possible. She responded to a text of mine the other day, so hopefully she's still doing well. She seemed to be doing okay at the time she responded. But aside from that, our communications are almost completely intercepted. I do want people to know I got a recent communication from Keith Call. We are hoping that Keith Call will be with us on Roswell, in Roswell. He will be in Roswell and speaking with us on Wednesday. And that will be a special day because that will also be, the French Independence Day, as well as, of course, the birthday of Laura Lee Solomon and the rebirth day, or the AA birthday of Judas Ager. All that being said, however, and by the way, this weekend, for people who don't know, will be International Drag Day. So I'll be back to pinning up some photographs again, more in keeping with what I've done before. Now, one of the things that happened to me recently, however, was I was thinking about how I really needed to balance out my diet, which, of course, I get the Meals on Wheels, which is considered a far healthier diet than most Americans have. The problem is it's not healthy for someone like myself, who's basically not all that human. So all of those vegetables are really, they leave me rather malnourished, and I really need a lot more meat. So I was thinking about purchasing myself a steak dinner when this package that I had just thrown up in the stacks of my books fell down in front of me, literally. And it was this book that was self-published by Salman Sheikh. And I opened it up because I figured, wow, when he sent me this months and months ago, he probably sent a money order with it. And bigger than shit, there was a $25 money order in it. So I actually took that to the bank and cashed it, and was able, with that and some backup change, I was able to buy myself a ribeye steak dinner. So thanks, Salman. That's out there for Salman Sheikh. That's my shout out to him for his contribution to a healthier diet for Douglas Dietrich. And of course, I ordered it rare and took that home, and couldn't have had that without his vanity publishing of his own little book there. And of course, he's got a photograph of himself in that book, and he looks like a complete and utter idiot, in his little Masonic apron, which is right at the crotch level where they all put it. So they look like they're, it's to hide the fact that they're really fucking you over every chance they get. And there you go. So little thing to be shared there. Aside from that, we've just discussed, Joe's feeling programmed as he grew up to identify as white. And I think that is something that we did grow up with in America. It's hard not to identify as white based on what media had to present us in the 80s and the 90s.
And the fake history they taught us in school.
That too. I think things have changed enough with media where I don't think it's that bad anymore. But
because we got a choice, we can choose what we want to watch now. Before, it was just the programs. It was called programs. TV guide programs.
Yes, it was. Oh my God. Though I always feel affectionate for TV Guide. I mean, oh my God, that was around forever. It was like, and that was back when we had a limited number of channels, so the TV Guide could actually effectively serve as a guide. And all that stopped later with the explosion of cable channels. And it was just kind of sad when TV Guide really began to disintegrate. Was when they turned into like a normal magazine for a short period of time, very thin and very just magazine size, and then after that it pretty much died out. It went out of circulation. But that was something that you could actually kind of you could use that as kind of a historical reference for popular culture in America through all of its original publications. Very few people have that full collection of TV guides, but those that have the full collection, that is kind of like a guide to American culture for generations. So that being said, bit of nostalgia there. I will probably start monologuing soon enough. But while I have the advantage of these two gentlemen with me, are both of you just about ready to be headed towards bed, or do you both have a few more minutes? I mean, don't stay here on my account. I mean, if you both want to go to bed, I'm happy to start monologuing. But, how many more minutes do you feel both of you can stay awake?
I can't stay awake very long. I can do it.
Well, I don't want you to if you don't have to. I mean,
hey, don't worry about it. If you need help, I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. And yourself, Sammy?
I'll head to bed.
Yeah, sounds.
I have a busy schedule tomorrow, but definitely keep me, shoot me, a DM when and we can talk privately.
Sounds good. And
Yeah.
well, we love you dearly and share that love with
Yes.
Maria. Okay.
We'll do. She says hi. She says she's glad you enjoyed the trail mix. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's wonderful. And I thank her so much for
Yes.
the other thoughtful things she provided in that care
Yes.
package. Is delightful. And of course, my best wishes to you. And hopefully everything's going smooth. Otherwise, we'll speak privately, of course. And
Yes.
you have a blessed night. Okay.
Good night.
Good
Good night.
night.
Everybody, please support Doug.
Oh,
Good night.
thank you. Thank you. And of course, that being said, Joe Ty and I are alone now for the moment. And so Joe, tell us a little bit about. So this is, of course, important. It's important because it gives people a sense of what kind of challenges you faced. Now, when you were growing up, I am just curious. Were the most of you went to public school, right?
No, I went to Catholic school, as I said.
Okay.
But later on, I see the difference of education when I went to public school.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Well,
interesting.
I would presume the Catholic level of education was higher, just in terms of academics, was it not?
No, as I told you, I had a problem with Miss Conti. That was a Catholic school race wannabe teacher that went to to my high school. That was a public school in West Windsor, and she doesn't know her stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
So as I realized that they even had outed, the Catholic school was having problem with textbooks. They didn't have most recent textbooks. They
Wow.
were working off of old textbooks.
Okay. Yeah.
So even though we paid money for the uniforms and for so-called the books were old.
Mhm.
So they're not, they're still behind.
Okay.
The Catholic school would be behind.
Okay.
But I'm up here in Albany where they have Catholic colleges.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like getting confused here because I took a criminal law course in Mercer County Community College in Jersey there,
Mm-hmm.
and the interpretation of the law course is common law.
Okay.
But I heard somebody up here talking about canon law.
Uh-huh.
So there's something that not even every American are on the same page. So I'm just curious how the laws are interpreted up here compared to the state-sponsored colleges.
Okay. Okay.
So,
And so that's I guess that's all legitimate. And forgive me for not remembering everything about your your life.
no
I'll get
problem.
more.
You got a lot of people. You got a lot of things to remember. I'm
Yes.
just solo here.
Yes. And but
I'm no historian. My I can't get away with stuff. You can't.
Yes. And so, by the way, since you're on workers' comp now, when are you going back to work per se? Do you know?
I'm gonna try end of next week, but I got a 2-week thing.
Okay.
So
good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and so that's wonderful, and that works out well for me as well. And obviously, I can have you around to help. So long as you can stay awake, and that's fine.
We're gonna have fun with
Mhm.
my perspective on the U.S. flag.
Okay, tell us about that. Yes.
Well, before World War II, it was a 48 star flag, and guess what? If the Japanese Americans won the war in Europe for the Americans.
Yes.
Just
so everybody understands what Joe
camps.
Ty is referring to is, of course, the 442nd, and the Go for Broke squad was awarded the most congressional medals of honor of any American unit in all of American history, and effectively they were the most effective soldiers that America had. They were the best soldiers America has ever had were the Japanese soldiers, so that were on their side. So go on, please, Joe. Yes.
So basically, if the states of Hawaii and Alaska became states, that means it's a Japanese American flag. It's not it's Japanese. It's because it was the senator that a Japanese senator that sponsored this.
Yes.
And Americans still don't realize this is a Japanese American flag.
Yeah.
It's not a white American flag. Yeah. Americans have to wake up that the 50-star flag made minorities Americans. It was the Japanese that made civil rights possible.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
People still don't get this.
Yes.
This is a Japanese American flag.
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
If everybody really believes, forget about the goddamn Constitution. Forget about the Declaration of Independence. They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
The flag. Yeah. You pledge to it.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
You know?
Thank you. No, I mean...
And that should... Yeah. And I was made American. I pledged to the flag. I had a naturalization process. And these Americans don't even realize what their flag means. That's sad. I mean, you got Donald Trump born on Flag Day. The fucker only knows how to hug it. He doesn't know what the fuck he's hugging.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yes. No, that's beautiful. Thank you.
It's a Japanese American flag, and this proves the Japanese won.
Yes.
Because to be a part of the statehood, 50% of the population had to be white. And I know Hawaii wasn't 50% white.
Yes.
Or Alaska.
Yeah.
This proves the Japanese won the war. Period.
Yes. Yes. And
it's right in front of their faces and they can't see it.
Yes. And that's true. That's true. Very, very good.
So people still don't get this. You don't pledge to the 48-star flag. You don't even pledge to the Confederate flag. That's treasonous.
Yes.
It's the 50-star flag.
Yes.
That the Japanese American gave to America. That's the only thing honorable about America right now.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. I mean, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Very well said. And very well thought out. I'm glad that you were able to express that. Also, when you were talking about, of course, being younger and then you kind of waiting for, just being up late and then seeing Rush Limbaugh on. And I didn't even know he was even on TV in those days. Was this like cable?
Oh, it's the, late shit. You got nothing to watch.
Right.
And they wave the flag and they talk about crap that they don't even understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they, and you're young and impressionable.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm American too. Oh, yeah. He sounds like he knows what the hell he's talking about. He's older than me. Nope.
Yes.
Realize these are the idiots that just are the father fuckers, as you said.
Yes. Yes.
They love that dick up their ass. They like to suck their cocks too.
Yes. Yes.
It's like, yeah, at least you bit off your grandfather's cock. That's great. These motherfuckers have to lose their cocks,
Yes. That's right. Oh my God.
All these dirty grandpas. Now I realize Santa Claus and how dirty that shit is.
Yes. By the way, just so people know,
sitting on old man's lap asking for favors, having a guy crawling up your chimney. Fuck. This is what these fucking, these guys that look like Marines want the uniform. They just want to look like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Sucking their dad's cock and taking it all the way in the butt. Oh
my God. Yes. Yes. So true. So true. That's a little harsh, but yeah, I totally.
Well, that 3 generations showed me what the fuck is going on. This guy's a cop.
Yeah.
And he's not willing to, acknowledge her sister got molested by her father.
Right.
So this is the bullshit. You're gonna go into a law enforcement, and I know why he's dressed in that goddamn uniform, so he can just show that he's something.
Yeah.
But he can't do shit for his own sister or mother that got molested and got assaulted.
Yeah.
You know, this is the shit I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
Why
yeah.
you? It doesn't do anything for your mother and your sister dressing that shit if you can't enforce shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. To contextualize this for people, explain to them that you started dating this woman who was a product of a multi-generational Marine Corps family that was quite abusive. She herself was a Marine, and
No, she wasn't a Marine.
oh, she wasn't. Okay.
Her father was.
Okay.
Her husband was. Her son was.
Yeah.
And the sad part, the son became a cop.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Huh?
Yes.
And he doesn't realize he's promoting this when he doesn't acknowledge his mother told the judge that her daughter at 9 got molested, mm-hmm. and that I got it out of her own daughter's mouth how her father was abusive and molested her at 9.
Right.
And this fucking piece of shit still doesn't acknowledge her, mm-hmm. His own sister. This is what I realize.
Mm-hmm. Now
they're screwed up.
Yeah, to say the least. Now the way I intuit it is that you're not dating her anymore, right?
Well, I'm trying to, it's more of picking the brains and seeing how these things are working out. I'm trying to contact her and see if she's all right,
mm-hmm.
But she's programmed in a certain way, I'm just trying to figure out, how mind-fucked America really is.
Right. Uh-huh. And well, knowing what you and I know about how mind-fucked America really is, have you so you're kind of like getting acquainted with this woman still? Is there a potential that you and she will have a relationship?
I doubt it because of his son, the Marine retard, like dressing in the uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like my son in the Navy. He's grown up. They made him do certain shit that he won't even do outside.
Okay.
I like, but some of these fuckers just join because their father went in. They don't have their own fucking brains.
Right.
And they're believing the bullshit.
Yeah.
This is the problem. That's why I wanted my son to enlist himself after he turned 18. I didn't want to enlist him before he was 18.
Right.
I don't want to put him in the meat grinder. I'm not going to put him there unless he chose it.
Okay. Yeah. And then he did choose it. But as you said, what he's telling you verifies and validates everything I've said about the military. So his experiences can't be very pleasant. Is he having a very hard time, or?
No, I mean, not the bad stuff. I mean, okay. Understanding enlisted and unenlisted.
Got it. Okay.
Not the history that you've been through.
Right. Okay.
Shit.
Okay.
He'll be traumatized for sure. But thank God he chose a field that's not as demanding as yours was.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But it still helped. I mean, because of COVID, he was one of these. He was on the ship that couldn't even get off for almost a year. Yeah. That was torture. That was prison.
Oh my God. Yeah. You mean it was torture for him to be in lockdown?
Yeah, absolutely. We thought it was a good choice for him to pick that. I was thinking about the Air Force because you said it's like a golf.
Yeah, it's just a golf club. Go on, yeah.
And I thought that would be great. I mean, shit. But he said it won't have as much travel. So I said, oh, Navy, shit. I should have done that. If I took the test for the Army thing, I should have done that. And maybe I would have traveled the world and seen more more things, you know. But guess what? It didn't turn out that way.
Right, and that's for the best, thank God. No, you probably would be really fucked if you had gone in. So I'm definitely glad you didn't. Okay. I'll probably be starting monologue soon, and I'm not quite sure how long I can keep up in the zone, and I might retreat to talking about history. Now I
Okay,
spoke
go
about.
right ahead.
I'm trying to psych myself up for that, so I might need you to hold the stage for a few minutes while I go take a leak or
Okay,
something.
all right.
What I'm doing is just psyching myself up, just so everybody knows. But definitely, before I take a break, I'm just enjoying my time here with Joe in a conversational sense. I'm just how do I say it? While I'm doing that, bringing up things like how do I say this? What about what are you going to talk about while I take a break for
What do you want me to talk about? Do you want me to talk about how America was the first people to do the eugenics program that
Yeah. Why don't you talk
Hitler?
about that? Yeah, why don't you talk about that for several minutes, and I'll be back in about 5, 6, 7 minutes. Okay, sounds good. So, all right.
Yeah, because I think Peter Moon was talking about how the Rockefellers was a
Yeah,
part of the eugenics program.
yeah, and so that being said, you ready to take the stage then? Uh,
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Our man's gonna take the stage, and with that, I'll be back in about 7 minutes, 10 minutes. At the absolute longest, more like 7 minutes. So I'm gonna go mute. Okay, stage is yours.
Okay.
All right.
So, as you know, the eugenics program started in the U.S. and the idea of Superman in Nazi Germany was actually a transplant from the U.S. nation, and it's very interesting. You know, they were trying to create a race of Americans that weren't even really Americans. It's a look, and it's nothing else. It wasn't even about not really even about DNA during that time. You had to look blue-eyed and black and blonde, and to do that, you certainly had to inbreed to a certain degree to get those hair color and eye colors. So I don't think people understand that America was doing the ideology of what the Germans wanted. So basically, the Germans were Americans, and the Americans were German. But America, it gets disturbing when you realize what they consider to be a good genetic from a good stock, because there must be a lot of problems with that during that time. They forced people to not have children. They forced them to uh, because they're downbred and all this stuff. And they went to Virginia. They forced people to have to help society, and by helping society, they they didn't let them reproduce. People don't know that America's history. Well, most history is very disturbing, but people should realize that prior to World War II, America wasn't the good guys. But we're trying. We're trying to be the good guys here, because thank God we are in America now as Asian Americans. You got African Americans, you got Mexican Americans, you got all colors of rainbow. I mean, if everybody was the same, this world would be goddamn boring. Only one color, one eye color, no choices. I mean, now we're going backwards with Roe versus Wade. We don't give the women the rights to vote on their own body. How are you going to have a true democracy if you got no choices? I mean, this is how messed up America is right now. You got a Superior Court filled with Republican Federalists, overeducated retards who don't know anything about the law, and they got a life term seat that will screw America up. I mean, they lied under oath. They said they would not overturn established laws. And they did that with Roe versus Wade. I'm surprised no cops have arrested these people, for perjury under oath. This is the crap I'm dealing with when I go to court, because these cops lie. These judges lie. So how am I going to get justice? I haven't gotten justice one bit unless people wake up. People got to wake up to see what America really is, because people don't see what America really should be, and what it should represent when you pledge to the flag. These people aren't giving me justice, that's for sure. They're making women slaves. And these women that have these Trump boyfriends believe that crap. I mean, this is how ridiculous this shit is. They don't have their own mind. They don't have their own brains to figure this shit out. How is this possible? A law that's been in for almost 50 years now, 1973, is being overturned. Everything is going backwards. If they can choose if you can have a certain kid or not. If it's black, they don't want you. Communist China is the opposite. They force you to have an abortion. But over here, you got a choice. And they're taking that right away from all women. So that's basically making women slaves. Like slaves not having the rights to their own bodies. And people still don't realize this. Wake up, America. How can you allow this to happen? You're talking about democracy. And you're not giving women the rights to choose. This is crazy. You want to be back in, you want to go back to China if China takes over America, we're all fucked, because their mindset is a different ideology, and you don't want that. You don't want to not have a choice. But you must realize what is right and what is wrong. And I realize Americans don't even know what is right and wrong by what they chose to allow this to happen. Come on, guys. How can you allow Roe versus Wade, an established law that made America better? Because if these women were not allowed to have abortion, most of these were probably little kids that got molested and raped by their relatives or fathers or brothers. Come on. You would have had 4 generations of retards that would
or
make
at least
America.
highly traumatized, children. Yes. Just came back in time to hear that. Retard is a hard term. It's a
Oh, absolutely, I understand that, but it has to stick. It has to be so, repulsive that they understand. Sometimes you gotta curse. That's how I curse. I know it's a bad term. It's about people with Asperger's, and I got schooled on that. But guess what? You can say retardation of a plant, and then but I gotta redefine what retard is.
Right. Yeah, by the way,
You know?
Nathan A. Brooks says, got a smoke and a beer, now ready for monologue. That's cool. Yes. By the way, so take your time, summarize up what you were speaking about. And
Roe versus Wade. I mean,
okay.
people still don't understand. That's not democracy when you have no choice on your own body.
Right.
You know?
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's
like slaves not having the rights to their own bodies too.
Yes.
No choice.
Yes. Yeah.
At least if a slave had an abortion, the next generation won't be slaves.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely appreciate what you're saying, and with the horror of our current situation, I'll do my best to express it to our listeners. So I'll take over now, and but do me a favor, of course, just hang out behind me to back me up as long as you feel that you're able to stay awake. If you suddenly fall asleep or feel like you must drop off, just enter a note into the private message letting me know, or the text here on Skype that you think you'll be dropping off now. And if you just happen to drop off without leaving that, don't guilt yourself out over it. It's fine. That happens all the time to many of my producers, and we're very lucky that we've been blessed with the company of Joe Tai for these few weeks. I do want people to know something. Now, Joe Tai, you might have heard me bring this up in the past few episodes, or I was talking about a novel which I thought might be titled The Last Days of America. Do you remember my bringing that up?
Yes, absolutely. You've been bringing that up since the 2 transmissions we did.
Yeah, since about 2 transmissions. I actually always knew where the paperback copy of the novel that I was talking about was placed in one of my book piles, and I actually retrieved it, and that is not the title. So just so everyone knows, The Last Days of America has the look of that kind of book that I'm talking about, the kind of novel that I'm speaking of. It is not. If anything, the novel The Last Days of America ends on an upbeat note where Americans are re-identifying as Americans, that the term of what it means to be an American is not even particularly redefined. It is, in other words, it does not deliver on its apocalyptic premise at all. The Last Days of America is ultimately, in the end, an optimistic novel that is, you could even say, rankly pro-American. Okay, the novel that I found that is the novel I was referencing, I am actually not going to share the title of. I may share it in private with Joe Tai and Sammy Romero and some other people. I am leery of sharing it publicly because this is something that is similar, as far as I'm concerned, to The King in Yellow. Now, for those of you who do not know, there is a short story by Mr. Chambers, The King in Yellow, in which the premise or the conceit of that short story is that everyone who reads The King in Yellow goes mad, or that it has a potential to drive people to insanity. And so when it comes to that short story, which I highly recommend that everyone read, that is not what drives people insane, but the novel or the book that is referenced within the short story does that. In other words, it's Robert W. Chambers is basically providing a concept that is terrifying, but he's not writing that concept out. He's not writing something that drives you insane, but he is writing about it. He is writing about a work that drives people mad. Now, we ban books for this reason. This is not something that I'm necessarily advocating at all. But a great example is that I was a big fan of Stephen King's novel titled Rage, which he wrote under a surname that nobody knew was Stephen King. For the longest period of time, Stephen King wrote quality work, and I considered his alter ego, Richard Bachman, to be the great American novelist, whereas I considered Stephen King to be the producer of pulp garbage, someone whose books were fit only as upholding tables whose legs had broken, or doorstops, or for killing cockroaches or something like that. His books were essentially shit, and the fact that most Americans loved his work just showed that Americans love to eat shit. But
more like taking a dump on their brains.
Yeah, and by the way, Stephen King himself has said that. He said that, he said, I'm not proud when I run out of ideas, I go for the gross out. And he's literally produced shit, literally written about shit like haunted outhouses or haunted latrines, basically toilets, haunted toilets. He's done this. So he's gotten to the point where he's literally written about bowel movements. I mean, this is like when he's truly out of inspiration and just doesn't care, which, he had a choice. He hit that fork in the road where he was either going to produce great literature or he was going to go after money, that and the works that made money were cheap horror, and I can't blame him for going the direction that he did. He had to make a living. I probably would have done the same, but in the tragedy is that he then deprived us all of the literature that truly drove people mad, drove people to literally kill. So for those of you who don't know, when he made this transition, he did it by destroying the Richard Bachman reputation by producing a piece of shit called Thinner under the Richard Bachman name to prove to everyone that Richard Bachman really was Stephen King, because so many people like myself didn't want to believe it. But one of the novels he produced, and under Richard Bachman, all the novels have been anthologized in a book called The Bachman Books, which anthologizes the good shit. Not Thinner. Thinner is not included in the anthology titled The Bachman Books. Instead, within that are The Long Walk, Roadwork, Rage, and The Running Man, which is not to be compared to the horrible film starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, which has nothing to do with the novel The Running Man written by Stephen King. I mean, only in it has nothing to do with it, okay? The book is a masterpiece in dystopic literature, whereas the movie is shit. Now, that being said, the novel Rage, in particular, inspired one young man that paid the price for it, and several other students who we know far less about. Whatever happened to them, I don't consciously remember, but I do know more than one young student was inspired to kill based on the novel Rage. The novel Rage is about a student who kills his teacher and takes his class hostage. And it drove one young man to kill his teacher, or at least shoot him. The teacher actually survived, but that young man is spending the rest of his life in jail. And enough students tried to kill their teachers or ultimately succeeded in killing their teachers because of that novel rage that they banned it. That book was banned for years. That was out of print. That was like out of print for maybe 20 years. So the original Stephen King, writing under the pseudonym of Richard Bachman, was able to produce works that inspired people to literally kill. You could say that it drove men mad. So this book that I'm holding in my hand right now, the title of which I'm not going to give out, was written by a British author, and the British author gave it a stupid title that's very dated, which is why I couldn't remember it, because it was just too stupid a title to remember. But if people were to look this up and read this book, I may give out the title eventually, but right now I'm reviewing it. And while I'm reviewing,
Douglas, you can't really blame the book if the person had the intent to do the bad stuff. I was talking to a cop like 2 weeks ago when I was trying to get my motorcycle license. He said if a person should know what is right and wrong, and he did what he wanted to do. So,
no, I mean, you're right. Of course, you're right. But that's as well as I
yeah,
do.
I mean, giving them ideas. Most of these are little kids. Yeah, you're
right. Yeah, but it's one of these things where it's a question of discernment, and even most American adults do not have discernment. If they did, we wouldn't be in the problems. We wouldn't be suffering the problems we suffer today. So, like I said, this novel that I dug out of my pile, it's definitely how do I say it? It's disturbing. It is so profoundly disturbing that it would drive most people to despair, in my opinion. I don't think most people should be.
So we should have like a PG rating in our, because you can't hide everything. People have to know the truth, even though it's bad sometimes.
I'm torn because the book, I'm torn between saying this is something that most Americans should not be exposed to because it would drive them to despair, and I'm torn between that and saying it should be required reading because it is so right on the mark about where we're at now in so many ways. I mean, this book was published in 1960. What year was it published? Because it went through two publications, only two. And the original publication was, let me take a look at this, 1969, 3 years after I was born. It was copyrighted then. And then it was published in 1969 and published one last time in 1971. So, and we're talking about if it was published in 69, 3 years after I was born, the fact that it starts with a Marine Corps veteran who becomes a mass shooter, that's the opening, and it just goes downhill from there. It's so prescient to today's situation. I'm left in awe at this man's sense of precognition. And then again, maybe I'll speak a bit about precognition in my biological father's sense. And by the way, I don't know if people have heard Sammy Romero. I have never reviewed what Sammy Romero said about his visit to myself on my own episodes. I've never gone over and listened to what Sammy Romero had to say about what it was like when he visited myself. He said that only when I was gone. Whenever I was refreshing myself, I suggested to Sammy Romero that he talk about his visit to me. And so by the time I got back, he was always winding down. So I don't know if you heard what he said about his visit to me, Joe, or was that the case? Did you hear what he said it was like?
No. I probably missed that when it was earlier.
He's gone over it a few times. No, I mean, in a few episodes, a few times. But the one thing I can tell you is that when he was here, he said, you're starting to look like your biological father a lot. So he was pointing out how much more I look like Adolf Hitler in person than I did otherwise. And without the makeup and everything else, that's very much the case.
Well,
Yeah. Go
You're
on.
an illustrator. He was an illustrator too. I guess
Yeah.
there's something with epigenetics. I guess.
Yeah, yes, yeah, very good. Thank you. And so he was definitely precognitive, however, far more than myself. And I can go a bit into that. And aside from all of that, however, the King in Yellow, which I brought up by the American writer Robert W. Chambers, that short story bears reading, and he writes about the Presidio military base of San Francisco.
Oh,
And yeah, and one of the characters in the short story is stationed at the Presidio military base in San Francisco. So, again, for that reason alone, and you're talking about something published in 1895.
wow.
1895. And he's talking about the Presidio military base as a source of horror. So there you go. It bears reading, and
I guess feng shui does have some effect on
you know.
place.
Mm-hmm. Now, all right. I believe that actually that might be the opening story, The Repairer of Reputations. So let me take a short look and open that page up. It's here we are. This is written in 1895, and he talks about the year 1920. And so he then talks about what ultimately he brings up the Presidio military base. So that's in the first story of The King in Yellow, is The Repairer of Reputations. And so, again, something that bears reading. All of this should be available freely to anybody who looks this up online. But he starts off with, of course, the poem of Carcosa, which is that dim yellow city in the dimension behind the veil, the city of madness itself. So all of that being said, I'll move on from
I'm
that.
surprised you're not mad yet, Douglas. Of all the things
Oh,
you've known.
well, believe me, it's a question. Well, that's a question, of course, of impression, isn't it? And there's many people who would argue that such already is the case. But yeah, believe me, it's let's just put it this way. I could very well have fallen into madness at several points in my life, and probably, in a sense, already have. It's just a question of really recovering yourself from that point. After all, madness is it's really a kind of matter of perspective in the end. Now, all of that being said, love you dearly, Joseph Ty, and you have a blessed night. He will retreat into the background now. Say goodnight to our listeners, dear Joe.
Good night.
Yes. All right. And let me try and get into the mood. I'll start with the shout outs. T. Tank Berry contributed 100 United States dollars directly to my door. God bless him and keep him. Douglas Marks contributed half 100 United States dollars, and God bless him and keep him. Eric Laystick contributed a quarter of 100 United States dollars. God bless him and keep him. Zezmina Hashan contributed $3.42. And as our man Joseph Ty said, every penny counts. You do wonder at someone's motivation, but when it comes to something like that, but as Joseph Ty says, he did best by standing before me and saying what he did. We'll leave what he said standing. Now, as everyone already knows, Joseph Biden is in a crisis mode as the specter of the one-term president, James Earl Carter, haunts the White House. Our president, having been urged to act more forcefully to deal with rising inflation, gun violence, and dire Supreme Court rulings. The other story concerns who gets to fill Boris Johnson's emptied shoes and when. This afternoon, today, we'll hear how the Conservative Party of the Greater British Empire will organize its leadership contest. Politics should never be seen as a form of entertainment. Even though we've all escaped into that, including myself, it detracts from the gravity of the situation. Mr. Johnson, the now former Prime Minister of Great Britain, never understood that. Of course, I am the guiltiest party alive when it comes to commodizing politics, and always referenced Mr. Johnson in the past as Bojo the Clown. I was not alone in this. The Economist magazine references Mr. Johnson's resignation as clownfall. He was such a toxic failure. Everyone wants him gone as soon as possible. Again, referencing The Economist, they are saying, why don't you just leave now? Why are you even waiting? But the problem is, no one is stepping in to fill his space. Many runners and riders, already 9 ministers of parliament, perhaps more by the time you hear this transmission, say they do not want the top job. Or perhaps many others are claiming they want it, in which case they're left with a royal mess to contend with. But most seriously of all, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died at the age of 67 after being shot during a speech the day before yesterday in Nara, Japan. This shocking act of fatal violence, as he joined a campaign for upper house elections, has deeply traumatized the empire with one of the world's lowest rates of gun violence. During a press conference, doctors at the Nara Medical University Hospital confirmed that Abe died from excessive bleeding and was pronounced dead at 5:03 p.m. local time. The doctors testified the bullet that killed the former Japanese leader was deep enough to reach his heart. And a team of 20 medical professionals was unable to stop that bleeding. Police have arrested a Nara resident in his 40s in relation to that shooting. Tetsuya Yamagami, the man who assassinated former Prime Minister of the Empire of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was motivated by his hatred of the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, more commonly known as the Unification Church. Now, members of the Unification Church are usually referred to by a pejorative colloquialism, Moonies, derived from the name of the group's founder, the Reverend Sun Myung Moon, who considered himself to be the second coming of the Christ. Yamagami resented the Unification Church because his own mother, who is a member and still very much alive, had become bankrupt after making, well, basically giving all she had to that group and leaving nothing for her son. Japanese police have confirmed that Yamagami told them he was motivated by animosity towards the religious organization he blamed for his mother's financial ruin. Well, a Tokyo-based representative confirmed yesterday by now, that Yamagami's mother is indeed a member of that church. Now, Abe Shinzo did not belong to the Unification Church, but he did give paid speeches at church-related events. And unificationists formed a reliable voting bloc for Abe's LDP, which is the Empire of Japan's forever ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which, it has often been argued, is neither liberal nor democratic. Regardless, messages from world leaders, past and present, have flooded in, expressing condemnation of the shooting, an attack on democracy and freedom of speech, a throwback to the political murders of pre-war Japan, terrorism, most certainly. The Abe killing is seen as an attack on Japan's democracy. Public outrage, hand-wringing, and vows of defiance by politicians and on social media are widespread following the daylight assassination by a homemade gun of the former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, to reference him by his family name first, as is proper throughout Asia. A major political force, even after he stepped down, but the year before yesteryear, in 2020, as the empire's longest-serving political leader in the secular sense. Emperor Hirohito being such in the meta-political sense, or the theological sense. Hirohito serving the role that the Pope served in times of crusade. The representative, indeed the personification in Hirohito's case, of God himself on earth throughout the war. Now, in a front-page editorial published after the killing, the liberal Asahi newspaper, a regular foil of the conservative, sometimes history demystifying Abe, said, "That bullet pierced the foundation of democracy itself. We tremble with rage." Part of this collective fury is because crime is so rare in the Japanese Empire, where it's not uncommon to see cell phones and purses lying unattended in cafes. Gun attacks are vanishingly rare, especially in recent years, and especially in political settings, though they have happened. But the shock can also be traced to the setting. Abe was killed near a crowded train station, in the middle of a campaign speech for parliamentary elections, something that Japan, despite a long history of one-party political domination and growing voter apathy, takes seriously. Mikito Chinen, a writer and a doctor, declared on Twitter that he voted yesterday by now, because it's important to demonstrate that democracy will not be defeated by violence. Many that side of the Pacific Remember the political and social turmoil of pre-war Japan? When the authorities demanded unquestioned obedience on the home front, as imperial troops marched across all Asia. It was the antithesis of democracy, a time when assassinations, government intimidation of dissidents, and curbs on free speech and assembly were rife. But the reemergence of assassination, just days before the national elections, in one of the world's most stable and affluent countries on earth, and one that acts, along with its American ally, as a political and security bulwark against decidedly undemocratic neighboring empires like the Communist Chinese on the mainland and North Korea on the peninsula adjacent to the home islands of Japan itself, has raised fears that something fundamental has changed. In an editorial, the Japan Times said, "Japan is a democracy, so the murder of a former prime minister is an attack on us all. This was an act of terrorism." Political leaders carried on with their campaigns after Abe's death, with the ruling Liberal Democratic Party that Abe was once the leader of, scoring an even bigger landslide victory on Sunday than expected. Or rather, the fact that it was a landslide victory was a far greater victory than was initially expected prior Abe's assassination. So they obviously garnered the sympathy vote directly resultant his murder. Amid heightened security ahead of that election and its consequent landslide victory, Prime Minister Kishida Fumio said, "In the middle of our election, which is the foundation of democracy, we absolutely must never let violence shut out free speech." Despite the Japanese Empire's high living standards and enviable safety, there are occasional acts of extreme violence, including attacks carried out by those who express a sense of failure and isolation. One of the most recent was in October, when a man dressed in a Joker outfit stabbed an elderly man, then spread oil before setting a fire on a Tokyo subway and attempting to attack more people with a knife. In the realm of politics, perhaps the most striking post-war assassination came circa 1960, well before I was born, when a rightist attacked a socialist leader, Inejiro Asonuma, with a sword before an audience of thousands. Gun attacks, however, are a different story. Japan has some of the strictest gun control laws in the world, based on their ancient tradition of arms control, long before any orders were issued in 1946 by United States forces participating in the reconstruction of Japan and playing occupation for Americans on the home front, USA. According to the latest Justice Ministry's annual crime paper, police made 21 firearms arrests in the year 2020. 12 were gang-related, meaning half or over half were. In 1994, a gunman shot at but missed the Prime Minister Hosokawa Morihiro during a speech. The Nagasaki mayor Icho Ito was assassinated by gunshot circa 2007. The year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized, essentially murdered. Stephen Nagy, a professor of politics and international relations at Tokyo's International Christian University, said many of the people he's talked to consider Abe's attack a lone wolf incident, not an assault on democracy itself. But to quote his T, the primary concern was about the vacuum in leadership that will emerge as the largest political faction, Abe's, has just lost their leader, and this will have implications for the trajectory of domestic politics. Well, compared to the United States and Europa, security for political and business leaders in the Japanese Empire has often been less strict, except for at special, high-profile international events. That was partly because of the perception of a lack of threat. But the nature of the very public attack on Abe could lead to an emergency review of the way Japan guards its officials, and a tightening of security at election campaigns or large-scale events. The Empire of Japan used to be safe enough for politicians to get close to ordinary people, to chat and shake hands. Fukuda Mitsuru, a crisis management professor at Nihon University, confirms that this attack is unique, marking the first assassination of a former or serving leader in post-war Japan, and its consequences could be grave. To quote his T, our society may have become one where politicians and dignitaries can be targeted any time, and that is making people uneasy about getting attacked for freely expressing their views. It was a happy environment, but we may be losing it. In a society where the risk of assassination is realistic, security levels have to be raised. It's an unfortunate development, but we cannot protect our safety otherwise. Now Shinzo Abe, the champion of Japan, and the empire's most consequential prime minister in decades, made the world a better place. The assassinated Japanese leader was the visionary architect of a vital security alliance in the Indo-Pacific region. Abe Shinzo was a rare leader. As the longest-serving prime minister in the Japanese Empire's history, he was a great leader of his nation. Abe was also a true friend of America. He was an ally to presidents of both parties, to President Barack Hussein Obama and President Donald John Trump. These three accolades I've just expressed, great leader of a nation, friend to the American Empire, bipartisan ally, apply to very few leaders in modern history. The legacy Abe leavest behind is worthy of the highest honor. Trois accomplishments stand out, one associated with each of his presidential partners. At the encouragement of President Barack Obama, Abe took the difficult step of convincing the Japanese Empire to join the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In line with President Donald Trump's strong focus on defense, Abe advocated for the Japanese Empire playing a far greater role in ensuring East Asian security. After meeting with President Obama in February of 2013, Prime Minister Abe announced in March of that year that the Japanese Empire would enter the TPP trade talks. Previous administrations were unable to muster the political will to do so, due to the determined opposition of the agricultural lobby and a campaign to scare the Japanese public with alarmist charges that the TPP would undermine Japan's national health care system, the safety of the food supply, and would lead to massive immigration of unskilled foreign workers. Given such opposition, many were particularly surprised Abe advanced TPP just before summer elections for the upper house of the legislature. This was done at a time when the party depended heavily on the agricultural vote, and almost half of its members had joined an anti-TPP caucus. How much better our world would be today if more political leaders had the courage exhibited by Abe Shinzo. As I spraketh back in October of the year 2015, to quote myself, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe took a great risk to lead Japan into entering the TPP. Approving the TPP would do more than just boost the American economy. It would also help Abe advance reforms to revitalize Japan's economy and make it an even stronger partner. Rejecting it would undercut a loyal friend. Now, it would be almost impossible to truly put this into context for our listeners. The incredible Trans-Pacific Partnership. I've spoken about it before, and all I can do is attempt to regenerate that mood that I was in at the time that I have spoken of this in the past, so that I can do justice yet again to the importance of this accomplishment. And it'll take a little bit of breathing, getting myself into the zone, and not only talking about its initial impact on our world, but talking about just the kind of horror that America imposed upon us all by Donald John Trump's withdrawal from that greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere of our New World disorder. That could have led us all to a truly golden age. So many of you are completely unaware of just how important this was, just how we were headed towards a brand new world of opportunity, and just how all of that was lost Now, in trying to pull my head out of my ass, gather my thoughts on this, about the deal that was made and the deal that was broken, in a certain sense, there's nothing I could say that would ever do it justice. But I'm going to try. And when it comes to the... how do I express this? The kind of deal that was made to take its place by the communist Chinese empire, and how that is now something that they're trying to get the rest of the world to kowtow to. It would then do something to break your heart, to see that we've lost in so many ways, thanks to our retreat from imperial responsibilities. It is only by seeing America as an empire that you can understand why America has to maintain an imperial stance. So I think I've got my head out of my ass enough where I can try and express this. Basically, 11 Asia-Pacific countries have signed the trade pact that is formerly known as the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They did this on Black Snow Memorial Saturday of the year 2018 at that time. That long ago. Black Snow Memorial Saturday of the year 2018 was the commemoration of the Night of Black Snow. That was from March 9th through March 10th. The Great Tokyo Firebombing. It was the 73rd memorial of the Great Tokyo Air Raid. As a matter of fact, that 11 countries signed an Asia-Pacific Trade Pact in Chile. Now, the signatories of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership forged ahead with that deal despite the American empire pulling out. Officials from Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam attended that ceremony in Santiago. And although the United States had pulled out but the year before, in 2017, the deal was salvaged by the remaining members under Japanese leadership, as personified by Shinzo Abe, who signed it along with everyone else attending at a ceremony in the Chilean capital city of Santiago. The Chilean foreign minister at the time, Geraldo Muñoz, said the agreement was a strong signal against protectionist pressures in favor of a world open to trade. Despite the American pullout, That deal covers a market today of nearly 500 million people. 500 million people in the new Japanese Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. In the absence of the American Empire, it was renamed the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And extraneous adjectives aside, all its supporters agreed it's hugely significant and was the model for future trade deals that have come into place since. If you ask, what does it do? Its main purpose is to slash trade tariffs between member countries. But it also seeks to reduce so-called non-tariff measures, which create obstacles to trade through regulations. There are chapters in the agreement which aim to harmonize these regulations, or at least render them transparent and fair. There are also commitments to enforce minimum labor and environmental standards. It also includes a controversial investor-state dispute settlement mechanism which allows companies to sue governments when they believe a change in law has affected their profits. Now, in alphabetical order, the participants who have agreed to that are all the TPP participants: Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. The American Empire being conspicuously absent, whereas President Donald John Trump fulfilled his electoral promise by pulling out in January of the year before, 2017, labeling the deal a disaster for American workers. Who were the real winners and losers here? In short, the biggest winners were all in Asia, while the wealthier countries, on balance, were not expected to receive as much of a boost. The Peterson Institute for International Economics concluded Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and Vietnam each received a bump of more than 2% to their economy, manifest at the latest by the year 2030. Whereas New Zealand, the Empire of Japan, Canada, Mexico, Chile, and Australia are all growing by an additional 1 percentile or less. The Peterson Institute for International Economic Study, the same one that I'm sourcing for the other nations, concluded that the United States had the potential to be a big loser, foregoing a boost to its gross domestic product of 0.5 percentile, worth $131 billion United States dollars. What's more, it was calculated that the potential was there for the American empire to lose an additional $2 billion United States dollars because firms in member countries would have an well, would have every incentive to trade with each other instead of with American companies. But Donald John Trump was not the only one who failed to be convinced of the value of TPP. He was, in that case, bizarrely representing the unions, particularly in wealthier member countries such as Australia and Canada, the British dominions, who felt that the deal could be a job killer or push down wages. There were some economists who even suggested that free trade agreements are rigged by special interests, which makes their economic value far more dubious. You might even say, what was the point without the American empire for the agreement to exist at all? There was no question the deal was diminished without the involvement of the world's largest economy, the world's marketplace, America itself. The remaining nations' economies accounted for more than 13% of the global economy. Nonetheless, a total of 10 trillion United States dollars altogether. But with the United States involved, the deal would have represented 40%, almost half the world's economy. Nevertheless, at the time, Australia's Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, concluded the deal had been set up to allow it to admit new members, which could always include the United States. And it was always hoped that Donald John Trump would eventually come to his senses and change his mind on membership. However, the revised agreement dropped about 20 of the original provisions, mostly those insisted on by the American empire, suggesting that any American re-entry would require intense negotiation. And although Donald Trump was on record saying he'd be open to a substantially better deal, his broader hostility toward tradebacks always suggested such possibilities to be remote. As for the United Kingdom after Boris Johnson, the man who made Brexit possible, is it possible the United Kingdom could join? Sure. Why not? There's nothing banning it, even if most of the members are on the other side of the world. Australia, at least, indicated that it was open to the idea, and the United Kingdom's International Trade Secretary at the time, Liam Fox, was signaling some interest in joining after the United Kingdom completed its departure from European Union. But it's still unlikely that membership in TPP would provide any immediate replacement for the Greater British Empire's EU trading partners after Brexit. And that's because the region isn't a major destination for UK exports. Of course, the United Kingdom might be importing a lot from the Orient, but exporting to it, nobody's buying any British cars. Well, let's just put it this way. After Brexit, the United Kingdom, well, they'd better join the Pacific Free Trade Zone. Because while growing new markets would arguably be the entire point, the sooner the better, because it's unlikely to happen overnight. All of the signatories involved in the TPP account for less than 8% of United Kingdom exports, well, at least back in 2018. Or 2017, really, the year before the TPP was even signed into effect. That's according to the research by the Observatory of Economic Complexity at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I'm sourcing their 2017 statistics. I'll have to look further to find what kind of conclusions they may have come to after that, even if they were contracted to tabulate any after that year. By the way, I just got an incoming news flash. Paul Ryan found himself sobbing during the January 6th riot. Oh, my heart bleeds. Now, for those of you who don't understand Japan's importance in the world and why, say, for instance, the assassination of Shinzo Abe would be important to the rest of us. Oh, by the way, Rick O'Leary says, thanks for all you do to share the full history. God bless you, sir. Hugs and my thanks for your appreciation. Have this wonderful young lady I'll quote in another episode, maybe on Wednesday, who wrote something wonderful as well. God bless you all. I'm so glad so many people are coming out now as basically everything settles down with the shitstorm since our mass declaration of hostility by the gangstalkers. And I believe, of course, the balance is coming out in the world. So to balance out what people don't understand about Japan, and I know it's difficult to understand Japan's importance in the world today, understand that Japan is still legitimately under imperium, as Japan's emperorship is constitutionally maintained and internationally recognized as such. So it is important to remember that not only is Japan still legally an empire, but that its empire is quite sizable, possessing more land area than France, the United Kingdom, or even the VD, the Vereinigte Deutschland, or United Germany, straddling aside an archipelago comprising no less than 7,000 islands, 6,852 geophysical islands created by volcanic activity that comprise the Japanese home islands, and 148 artificial military islands that you don't even know exist. Yet, don't take my word for it. Look it up yourself. The Empire of Japan retains the world's 10th largest population base, with over 127 million people. The koi, the chrysanthemum throne of the Japanese imperial family, is maintained within the imperial palace on the core home island of Honshu, within the Shutoken National Capital Region, wherein the greater Tokyo area's de facto capital city of Tokyoto, the Eastern Capital Metropolis as it transliterates, forms the largest and most populous metropolitan area in the world, housing 43 million residents and, inclusive of its municipal jurisdiction, over Minami Mori Torishima, Minami Southern Bird Island, or Monster Island as it was designated in World War II, extends into the Pacific Ocean by over 1,500 kilometers, over 1,000 miles, in and of itself boasting the largest urban agglomeration economy on Earth, with a gross domestic product of 1.5 trillion United States dollars for Tokyo alone, separate from Japan, ahead of New York City metropolitan area, which ranks second on the list of worldly economic power for major metropoles. The Tokyo metropolis hosts 51, over half a hundred of the Fortune Global 500 companies, the highest number of any city on planet Earth, while still maintaining itself as the world's most livable megalopolis, according to the Michelin Guide, which has awarded Tokyo by far the most Michelin stars of any city in the world. In fact, Tokyo is so large It doesn't have a mayor. It has a governor, as if it were a state. Within the sprawling empire of which Tokyo is the capital, that very city into which my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was born, within the empire which her city was the capital thereof, the Japanese self-defense forces and the United States military maintain separate commands per Japanese law. Understand that the United States in no way, shape, or form occupies Japan, a fact of which most Americans are kept completely ignorant of. The United States occupies Okinawa-jima, Okinawa Island, which is the capital island of the Nansei Shoto, the Ryukyu's archipelago, the territory of a culture and ethnicity distinct from the Japanese. They are Sinitic, or Synovia in ethnos. The Okinawans have suffered atrociously due to the presence of American forces. More Okinawans killed themselves during World War II to avoid rape and torture at the hands of Americans than Japanese died at Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. And the behavior of the American invaders has never improved much since. The Japanese Imperium is still negotiating their much anticipated withdrawal. Now, in terms of the Trans-Pacific Partnership and what that means furthermore, let me try and get my head together a little bit about that, because this is painful for me. It's painful for me because if we were part of it, our world would be a so much better place. I will try and express how to yourself. Honestly, when Donald John Trump signed the death warrant for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the day he became president, it was the first thing he did. Now, throughout the presidential campaign, the TPP was discussed almost exclusively at high volume, with exclamation points present or implied. Its opponents, who included all those communists in the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party, as well as Donald Trump himself, all argued variously that it would destroy jobs and the environment and strengthen the communist Chinese empire. Pro-trade members of the Obama administration, well, they all argued that the TPP would help increase Made in America exports, grow the American economy, support well-paying American jobs, and strengthen the American middle class. Now, all of those words were on the website of the Office of the United States Trade Representative on the Monday morning opening the work week that Donald John Trump assumed his executive status in the Oval Office. But by midday, they had all disappeared, replaced by America First trade policy. it leaves me weeping. No other word for it. Can't begin to describe how the end of a world could come like that. Now, again, just getting my head together with this, trying to describe how our world should have turned out instead of how it turned out, obviously leaves myself in a kind of depression. So I have to kind of breathe again and just try to say to myself that I am a calm blue ocean. And thereby reclaim for myself a sort of sense of peace in the horror of our world when we have just too much that has passed us by and we just don't know what to do with ourselves. And if I sound like I'm kind of losing the thread of thought, believe me, you would understand why if only you could just comprehend the loss that I understand. The time that you may not have noticed that we were essentially deprived of a golden age of economics. Instead, entering a period of trade war that Trump led us into, which of course was in its own way necessary. I'm not going to deny that. Someone had to stand up to the communist Chinese empire eventually, and Trump was the man to do it. As someone who, of course, identifies as Taiwanese, in that sense, Trump was the man we had to have. There was no one else who was willing to do what he was willing to do. Now, again, when it comes to the kind of deal that was enacted in terms of the new Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere that the TPP ultimately became, and why so few people understood the importance of it at the time. When President Obama made the deal, and I was, say for instance, trying to express exactly what Obama was trying to express about the deal, trying to make it something that people could comprehend and then reconsider. It was something that I presented as, say for instance, a kind of, how do I say it? As poignantly as possible. When I myself was trying to present it the way, say for instance, Trump would present it. How he would ultimately say, let Trump remake our Trans-Pacific trade deal. Let him remake it in such a way that, like what if the United States had a truly savvy deal maker like Donald John Trump negotiate the Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Accord instead of wimpy Team Obama? Be honest, folks. Would you let Barack Hussein Obama II sell your house? I've researched the deal in depth, of course, and concluded Trump would have gotten us this. He would have begun by saying, a baby could figure out that since 80% of the goods from our 11 TPP partners come into our country duty-free already, and so much of our stuff is still hit with tariffs in their countries, if we eliminate 18,000 tariffs, we'll be able to keep more production at home and sell more abroad. Trump would say, we'll export so much we'll actually get tired of exporting. After all, America's total manufacturing output was nearing an all-time high at the end of 2015. True, it was with more robots and fewer people, but we've still created, by that point, before Trump was president, nearly 900,000 manufacturing jobs between 2010 and 2017 because we had cheap energy, skilled workers, and good rule of law. Our workers can compete if we level the playing field. So Trump would have told opponents of the trade deal, just do the math, people. I mean, our average applied tariff was already at that point only 1.5%, while the tariffs of those Pacific countries can range much higher. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam has peak tariffs of over 0.5% on cars and machines. So if we got rid of those tariffs, our exporters would have been poised to benefit. And since Trump still cares about blue-collar workers, unlike the elitist Obama, he'd have demanded that in return for free access to our markets, the world's global marketplace in America itself, the 11 other TPP nations would have to agree, some for the first time ever, to freedom for their workers to form independent trade unions, to elect their own labor leaders, to collectively bargain and to eliminate all child and forced labor practices. Trump would have also insisted that they adopt laws on minimum wages, hours of work and occupational safety and health, and again, precisely to level the playing field with our own American workers laboring under such restrictions. Trump would also have required that the deal prohibit all customs duties for digital products, making sure companies didn't have to share source codes in order to get new markets, and ensure free access for all cloud computing services in all TPP countries, all areas of growing American strength at the time. And because Trump respected women, or at least liked to grab them by the pussies, surely he would have demanded that this deal require all signatories, especially Muslim Malaysia, to take real steps to halt human trafficking from such countries as the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, formerly Burma, and the People's Republic of Bangladesh, and require each signatory to improve access for human rights groups to assist victims of such trafficking. In other words, if you don't comply, you lose your trade benefits, because Trump's no sucker for a wink and a smile. Moreover, Trump would have made sure that the accord, in a first for any trade deal in history, put restrictions on state-owned companies that compete with our private businesses, like Communist Vietnam's oil company. Those state-owned companies oftentimes get special benefits that enable them to undercut our companies. Trump's trade deal would have also been the first requiring criminal penalties for stealing our industrial secrets. Trump would have said, no more ripping off America. He certainly would have insisted on strong intellectual property protections for America's software industry, one of our greatest export assets, and taken an approach to pharmaceuticals that split the difference between what the big drug companies want in the way of intellectual property protection time for their products and what the generics manufacturers want. Everyone would have gotten something, but nobody would have gotten everything. It's called the art of the deal, folks. Trump would also surely have required that all signatories combat trafficking in endangered wildlife parts, like elephant tusks and rhino horns, and end all their subsidies that stimulate overfishing. I mean, to paraphrase something he would have said, no trade deal is perfect. No single deal will save every job or remake our economy. And we must be more generous in caring for workers hurt. And Trump, who had a lot of Chinese restaurants in his hotels, would know that if we walked away from the TPP, all our friends in the Pacific would just sign up for the Communist Chinese Empire's RCEP, or Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which would set trade rules in Asia and include weak intellectual property protections, no labor or environmental protections, and no disciplines on state-owned industries. So that's the Pacific trade deal Trump would have struck. By now, I hope you've all figured something out. Everything I've articulated, everything I've described, is precisely every single detail of the trade deal Barack Hussein Obama II actually did strike. You don't know that because Trump didn't know it himself. Because Bernie Sanders, that old communist, knew it and never wanted to tell you. And because Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton knew it, but sadly would never tell you, choosing instead to play Bernie Light. Now remind me how that worked for her in Michigan. No trade deal is perfect. No single deal will save every job or remake our economy. And we must be more generous in caring for workers hurt by trade. But we also should have recognized that smart deals, like the TPP, would help keep us the most efficient and innovative economy in the world while strengthening all our security alliances, as opposed to abandoning all our allies to regimes that never supported our values. Now, I say this in satire or bitterest sarcasm. Thank goodness we had a former community organizer negotiating for us. And damned be his phobic citizenry that expedited its demise via the incoming presidential proxy. All I can say is that having said that, then Japan proved itself yet again to be indispensable. Understand that the need for economic security is what revived Washington's alliance with Tokyo. Japan was delighted with the first months of Joe Biden's presidency. Unlike his predecessor, whose transactional view of diplomacy rankled many in Tokyo, Biden was at pains to rekindle the Amero-Japanese alliance, or perhaps more euphonically, the Japano-American alliance, and to emphasize that the Empire of Japan remained the linchpin of American security policy in Asia. In February of yesteryear, the two empires, America and Japan, renewed the agreement under which the Japanese archipelago hosts American troops, and in March of the year before, well, it was just yesteryear actually, 2021, for both the renewal of that agreement and the month thereafter, February and then March, was when the Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin both visited the Japanese Empire on their first overseas trips, period. Biden hosted the Japanese Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, as his first foreign guest as president. At that point, Abe Shinzo had already stepped down from his position due to health reasons. It will surprise no one that a major focus of those early meetings was the Communist Chinese Empire, whose economic and military rise unnerved Washington and Tokyo and united them in competition with Beijing. The Biden administration officials repeatedly affirmed their readiness to defend Japan, including the Japanese Empire's claim to the disputed Senkaku Islands, known in China as the Diaoyu Islands. And they've been putting every pressure imaginable on the Japanese to occupy the Diaoyus with Chinese troops. But the Japanese have been equally ungiving and relentless in their islands' defenses of the Senkakus. As well, in addition to the military and diplomatic competition with Communist China, which has long been central to the Japano-American relationship, both countries, both empires, placed new and important emphasis on economic security. In their first meeting, Biden and Suga discussed ways to protect critical supply chains, intellectual property rights, and sensitive technology that should not pass into Beijing's hands under any circumstances. And at the March meeting of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue of yesteryear, which was an informal strategic forum including Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, that was, well, conceptualized by Abe Shinzo, both the American and Japanese leaders took a similarly expansive view of the Communist Chinese challenge, leading to the creation of working groups on controlling critical and emerging technologies, among other economic security issues. That heightened economic competition with Red China has helped the Japanese Empire reinvigorate its alliance with the United States is not an accident. Over the last several years, the Japanese government, first under Prime Minister Abe Shinzo and then under Suga, has honed a new brand of economic statecraft designed to protect the empire's economic interests, limit Red China's creeping influence in Asia, and bolster Japanese soft power. Now, through a combination of enhanced economic intelligence, tighter trade restrictions, and better stewardship of data and emerging technologies, the Empire of Japan has become a force for economic security in Asia and reinforced its position as an indispensable American ally. The Japanese Empire has long thought of security in more than military terms, in part because of the purported military constraints imposed by a purportedly pacifist constitution. Tokyo has historically tried to win the trust of other Asian powers through aid, trade, and diplomacy, and it has largely succeeded. Public opinion surveys in Southeast Asia consistently show that the Empire of Japan is the most trusted major power in the region, and that it has considerable soft power. But as the Communist Chinese Empire's foreign policy has grown more aggressive, especially under the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, the Empire of Japan has had to come up with new ways to preserve its autonomy and regional influence. Beginning in 2013, Abe Shinzo's government gradually refurbished the empire's outmoded national security infrastructure, strengthened its defense capabilities, and embraced a more proactive role in maintaining regional security. Abe Shinzo also launched a series of economic security initiatives that attracted less attention, but were arguably as important. The most consequential of these was a bureaucratic reorganization aimed at improving interagency cooperation and enhancing the government's ability to respond to new economic security risks. Towards the end of his premiership, Abe Shinzo restructured Japan's National Security Secretariat, adding an economic division that officially began operations in April of the year before yesteryear, 2020. Already, this new division has grown into the largest of the 7 NSS, or National Security Secretariat units, prompting other ministries to undertake similar reorganizations. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Defense have all established new divisions or positions focused on technology and economic security. Abe Shinzo's government also strengthened the Empire of Japan's economic security-related intelligence collection and assessment capabilities, giving domestic intelligence agencies funding and directives to focus on threats to sensitive Japanese technologies, among other economic security risks. Japan's Public Security Intelligence Agency, the PSIA, for instance, has created a team focusing on economic security and has begun outreach programs to raise public awareness of risks and threats posed by illicit technological and data transfers. Other security agencies have also restructured, creating new and better resourced teams focusing on the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, the Empire of Japan has sharpened additional tools of economic statecraft through new legislation and policies. Why, the year before yesteryear, I believe, 2020 or maybe even 2019, as early as then, the Empire's Parliament revised the Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Act, the FEFTA, the FEFTA, to expand government jurisdiction over potentially troubling investments, in particular by decreasing the threshold for regulatory approval of foreign investments from more than 10% of a company's shares to more than 1%. The Empire of Japan has also effectively banned government procurement of information technology equipment from any mainland Chinese state vendors, such as Huawei and ZTE, and has provided subsidies and tax breaks to Japanese companies developing secure fifth-generational networks. Along with Australia and Asian India, Japan has launched the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, the SCRI, SCRI, which encourages Japanese companies and their subsidiaries to reshore operations or diversify and move them out of mainland China to Southeast Asia, most particularly Communist Vietnam, which is a blood enemy of Red China as it exists today. Other economic security initiatives are in the offing. Certainly were the last time I checked a few years agone, when the government was already planning to create a new think tank that would focus on using emerging technologies such as quantum and artificial intelligence for security purposes. The Japanese were also mulling at the time a new security clearance system for the private sector that would facilitate the sharing of threat information between the government and business, and a system that would conceal from the public patents related to technologies that can be adopted for military use. It was already likely to designate economic security as one of 3 thematic pillars in their new national security strategy, and they were continuing to play a leading role in setting standards for trade and digital commerce, including through the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement, which the Empire of Japan revived and renamed after the United States backed out. This is what makes the Japanese the truly invaluable partner of the United States. Forget whatever George H.W. Bush Jr. was saying about this special relationship with the Greater British Empire during the Gulf War that he started. Think of the Japanese Empire in that place as your truly special relationship on Earth. Because if any of those initiatives, which I've just articulated, look familiar to Americans, that is by design. One of Tokyo's main objectives was to more closely align its economic policies with Washington's and ensure that the two empires' governments coordinate on critical and emerging technology policies. And even then, the Empire of Japan's approach appeared to be working. Soon after it launched the new NSS, National Security Secretariat Economic Security Division, the two empires' governments announced that they would start a dialogue on economic security issues. The Empire of Japan's mastery of new technologies, its networks and connections throughout the Indo-Pacific, and its prestige and soft power in the region all made it an invaluable economic security partner for the American empire from inception. But there is still more that the Empire of Japan and the American empire can do to address the economic security challenges posed by the Communist Chinese Empire. In order to facilitate more regular discussions on economic security, they could create a designated Japano-American consultative committee for these issues, and an economic security version of the Shangri-La Dialogue, Asia's annual defense summit. They could also expand support for the Blue Dot Network, an infrastructure and development certification initiative launched by Australia, the Empire of Japan, and these United States that is sometimes compared to Red China's Belt and Road Initiative, by which it buys off entire nations. The Empire of Japan and these United States should also pursue economic security cooperation with other democratic countries and, where appropriate, in multilateral settings, as they did at that G7 meeting in the United Kingdom a year or two agone and the G20 meeting in Italy prior COVID-19 shutting down the world. They should identify ways to reduce their economic dependence on mainland China to blunt the effectiveness of Red Chinese economic statecraft, whilst also identifying the Communist Chinese Empire's economic dependencies on democratic countries to deter and counter Red Chinese economic coercion. There is still considerable work to be done, but the Empire of Japan's recent reforms have prepared it for the economic security challenges ahead and ensured that the empire across the Pacific will be closely aligned with these United States for some time yet to come. Now, all that having been said, when Donald John Trump signed the death warrant for the Trans-Pacific Partnership as soon as he entered office, his first executive act as President of these United States, understand what he threw away that would have benefited you. That TPP would have created a Pacific trade zone, not unlike the zone that NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, had created in North America, but comprising a dozen countries bordering the Pacific. Primarily, first among equals, the Empire of Japan, but also Vietnam, Brunei, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, these United States, of course, and the United States of Mexico, Peru, and Chile. By 2030, those countries together would have been able to access one another's ports with next to no tariffs whatsoever or any other restrictions. Both proponents and detractors exaggerated the effects of the TPP, the impact of which was always going to be modest in measurable economic terms. The Peterson Institute for International Economics that I sourced earlier, which is a reputable but strongly pro-TPP research organization, for instance, estimated that the United States national income would actually grow by 131 billion United States dollars a year by 2030 under that trade deal. A number that many TPP advocates would repeat as evidence of its magnitude. But even if that estimate had turned out to be right, it would have represented just 0.5% of the overall American economy, outweighed by even slight changes in, say, for instance, the average price of oil or the Federal Reserve's key interest rate, and would have had for the foreseeable future essentially no measurable impact on almost anybody's life. In other words, it could easily have been seen as somewhere between worthless and barely measurable in economic terms, which is all that Trump would think in. For a trade deal to have a major impact, good or bad, it would have to change the trade dynamics with a previously closed but potentially immense trading partner. Such a seismic shift did happen when the Communist Chinese Empire joined the World Trading System. But the American Empire already engages in trade with most of the TPP countries. So instead, that deal would have meant marginally more trade with a set of second and third tier trading partners. So you might ask, why then did the Obama administration fight so hard for TPP? Because the trade agreement was central to long-term American interests around the world. It was the first step, was to be the first step, in engineering a single interlocking trade system to span North America, a significant portion of South America, and a decent chunk of Southeast Asia, as well as the apex of it all, the Empire of Japan. Modern products, from cheaper goods such as clothes to expensive and durable products such as computers, cars, and medical devices, are no longer made in any single one country. They require stable, predictable international supply chains, and the TPP would have encouraged CEOs, chief executive officers, logistics managers, and others to place their bets on the world's single largest trading zone, one that would have been dominated by the American empire, the largest and most developed economy therein. By imposing a single legal regime on trade throughout its area, the TPP would have offered incentives to firms to partner with others in the region. As the dominant party in the pact, the American empire would have controlled future access to that zone. Labor and environmental activists in America had already won major victories, ensuring that the TPP would force a new set of standards on our trading partners. For the poorer countries, especially communist Vietnam, blood enemy of communist China, these would have meant real advances for workers and their environment. After passage, other countries in the Pacific and in South America would have been anxious to join this large and growing trading zone and would have wanted to make sure they stayed on the good side of these United States. The zone would have had all but surrounded and contained the Communist Chinese Empire, which was never part of the pact, and would have served to pressure that empire to change its own communized, collectivist, criminal practices. Of course, President Trump, like so many others, was right to be concerned about people losing factory jobs, particularly in the Rust Belt, which delivered his victory. The TPP probably would have killed some jobs there, and it surely would have created some others. Estimates suggest that it all would have been a wash in that regard, but overall, it wouldn't have had much direct impact on blue-collar workers. The global shift, the world shift away from tariffs and other trade barriers prior Trump's trade war with the communists had begun in 1964, before I was even born, and was largely complete by the mid-2000s. By 2005, thereabouts, before my father even died. There were still a few real fights left, particularly over trade involving finance, entertainment, and pharmaceuticals, but for American manufacturing companies and their workers, there just weren't that many high trade barriers left. No deal was likely to have any significant impact on the number of jobs or on the wages workers received by that point. Jobs ultimately follow economic activity. Where are the customers? Where does it make the most sense to produce the goods those customers want? Well, multinational corporations had a backup plan. once Trump killed the American TPP. It was called, still is, the RCEP, the Regional Competitive Economic Partnership, made up of 16 countries, all in Asia, many of them signatories to the TPP itself. The trade zone isn't quite as big. RCEP represents less than a third of the global economy. But in many ways, it's a lot easier to join. The American empire is not a member, and there are virtually no environmental or labor standards whatsoever required, because the one empire that is the first among equals within the RCEP is the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland of Asia, and it is that nation that dominates what has now become the world's largest trade zone. That's why Red China's reaction to Trump's announcement of killing the TPP was so enthusiastically supportive, simply urging all countries to avoid unilateral trade restrictions. If the White House really wanted to cause Red China pain, it could have targeted a range of other industries, from electronics to shoes. Going after steel and aluminum like Trump did wasn't the start of any trade war. That was friendly fire. Now, in terms of what comes to my mind when I think back on all of this, what does come to my mind in the wake of everything that I've articulated to this point? I would have to say that the United States pulling out of the TPP ranks among the greatest wounds a nation has ever inflicted upon itself, in addition to being an abandonment of its most important ally. The Communist Chinese Empire immediately moved into the void as a member of the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and then immediately sought to join the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, wherein Japan now rules, as America simply watches others set the terms of trade. Now, when it comes to, of course, everything that I've said about the entire affair, and again, my attempt to try and put this into some historical context, let me try and gather my breath again, because again, this is something that is just simply upsetting, and it's hard for me to speak of this without the sense of anger and anguish that becomes inevitable whenever I'm relating facts to you that leave me shaking my head So let me try and again breathe. Tell myself that I'm a calm blue ocean. Tell myself that I'm here to educate as opposed to simply admonish. And see if through that I can get myself into a space where I can help everybody understand my perspective, the perspective from which you yourself can ultimately have a better understanding of the world. Now, when it comes to, again, trying to express what needs to be expressed, let me put it this way. The Japanese, when it came to dealing with Trump in power, when it came to basically trying to adapt to the New World disorder, all of this was probably exemplified in terms of Japanese leaders by Shinzo Abe, the man who was just assassinated. It is something that I can only emphasize as Japan being the empire that's on the front line. And by God, whatever else you may think about Japan, don't ever think that Japan is somehow westernized. All of that is simply delusion. There is nothing of that in history or in the present that is at all applicable to your reality. You know, I could go all the way back to my own kind of culture. Why, in fact, I may as well do so. By my culture, I mean my subculture, wherein what Peter Moon blithely recounts as cross-dressing is seen as something far deeper than mere outward appearances of representation of gender. Understand that in the case of Japan, war generated an exactly opposite effect immediately, in that what America was forced to bring to Japan during its 7 years of so-called military occupation, when it participated in reconstruction of all the damage that it had done based on Japanese demands in terms of their victory conditions, led to not only the positive reconstruction of the empire on the Japanese home islands of the archipelago, that all the Japanese themselves demanded per conditions of victory, but thereby created a foundation as solid as the Georgia granite from Stone Mountain that was used in constructing Tokyo's Imperial Hotel. Building on such a foundation, the Empire of Japan was to eventually grow into the peaceful, thriving nation that ultimately became the world's second greatest economy on earth, while still retaining much of its unique charm and culture and history. So, Super Slinky says, great show, thank you. I presume you're female by your name. Blessed be. Thank you so much for your participation. Let me continue to explain here. All of this, the fact that Japan retained its everything that was Jap about Japan, its Japaneseness, if you will, itself begs the question of whether westernization be fact or fiction, the very concept thereof. Take us the case of the myth of westernization vis-a-vis the Empire of Japan and the United States of America. Americans love to believe that Japan was westernizing throughout the 20th century. But the Empire of Japan was vigorously committing just the opposite. Start with my so-called cross-dressing. My representation as the opposite sex is simply indicative of my being wakashu, of Japan's third gender. Now, the wakashu, roughly translated as beautiful youth, in either the singular or the plurality, is a word from the Edo period in Japan that describes young men who have reached puberty but have not yet attained full-fledged manhood, and who were therefore eligible for sexual relations with both women and men. So the wakashu are traditional Japan's third gender. During adolescence, when the wakashu were sexually mature, but free of adult responsibilities, it was socially acceptable for them to be enjoyed as sex partners by both men and women. Considered to be at the height of their beauty, these young men played an important role in the sexual and social practices of the Edo period, and enlighten us still today about the gender fluidity present in traditional Japan. Now, this was a time of peace and strict hierarchy, the floating world as it was known, where everyone existed eternally in the present moment. As I said, the vampire do, aging at such a slower pace as to be unnoticed by even themselves. I explained this in my interview with Sean Bond, which hopefully he'll edit and publish on YouTube at some point soon. The Edo period of Japan, the 2.5 centuries, as long as America has been around, between 1603 and 1868, was a time of relative peace. And after enduring years of fighting between warring samurai, the empire gradually settled down and isolated from the rest of the world. Traditional Japanese culture deepened and developed into a highly original expression, one saturated in originality, ingenuity, and beauty. During the Edo period, social organization was complex and hierarchical, and life was dominated by a strict set of expected behaviors, and by a seriously enforced stratification of class and age. This is where we turn to the woodblock print as our historical record, much as the Gutenberg printing press became our ability to record the culture of Europa on the other side of the world. You see, much of our knowledge of the Wakashu comes from the traditional woodblock prints that were common to that age, and identified by their unique hairstyle, a shaved triangle in the hair at the top of the head and side locks. Wakashu are easily spotted in many of the prints that still exist today. Hairstyles played an important part in sexual identity, with adult men fully shaving the top of their head and leaving side locks, young women wearing combs and hairpins, and women in general wearing elaborate hairdos. Now, in these prints that I'm referencing, we see a variety of sexual practices as well. Men or women together with the adolescent Wakashu, male prostitution, men cross-dressing as women, and men impersonating women on the kabuki stage. The Wakashu are always shown to be beautiful and desirable, sometimes playing a feminine role in that they are practicing the traditional feminine arts such as flower arranging or the playing of certain musical instruments. And these woodblock prints, which range from simple scenes of everyday life to more explicit erotica, they reveal a society where gender identity is not necessarily fixed, and where sexual experimentation is socially acceptable, within certain defined boundaries. But the Wakashu are always seen in a positive light. In one image, a group of youths playfully tickling a Buddhist monk, serving him alcohol, and holding him down, a scene of foreplay to male-male sex. In another, a woman secretly passes a note to the Wakashu behind the back of an older male. The events are always depicted without any negative judgment. Now, all Japanese cities had their government-regulated pleasure zones, and these woodblock prints of these districts, what we would call red light districts, show Wakashu strolling the streets alongside geisha and samurai. Scenes of brothels and private interiors reveal the established mores and sex practices. Lesbianism is not seen in these images, probably because of the strong patriarchal system that did not allow women much freedom. Although male-male sex was not approved of between adults or between Wakashu, it was tolerated among the actors of the kabuki theater, where cross-dressing and female impersonation were not just common, but necessitated by samurai otherwise raiding the stage and taking the woman off stage to rape. So therefore they replaced them all with cross-dressing men to stop that practice, albeit somewhat surprisingly. The samurai took to impersonating women as kind of I guess a payback? Where maybe they felt they could pass as lesbians and pick up some of the kabuki actors? Regardless, the norm was of adult men and women with Wakashu youths, whom everyone felt comfortable fucking. And the traditional marriage was always between a woman and a man, or at least normally so. The idea of child exploitation or age of consent did not exist in Edo, Japan. Doubtless because the lifespan at that time was much shorter, with few people living beyond their late 30s. Likewise, male-female marriage occurred at a much earlier age than today. Because of these cultural differences, sociologists would caution any of you from comparing your present-day norms to those of my world from another era, a world you'll gain another glimpse of this coming weekend, because another photograph of myself representing that cultural background will be embedded in thumbnail of live stream, because it will be, well, cross-dressing holiday, the holiday of International Drag Day on Saturday the 16th of July. Now, all that having been described or articulated, then what I can further articulate to you from this point forward tonight will be the importance of, again, an empire which is not westernized at all, despite whatever propaganda you've been brought up with all your lives. So understand that with the arrival of the West, my world ended. The Edo period closed when Commodore Matthew Perry, illegitimately representing the United States, sailed into Yedo Bay on the 8th of July in 1853. Now, forced by gunboat diplomacy to open its floating world to the West, by the 1860s, the Empire of Japan had adapted to the new political reality and was eagerly importing the technology, fashions, and cultural practices of the Christian West. And with this upheaval, the wakashu, my kind, disappeared, replaced by a less open, more rigid system of sexual behavior. An indescribable tragedy, where my kind went to dwell with the ninja, underground, and employed from that point forward, not so much for play, but for professional murder, assassination. With that, same-sex relations were banned in the new, modern Japan. Today, same-sex marriage is still illegal in the Empire of Japan, although it was debated in the legislature in 2015 when it was legalized here in these United States, and my son married his husband, whom we maintain the anonymity thereof by referencing him obliquely as sugar daddy. In Japan, of course, a gay subculture does exist, although gay men are expected to eventually marry and bear children, thus fulfilling their social duties. Nevertheless, many continue to live their gay lives, however discreetly. In fact, it's kind of an open secret, and you wonder why they bother with the beard, other than, of course, to produce children and maintain the numbers, the demographics of the Japanese race. In 1860, a man named Fukuzawa Yukichi, who was a young Japanese student who happened to be straight, still learning English himself, accompanied the first ever Japanese diplomatic mission to these United States as its English interpreter. This American encounter, along with the second trip with the Japanese embassy to Europe in 1862, and a third trip back to these United States circa 1867, greatly influenced his thinking about Japan and its future. And although Fukuzawa thought that Westerners' manners were dreadful, He admired their independence of thought and open discourses. On his trips, he focused not on Western philosophy and science, knowledge he thought he could absorb by reading a book on the subject, but on the more practical side of U.S. and European affairs, such as who paid for the expenses at a hospital, how was money deposited in a bank and loaned out. It's an early indication of how Fukuzawa treated Western ideas. He exhibited a pragmatic curiosity about things and notions from the West. They might work for Japan, or they might not. They could be used or tossed away. Fukuzawa's experiences in the West and his perspective as he eventually became the intellectual founder of modern Japan raise an important question about the concept of Westernization, which was akin to today's globalization, but heavily tilted toward Western influence by its very name. Did non-Westerners adopt the West's ways? Or did they, like Fukuzawa, question and critique, embrace and reject as they saw fit? From the warped perspective of Westerners, this was no question at all. The self-warped West, especially these United States, exerted a defining influence on the world in the 20th century. The immense force of Western institutions, with emphasis on the word force, capitalism, democracy, Christianity, stamped itself on other parts of the globe, creating independent democratic nations committed to freedom. End of story. Or is it the end of the story at all? If 21st century world trends are any indication, we have badly overstated Westernization's influence and achievement. The success of the non-Western response to COVID-19, especially in East Asia, not the communist mainland, but where countries have remained open while containing the virus, such as my Taiwan as the exemplar, proves the strength of regions outside the West. Along with the appearance of authoritarianism and crony capitalism in some parts of the West, it brings up questions about the dominance and the capability of the region. The case of Japan, where debates about Westernization started in the late 19th century, it's worth examining thereupon for no other reason than it seems to be the perfect example of a country that is propagandized as having accepted the Western way of life. One commentator, Henry Field, suggested in the 1890s that Japan's islands, with their rapid industrialization and adoption of Western ideas, were like ships being unmoored from Asia, sailed across the Pacific, and attached directly to the western edge of the continent of North America. This geographical metaphor is a bit rich, but it neatly illustrates how deeply myopic Westerners are about Japan's Westernization, along with suggestions in the 80s to make Japan a state. You know, a state of the United States. The problem with this vision, if you will, is that it was primarily the work of Western pseudo-intellectuals, crackpot journalists, hack businessmen, and apparatchik policymakers. Henry Luce, a powerful public opinion shaper as the Time Life publisher who grew up in China as the son of missionaries, encouraged American influence when, in an editorial in Life magazine in February of 1941, he urged Americans to make the 20th century an American century. from whence we got the very term. When one looks beyond Western views, of course, we find that almost no Japanese blindly accepted Westernization. What did the Japanese think about their empire being on the cusp of Western life? Well, they were much less sanguine than Western commentators imagined. Fukuzawa has been widely misdescribed as a Westernizer. Even though he resembled a Westerner to some, Fukuzawa's world, in fact, looked very different from the West. He was born into a lower samurai family in Osaka in 1835, wherein Fukuzawa Yukichi grew up at a time of political disturbances and family disappointment. After a series of crop failures during a famine, a rebellion erupted in 1837 and large parts of Osaka were burned. The uprising failed, but the Tokugawa shogunal regime, the shogunacy, what the Japanese call a bakufu, a tent government, as in a barracks government, is how you would say it in the English conceptualization thereof, lasting from 1602 through 1868, emerged from the 1830s considerably weakened. Fukuzawa was also profoundly influenced by his father's experiences in the local clan. He was an accountant but dreamed of becoming a scholar. However, his lord refused to allow him to undertake scholarly studies. Fukuzawa never forgot how the rigid Tokugawa system of rank denied his father. As he later explained in his autobiography, "The feudal system is my father's mortal enemy, which I am honor-bound to destroy." Although his father died when Fukuzawa was but an infant, the son inherited his father's commitment to study and improve himself. After returning to Japan from his trips abroad, Fukuzawa wrote the Seiyo Jijo, Things Western, a popular, simple-to-read, multi-volume compilation of his observations on Western life and institutions. He also wrote 2 groundbreaking books on learning and civilization, founded a newspaper, the Jiji Shimpo, Current Events, in the translation. A university was established by him, the Keio Gijuku, and he even wrote a children's book on world geography. As a testament to Fukuzawa's broad influence on all Japanese life, today, the Keio Gijuku, the Keio University in Tokyo, remains one of Japan's top schools. Fukuzawa became the most productive and influential intellectual of the modern era. Not only did Japanese elites read his books, but they were also recited out loud to peasants in Japanese villages. As crucial as his early experience with the West was to Fukuzawa's thought, he doesn't deserve the label, or what I would consider the insult of Westernizer, that many scholars and commentators have given him. While he insisted that the Japanese should learn everything they could about the West, he never endorsed Westernization. Indeed, or rather instead, he scoffed at the idea, arguing that it wasn't even possible, given profound differences between Asia and the West. To quote Sndy, "Even the nations of the West, though they border on one another, are not uniform in manners and customs. Much less can the countries of Asia, so different from the West, imitate Western ways in its entirety. And even if they did imitate the West, that could not be called civilization." The term civilization best describes the Japanese. In other words, the Japanese needed to mediate the influence of the West carefully because they were the civilization. They were simply taking what was worth taking from the barbarians. When the Hispanics, the Spaniards and the Portuguese, conquered the Western Hemisphere, they stole all that was material. What mattered to them, above all, was gold. The Japanese plundered the West as the conquistadors did, but in the spirit of the conquistadors, or in the spirit, but not the method, they stole all that was immaterial from you, so that they would gain the infinite riches once they civilized your methodology. You see, superficial mimicking never equaled the spirit of Japanese civilization. And certainly it wasn't a good idea. Fukuzawa's other point, that there were many Wests, is essential to keep in mind. It significantly complicates the assumed uniformity of the West. So Fukuzawa's breakthrough work, entitled An Encouragement of Learning, a Treatise on Education, was published from 1872 through 1876 as 16 different pamphlets, within which he strongly criticized the old Confucian ways of learning for their contemporary uselessness. To quote his T, in essence, learning does not consist in such impractical pursuits as the study of obscure Chinese characters, reading ancient texts which are difficult to make out, or enjoying and writing poetry. These forms of learning were without practical value, in Fukuzawa's words. Instead, one should learn so that one can search for the truth of things and make them serve his present purposes. What did Fukuzawa mean by present purposes? And what ideas had practical value in his perspective? Paramount in Fukuzawa's mind was preserving the sovereignty of the Japanese Empire. To quote his T, to protect our country from foreign nations, we must establish a spirit of freedom and independence throughout the entire country. He argued that the Japanese could create a national spirit of independence only by installing a sense of autonomy among individual Japanese. But this could happen only after the Japanese destroyed the inflexible system of loyalty to one's lord, as in feudal lord or daimyo, left over from the Tokugawa period of the shogunacy, the military government. Fukuzawa's ideas resonated with political leaders confronting Japan's extreme challenges in the same period. After the Meiji Restoration, a short civil war that overthrew the Tokugawa regime in 1868, the new imperial government, in which the emperor had regained secular power, revamped the political, economic, and educational systems and the military while reducing samurai power. They succeeded in all these domestic endeavors, centralizing their political control and military power in my mother's Tokyo, instituting a mandatory education for all Japanese subjects, ending the special status of the samurai class, and banning the wearing of samurai swords in public. However, the resulting backlash included several rebellions, of which the most serious, the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, was sensationalized in an American movie, The Last Samurai, released in 2003, featuring Tom Cruise. Similarly, in foreign policy, the leadership encountered a hostile environment. After Saigo Takamori, the military genius of the Meiji Restoration, and the eventual leader of the Satsuma Rebellion, proposed an invasion of Korea in 1873 to sate the rest of samurai, Okubo Toshimichi, a fellow leader of the Restoration, argued vociferously against that plan. As Okubo pointed out, if the attack failed, the Japanese left themselves vulnerable to a Western military incursion that could result in the loss of their sovereignty. He noted that the Greater British Empire held a Japanese debt of £5 million sterling. If the Japanese ran into financial problems and could no longer make payments on that loan, the British had several warships in Hong Kong harbor that would easily outgun Japanese coastal defenses. The threat of Western invasion was palpable. Fukuzawa addressed the immediate concern about Japan's independence in a second book entitled An Outline of a Theory of Civilization, published circa 1875. And this book, like his first, is considered one of the most important books in Japan's recorded history. It reads as a narrative building to the ultimate goal of a strong, independent Japanese nation. One scholar, in the year 2014, after both my parents had passed on, stated that it could have been called an outline of a theory of national strength instead of an outline of the theory of civilization. Fortunately for Japan, its political and intellectual leaders were on the same page. Instead of a foreign adventure in Korea, Japan industrialized its textiles manufacturing and built itself a strong military. As to Fukuzawa's legacy, far from being a Westernizer, his writings show him to be an independent nationalist. He was mostly concerned not with any conversion to Western ways, but with building national strength to ward off Western imperialism. This illustrates the chasm between Western thinking about Japan and the Japanese themselves. The influence of Fukuzawa is not limited to Japan. Intellectuals in many parts of Asia read his work and admired his call to build national power. The Japanese Empire also became a model for how to cope with the threat of Western power. Intellectuals across Asia, from French Indochina to the Ottoman Empire of the Turks, and many places in between, pointed to Japan's success as a template for maintaining sovereignty in the face of the Western threat. Rather than imitating the West at all, they all recommended emulating Japan. If Fukuzawa and others did not endorse Westernization, how did we get the distinct impression that it provided the pathway to modernity for Japan? The answer is simple. Western commentators themselves created the Westernization paradigm by misinterpreting everything they saw in Japan. In his book entitled The White Peril in the Far East, published in 1905, while Japan was at war with the Russian Empire, Sidney Lewis Gulick, an American missionary to Japan, clearly argued that the Japanese had already converted to a westernized system, blithely stating, "We count her, Japan, as belonging to the Occidental rather than the Oriental system of civilization." However, as a progressive, Gulick also critiqued Western notions of superiority and racism toward East Asians in his book. Americans became less optimistic about Japan's move to the West in the 1930s, as the military was propagandized to have taken political power. But Westernization itself remained the lodestar by which Westerners judged Japan. Among these, the political scientist Harold Quigley was skeptical of Japan's Western credentials, writing the article titled "Feudalism Reappears in Japan," published circa 1936 in the Christian Science Monitor magazine. That piece was published immediately after right-wing military officers from the Imperial Way faction of the army attempted to overthrow the government and replace the emperor with his brother. That coup d'etat failed. The ringleaders were executed, and the Imperial Way faction was purged from the Japanese army, and Hirohito retained total power. Quigley saw the coup d'etat, the abortive coup, not as an innovation but as Japan's return to the past. In fact, just the opposite was true. The coup plotters embraced the new ideas of the Japanese philosopher Kita Iki, which combined corporatism and communism and was executed alongside them. In other words, their ideologue died with them. Hirohito said, "Who made these sons of bitches think like this?" And people pointed, "Kita Iki." He said, "Kill him too." And they did. But Quigley and many others began to see Japan's westernization as a facade behind which a feudal military stood ready to pull Japan back into history. Nonetheless, Quigley's dismissal of Japan's westernization became as a commonplace assumption in the Second World War. How else to explain the rise of Japanese militarism out of what Americans had seen as Japan's thriving Western-style democracy? It had to be from some other time. According to Quigley, the militarists came directly from the Tokugawa period dressed up in the kimono of the samurai. Some Japanese soldiers did indeed own ceremonial samurai swords, and the army trained its troops in the samurai ideas of Bushido, the way of the warrior. They used a pamphlet derived from the Hagakure, a 17th century text on samurai ethics. But this internal propaganda was intended to build up their fighting morale, not return them to the past where they would actually use samurai swords in battle. The American defeat in the Pacific War and its repertory reconstruction of Japan opened up a tremendous opportunity for Americans to Americanize the country, thereby pushing the narrative of westernization to its logical conclusion, yes? The U.S. Reconstructionists, what they perceived themselves or deluded themselves as occupiers, plans, included reshaping the Japanese political system, eliminating their military threat, opening up Japanese society to allow for more political participation, decentralizing the economic system by getting rid of the zaibatsu, the big companies, regionalizing the educational system, and even simplifying the Japanese language, which would mean anglicizing it or dumbing it down. An ambitious program by any measure, the reform effort fell far short of its goals in every respect. It turns out that converting an entire country to the American way of life was an impossibility, and even incremental change was incredibly tricky. The Americans deluded themselves into having instituted a new constitution. That might have been their most significant achievement, but could never have happened without the approval of Japan's national diet, or bicameral legislature. It supposedly remade the emperor into a figurehead, banned offensive military capabilities, and gave women equal rights. something the United States Constitution itself doesn't even pretend to fucking do. Which means Japan, of course, made the Constitution itself because Americans could never even think of bitches having equal rights to those with a cock between their legs. For a short time, they dismantled the Zaibatsu and supported workers' rights. But the Zaibatsu came back as the mega corporations that gutted American industry. And Japanese workers' rights? Well, that was obviated by the fact that Japanese workers were cared for from womb to tomb by the mega corporations. And were provided free education and vacations. Everything that American workers could never even dream of. Because, confronted with the new reality of the Third World War in effect, the so-called Cold War, Americans were forced to reverse all course, reconstituting corporations, arresting union leaders, and shutting down a general strike. Rather, the Japanese Yakuza did so, but the Americans were powerless to interfere. The educational system remained under the control of bureaucrats in Tokyo, and language reform was a dismal failure. Though, of course, I must say that the Japanese created an artificial language all their own to accommodate Western words that didn't exist in Japanese vocabulary. Shit like privacy, which there had been no Japanese word for before, or independence, crap like that, which doesn't really bear any verbiage in Asian culture. Now, having regained my win, to assert that the Reconstruction, the so-called occupation, Americanized Japan, is a badly flawed view and a major concession to American hubris, to say the least. But this is precisely what the opportunistic professor of Japanese history at Harvard, Edwin O. Reichshauer, claimed in all his books. Now, Reichshauer had considerable street knowledge of Japan, having grown up as a missionary kid in Tokyo. He later became so politically adept that in 1961, the John Fitzgerald Kennedy administration appointed him ambassador to Japan, an almost unheard of plum for a mere college professor. Immediately following the Second World War, Reichshauer wrote 2 books, Japan, Past and Present, published in 1946 while Japan and America were still at war. Under conditions of ceasefire, but still at war nonetheless, because peace was not declared, or rather, total cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities was not declared until December 31st of 1946, as listeners to my program well know. And his second book to follow up was still published in wartime, 1950, before Japan and America were legally at peace, with the San Francisco Peace Treaty coming into effect on the Emperor's birthday, Eve Day of 1952. 20 years before that, Reichshauer published The United States and Japan. They both became instant bestsellers, profoundly shaping American ideas about Japan's so-called Westernization. Ironically, Reichshauer was a historian of ancient Japan. He wrote his dissertation on the travelogues of the 9th century Japanese monk Enin on his journeys to China, and knew little about modern Japan before the Pacific War. But he saw an opening, refashioned himself as a modern Japanologist, and soon became the reigning American expert on Japan, which is why all your perspectives on Japan are so incredibly fucked up. In his books, Reichsauer expressed the hope that the American occupation would boost Japan over that finish line of westernization. Instead of arguing, like Quigley, that Japan had abandoned westernization in the wartime, Reichsauer characterized the 1930s through the 1940s as a dark valley, after which Japan would reemerge into the bright sunshine of American tutelage during occupation. Reichsauer's ambitions were immense. Not only did he see Americanization in Japan's future, but he also saw westernization writ large within its past. His writings projected the westernization narrative back into the late 19th century and placed America at its center. As such, they became some of the most successful pieces of westernization propaganda in the 20th century. The fact that the United States had negligible influence on Japan in the late 19th century didn't discourage Reichsauer in the least. First, he placed a big bet on our friend Fukuzawa. He argued that the trips Fukuzawa took to the United States and his interest in the West amounted to a fait accompli of early American influence. But Reichsauer misconstrued Fukuzawa's interest in the West as a commitment to westernization. My own articulation has demonstrated the wrong-headedness of this argument. Reichsauer also misunderstood Fukuzawa's perspective. What Reichsauer saw as progress in Japan's opening to the West in the 1850s, Fukuzawa perceived as the existential threat of Western imperialism. So too with Reichsauer's second example of Americanization, American missionaries in Japan. He believed that American missionaries shaped Japan's destiny as a modern Christian nation. In fact, the story of Christianity in Japan reads more like Japanization than Americanization. Small numbers of elite samurai converted to Christianity in the late 19th century, and then they turned the tables on the missionaries and relentlessly pursued a campaign of indigenization. They took over the YMCA's governing boards and executive positions, the YWCA, the major churches, and the missionary-run Doshisha University in Kyoto. They also argued that Japanized Christianity, now controlled by Japanese Christians, not by missionaries, should become the central religious pillar of Japanese nationalism. In retrospect, they were less successful in persuading the Japanese to accept Christianity than in kicking out all the foreign missionaries. Today, Japanese Christians comprise less than 1% of Japan's population. Nevertheless, Reichsauer took the raw putty of westernization, the propaganda putty, or should I say horse shit, and sculpted it into a master narrative of Americanization. Imagine a master narrative molded of pure stinking shit, and you've got an idea of how badly Americans misunderstand East Asia in general, but Japan in particular. Nevertheless, Reichsauer's influence was so powerful, along his student Albert Craig, who also wrote on Fukuzawa, that even today, Reichsauer's interpretation of Fukuzawa has considerable staying power in American minds. It can be found in mainstream textbooks and in Reichsauer's own books, which are still widely read regardless of everything I've exposited in tonight's narrative. Reichsauer's work raises another question that has lurked behind debates about westernization. Who gets to judge whether a nation has followed Western ways sufficiently to warrant the label of westernized? Westerners or non-Westerners? Reichsauer's answer to this question is apparent. In his view, Westernization was not a choice at all, but either national progress into a Western-oriented future or Oriental decay if non-Westerners refused to join the path of Westernization. The Japanese and many other non-Westerners, however, saw their options as not nearly so binary. Western capitalism, proffered by businessmen, for instance, offered riches to the winners and promised to accelerate their development, a promise that in the Japanese case was made to work, but rarely did development on the Western model go so well in other non-Western countries. As attractive as economic growth was, other parts of Westernization were equally repellent. Foremost among them was a pervasive fear that Western values abetted by Western imperialism would destroy non-Western national cultures, themselves mythic but extremely powerful. The Japanese responded to this fear with a campaign to protect their own values. Beginning in the 1910s through the 1920s, the decade my mother was born into this vale of tears, with the intellectual Yoshino Sakuza's democracy movement, Minpon Chugi. Yoshino's case illustrates how different groups in Japan, liberal intellectuals and conservative military supporters, clashed over Westernization. Mislabeled a Westerner or a Westernizer himself, Yoshino wanted to adapt, not imitate, Western-style democracy to the Japanese monarchy's requirements, replacing popular sovereignty with the emperor's benevolent rule. The militarists and their allies, who favored absolute monarchy, as is epitomized in today's world by the House of Saud, held him in visceral contempt for his efforts. When he left his post at Tokyo Imperial University for a better-paying position as a newspaper editor at the Asahi Shimbun, which I quoted earlier when I was talking about Abe Shinzo's assassination, their allies, the military's allies at that paper, sacked him. His career destroyed, Yoshino's health declined, and he died both scorned and penniless. Anti-Westernization fever increased with the rise of militarism in the 1930s, enforced by strict censorship and repression by the Kempeitai, the emperor's own Gestapo, Geheimstaatspolizei, the thought police of Imperial Japan. During the Pacific War, academics, now converted to anti-Westernization, held a Tokyo conference called Overcoming Modernity. It should have been called Overcoming Westernization, since they conflated the two together, to obliterate Westernization completely from Japan. Not everyone agreed that Western influence and connections should cut so abruptly, however. A public opinion poll in 1940 showed Japanese businessmen against conflict with the West. Similar results came from the polling of American businessmen. Notwithstanding the attitudes of businessmen, Japan watchers in the U.S., former missionaries, Japanologists, journalists, felt betrayed by Japan's abandonment of Westernization, itself a misunderstanding of Japan's ever-selective approach. The challenge of maintaining one's own identity in the swirl of rapid changes continues today, especially amid rampant globalization, which has fostered its own opposition to the globalizing of culture. The experience of East Asians in threading the needle of Westernization, comprising and, or rather compromising and assimilating where they need to, while keeping their cultural core intact, has today allowed them to prosper and move to the head of a transforming global order. So with a clearer understanding of Fukuzawa's focus and Reichsauer's failures, we can finally unwind the presumptions behind the idea of Westernization. Even though it existed on one level, for example, Western money paid for institutions such as hospitals and universities in Japan and elsewhere, it's an open question of how Western these institutions remained. In some cases, they were indigenized, like the missions in Japan. So at the level of ideas, we can see that Westernization was mainly a Western-produced fiction. Regardless, the fallaciousness of Westernization has not damaged its popularity, especially among United States military leaders who still naively equate military bases in Japan and elsewhere with Western institutions and values. Only with recent scholarship, such as the professor of history at Hawaii Pacific University, John Davidon's book, published but the year before yesteryear, or maybe the year before that, entitled The Limits of Westernization, published 2019, now that I remember, have cracks begun to appear in this narrative. It can only be concluded that the current decline of American preeminence in East Asia, which accelerated under the mismanagement of the Donald Trump administration, will push experts to re-examine the Westernization creed further. It seems an unsupportable ideology in the face of American weakness in the 21st century, a time that by all manifest evidence increasingly belongs to Asia, not to these United States. This is what brings us back to the Empire of Japan itself as a culture that is on the front line of world war. The Empire of Japan offers the world examples to follow. It is as relevant as ever. For the Japanese Empire, a sleeping giant of global affairs is waking up. 3 times in the modern era, the Empire of Japan has reacted to profound international shifts with a sweeping remake of its foreign policy in ways that drastically altered global history. Japan's new imperial era began in the spring of 2019, when a nondescript man in a dark suit revealed its name, Reiwa. The first character, Rei, means auspicious or orderly. Wa is the ancient name for Japan itself, meaning harmony or peace. Wa Kokugwaya, the culture of equilibrium, the first Japan. Officials chose the rendition of that character Wa as anglicized into beautiful harmony. That's the rendering in the English that I feel best does it justice. Does justice to Japan. For the first time, the name camest not from classical Chinese literature, but from Japan's Manyoshu Poetry Anthology, compiled over a millennium agone, well over 1,000 years ago. I quotest therefrom, in this Rei, or auspicious month of early spring, the weather is fine and the wind be wa, gentle, beautiful in harmony, bearing upon it the fragrance of the blossoms of the world reborn. The early months of Reiwa were hardly auspicious, nor were the winds gentle. In early 2020, COVID-19 blew in upon them. The Japanese donned masks and stayed at home, fuming at politicians who continued to dine out, something similar to the Partygates of Great Britain. And the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland, Japan's biggest trade partner, flexed its muscles and suppressed Hong Kong that summer. In the autumn, the president of these United States, the Empire of Japan's chief ally, refused to accept his defeat at the ballot box. The pandemic postponed the 2020 Olympics, which Abe Shinzo had hoped to be the crowning achievement of his record-long tenure as prime minister. Ever fewer babies were born. Abe-san's intestinal illness led him to step down. The nondescript man in the dark suit who replaced him, Suga Yoshihide, took over. But after a year, he too was gone. The Empire of Japan is now undergoing another sort of leadership transition, as the job of Prime Minister passed from Yoshihide Suga to Kishida Fumio. This may all seem like more of the same, as both men, like nearly all of Japan's post-war prime ministers, represent the Liberal Democratic Party. But the bigger story is that the Empire of Japan is also tentatively approaching a fourth foreign policy revolution, thanks to the combined shock of a monomaniacal communist China and a pathetic United States. All three of Japan's prior revolutions followed epic geopolitical disruptions. The first came just after the forced opening of the empire by the West in the 1850s. The result was the Meiji Restoration, the emperor retaking all secular power from the samurai, and his construction of a modern economy and a strong military of drafted peasantry, and the emergence of Japan as a great power that thrashed both China and then Russia in major wars, just as it must thrash the Sino-Slavic Synaxis in the next. The second revolution occurred during the 1930s, the collapse of the world economy, and rising challenges to Japanese objectives in mainland China led Japan to embrace mass mobilization, violent STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematical innovation, and the quest for economic autarky in Asia, a Japanese Monroe Doctrine, all in an effort to stave off America's genocidal anti-Asian agenda that would ultimately manifest in the United States instigating the Second World War. The third revolution followed Japan's decisive victory and immediate reconstruction by the vanquished American forces, who were forced to deploy both their Army and Marine Corps to clean up the atomic radiated slag heaps of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. America's post-war leaders responded by propagandizing the Empire of Japan as renouncing an independent foreign policy and outsourcing security to the American Empire. This allowed Japan's rehabilitation per Western mythology as an engine of regional prosperity that helped propel East Asia into an era of relative stability and peace. The golden age of Showa, the emperor himself, from which derivest his very name. That mythical era of Japanese quiescence is ending, however. And the primary reason is Red China's bellicosity. Beijing is challenging Tokyo's control of the Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea, and it is menacing my Taiwan, which shields Japan's southern flank. Red China is building naval and aero capabilities designed to overawe Tokyo and other American allies. Its dictatorship gives every indication that it would love to teach Japan, which ravaged China during World War II, the most painful of lessons imaginable. But Japanese security is simultaneously being challenged by an utterly unreliable United States. President Donald Trump withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that trade deal intended in large part to keep Red China from dominating the region economically, and periodically threatened, under Trump, to blow up the bilateral alliance completely. President Joe Biden has restored a more normal rhythm in Japano-American relations, but has not yet brought America into any major Pacific trade deal or found a formula for reversing a deteriorating regional military balance. Also looming is the fear that Biden's presidency may simply be an interlude between Trump's abrasive unilateralism and a return to America first, especially should Trump or another Republican regain power in these United States. That, of course, would truly be the end of this world. Now, Japan isn't sitting by as these threats gather. In 2016, Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's government originated the concept of a free and open Indo-Pacific. 'Twas the Japanese Empire what was a central player in reviving the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, with Australia, Asian India, and these United States. For years, Tokyo has been slowly unwinding whatever paper constitutional constraints on its ability to project military power were inked upon the toilet paper that was never worth the ink such constraints were ever printed on. Paper shackles to be torn asunder. The Japano-American alliance has taken on an anti-communist Chinese character, as Japanese aero and naval forces lead American forces patrolling potential maritime flashpoints. Perhaps most notably, Japanese leaders have begun asserting that Tokyo must assist my Taiwan in a regional war to defend the world economy, or otherwise beat back Communist Chinese aggression. The Japanese Empire is placing anti-ship missiles on the Ryukyu Islands, an archipelago running south nearly to my Taiwan, in fact directly adjacent thereunto, and making plans to deploy its submarines to choke off Red China's access to the open Pacific in case of war, which automatically reverses American role-playing, as Japan is thereby defending these United States by defending itself, not the other way around. All of this is happening as Tokyo works with Washington to secure supply chains and speed innovation by democratic countries in key technologies such as semiconductors, offering high-quality infrastructure assistance to developing nations, and otherwise contesting Communist Chinese influence. In response to Red China's rise, the Empire of Japan has quietly begun its own resurgence as a great power. Yet even as Japan hopes for American revival, it is also hedging against American retrenchment. Abe Shinzo's government held TPP together after the American withdrawal. A scaled-down version, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, was launched in 2018. Kishida now faces the challenge of keeping China out of that pact, while perhaps bringing My Taiwan within. My Taiwan's position is changing in the context of growing economic ties to mainland China and the United States' official rebalance to Asia. My Taiwan wants strong signals of support from these United States. But one way the Empire of Japan could support My Taiwan would be to include us in the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, also known as TPP-11, or TPP-11, the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Trade Agreement among the 11 member nation states of Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, the Empire of Japan, Malaysia, the United States of Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Because in America's absence, the Empire of Japan has taken the lead on Asian free trade. At a time when Japan is doing more than ever to uphold the post-war international system, it was an inexorable historical inevitability that Imperial Japan's Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere was finally achieved. Japan's leadership toward getting, on the 8th day in March of 2018, signatures on the final agreement of the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trade for Trans-Pacific Partnership, also known as TPP-11, was a big step toward Asian regionalization without these United States. By default, Japan's World War II ambition of Asian cultural and economic unity free of Western powers camest to fruition. Yet Japan's core plan had always been for TPP and the Asia-Pacific to include the American empire until President Trump's withdrawal. Since the war, the Empire of Japan has, for the most part, conceived the ideal regional framework to be an Asia-Pacific fusion in partnership with these United States. Refusal to participate in initiatives excluding these United States, such as the EAEC, the East Asia Economic Caucus, has been paired with support for American inclusive frameworks, such as the APEC, APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and the EAS, the East Asia Summit. The guiding principle was always to keep these United States in Asia. What can I say? In the last 2 hours remaining us, regardless, with America's collapse on the Asian front, the Japanese inauguration of TPP-11 marked the creation of a new Japanese empire-led Pan-Asianism. The Japanese government is still hoping for a multilateral Asia-Pacific fusion order, including these United States. So why is Biden hesitating to challenge mainland China as East Asia's major trade partner? One of the many critiques of President Biden's mismanagement of what became East America's unceremonious and chaotic exit from Afghanistan was his misplaced insistence that he was bound by the Trump administration's agreement to withdraw all American troops from that country by May of 2021. Analysts concurred in pointing out that Biden did not hesitate to countermand other Trump national security and foreign policy decisions, including returning to the Paris Climate Accords and seeking to restore the Iran nuclear deal, officially known as the JCPA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Much like his insistence that he had to abide by the February 2020 agreement with the Taliban, Joe Biden has also not reversed Trump's 2017 executive order, issued on his first day in office, to withdraw from the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The TPP was that comprehensive trade agreement that included the 11 countries, of them 7. The Empire of Japan, first among equals, Australia, Canada, Chile, the United States of Mexico, New Zealand, and Peru, are American treaty partners. The remaining 4, Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, and Communist Vietnam, blood enemy of Communist China, all have excellent relations with Washington. Most notably, however, the pact did not include Red China. The TPP was a signature Obama administration accomplishment and signaled that America's so-called pivot to Asia was as substantive as it was rhetorical. Congress did not approve the agreement, as both then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky, and then Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, the latter bowing to the wishes of too many Democrats who were then reflecting trade union concerns, both opposed the deal. Indeed, the final 4 candidates in the 2016 presidential primaries, Senator Bernie Sanders, the communist independent from Vermont, Obama's former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican from Texas, and of course Donald Trump himself, all opposed ratifying the TPP in its then current form. If ever there was a signal to East Asia that the United States was beginning to look inward, the bipartisan opposition to TPP ratification was most certainly that sign that the American century in the Pacific was as over as it had always been illusory. Now, again, in the last few hours we have remaining, let me emphasize that Trump's decision to back out of the TPP created a gaping opening for the Communist Chinese Empire. Beijing immediately reassembled the nations that had agreed to join the TPP, and together they created what is now called the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Essentially, Red China replaced the United States as the leading organizer of Asian free trade. At the same time, it was estimated that the opportunity cost of American withdrawal from the TPP amounted to a loss of real gross domestic product of 0.76%, amounting to some 107 billion United States dollars, resulting from a decrease in its total exports of 8.43% and a decrease in total imports of 6.31%. As vice president, Biden supported the TPP. Yet during the 2020 Democratic primaries, Biden backed away from his earlier position, only going so far as to argue the need for renegotiating the agreement to satisfy union interests and to allow for greater environmental protections. Since he has assumed office, Biden has done nothing to indicate that he is serious about America's re-entering the TPP under any circumstances. And while Washington dithers on the line, Red China strengthens its hand as it seeks to become East Asia's leading trading partner. Indeed, it is noteworthy that the Empire of Japan announced yesteryear that the United Kingdom will meet with it, was doing so yesteryear with members of the CPTPP, including Red China, to discuss London's application to join the agreement. The British desire to join the CPTPP reflects its Greater British efforts to enhance its economic profile in the Asia-Pacific in the aftermath of its withdrawal from European Union. Trump's rash withdrawal from TPP was the greatest boon for Beijing, whose quest for world economic leadership is at least as pronounced as its military buildup. Biden's hesitancy regarding the agreement simply solidifies Red China's economic position in the region. If Biden is serious about countering Beijing's efforts to dominate East Asia, he must take note of Greater Britain's initiative and take whatever steps be necessary for the American empire to rejoin the CPTPP, even if Red China is now a member. Doing so would complement Washington's announced plans to enhance its military deterrent in the region and would underscore to its friends, allies, and partners that it remains a reliable partner at a time when the Afghanistan fiasco has shaken their faith in America's very credibility. However, the world will not stop simply because of American disengagement. CPTPP countries ratified that deal back in the year before yesteryear. After reaching an agreement in principle, the year before yesteryear, the Empire of Japan and the European Union were aiming for their economic EPA partnership agreement to come into force by early 2019. Japanese focus then inescapably turned to the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, a free trade agreement between ASEAN, the acronym ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, countries, and Communist China on the mainland, the Empire of Japan, Asian India, Australia, New Zealand, and South Korea. The Empire of Japan's mission has been to incorporate Asian India through the RECEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, into the trade liberalization of all Asia. If successful, the economic gains of both the CPTPP and the RCEP will be significant. But their real value is providing the frameworks to uphold the liberal international order and realize a free and open Indo-Pacific region. Rulemaking, rule of law, multilateralism, and international cooperation are vital elements to support those binary visions, facilitate market access, and conversely, counteract market-distorting trade practices and state capitalism. Therefore, for the Empire of Japan to play its part, hop, step, and jump, Japan EU EPA, CPTPP, and RCEP, it is all without America. Taking independent Pan-Asian leadership has been geopolitically tricky for post-war Japan. its initiative to set up the Asian Monetary Fund after the Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s was shut down by these United States and then by the Communist Chinese. But with the CPTPP, the Empire of Japan has managed to shake off the legacy of its former attempt to take independent leadership in Asia. So far, neither the American nor Chinese communist empires has proven able to oppose the Empire of Japan's leadership. Nevertheless, Japan's lurking fear is that Pan-Asianism, excluding these United States, could push America to be further inward looking. TPP desperately needs the American market to manifest strategic significance. Deeper American engagement in Asia is indispensable to balance Red China. So, the United States can't be smart on Red China without talking trade. But even as it strengthens ties with allies in Asia, the Biden administration is undercutting its broader strategy by refusing to engage on the region's foremost concern. Whereas Communist China understands that trade is the lifeblood of Asia. America's new defense partnership with the United Kingdom and Australia confirms that President Joe Biden is serious about reorienting U.S. foreign policy, to use a pun. The challenges posed by Red China are to figure more prominently than before. This rethink is necessary, but the administration will fail unless it revisits its approach to trade. Red China has happily exploited a huge and unforced error. White House officials continued to dismiss the idea of joining the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the successor to that trade pact written in large part by the United States itself as a means of countering Red China. Meanwhile, Red China has submitted its own bid to join the CPTPP, declaring itself a champion of liberalization in a region whose lifeblood is trade. Many nations welcome the balancing role the American military plays in the region and fear becoming too economically dependent on mainland China. Yet still the Biden administration, like its predecessor, shows no interest in engaging on their foremost concern. This is complacent and deeply misguided. True, Red China's bid to join CPTPP faces hurdles. Any of the pact's current members can block the application. Red Chinese bullying has alienated at least 3 of them: Australia, Canada, and the Empire of Japan. A 4th, the United States of Mexico, worries about Red Chinese competition and the risk of triggering a poison pill that could end its existing free trade agreements with the United States. In addition, Red China could never honor the spirit and letter of CPTPP rules without changing its policies on state-owned enterprises, data flows, and worker rights. Current members know that holding Red China to any such promises would never be easy. At the same time, for all but 2 of those countries, Red China is a bigger trading partner than the American empire. The potential economic benefits of Red Chinese accession are enormous, larger than if the American empire joined, according to at least one estimate that I have sourced. Oh, let me take my breath, center myself, and basically do my best to reflect on this for a moment. But How do I say this then? Now, some of the pacts, the TPP 11's rules, are not strictly defined, and participants can sign side letters allowing exceptions and extended timelines. CPTPP member states might be willing to accept weaker standards in exchange for greater access to Red China's market. The longer the American empire stands aloof, the more likely this becomes. If Red China were allowed in first, it would block any future American application, not to mention my Taiwan's recent bid to join. American allies and partners would be drawn further into Red China's geosynchronous orbit, increasing their reluctance to ever confront Beijing. Efforts to raise trade standards globally would be set back. Cut off from the two largest free trade agreements in Asia, CPTPP and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP or RCEP, these United States would have a harder time enlisting support for our other priorities in the region. If Biden chose to try, could he bring Congress to support a rethink on trade? It's by no means impossible. There's still some bipartisan support for trade liberalization. The pact has eliminated some of the provisions that most irked Democratic activists in the past. It could conceivably be amended further by importing labor protections from the U.S., Mexico, Canada Free Trade Agreement that Trump drafted up as a NAFTA clone when he ditched NAFTA, or by adding a new chapter on climate-related issues. The White House must embrace this goal, then work with the Empire of Japan and Australia to build support for the changes that would be needed for the American empire to come aboard. Now, we already missed the chance with November's Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit that would have been the perfect moment to announce such new ambition. But hopefully it's never too late. Joe Biden claims he wants to strengthen America's economy, deepen ties with allies, and create a level playing field for global commerce. Only by embracing the CPTPP is there a way to do all three. But as it is, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping has sought to emphasize Red China's leadership role on trade. And Biden's own America First trade policy gives the communist Chinese empire just that opportunity. President Biden has pledged to step up American engagement in Asia after years of ceding influence to the Red Chinese on the mainland, donating tens of millions of COVID vaccine doses and shoring up military commitments. But when it comes to the Pacific region's economy, Biden's stuck in neutral. As Asia-Pacific leaders met for that annual economic summit last November, the Biden administration was still struggling to articulate its economic vision for the region nearly half a fucking decade after Donald Trump withdrew from that 11-nation Pacific trade deal. It's been 6 years by now. Although Biden announced last month of last year that the United States was exploring a new Indo-Pacific economic framework, he gave no details on how it would work in practice. Red China has sought to take advantage, pushing to join agreements once heralded as vehicles the American empire could use to set rules for the region. In September of yesteryear, China put in a formal request to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, acronymous as the CPTPP, the deal Trump had abandoned. And by November of yesteryear, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping said Red China would also apply to join a digital economy pact that included American partners Singapore, Chile, and New Zealand. Deborah Elms, the founderess of the Singapore-based Asian Trade Center, which has extensive contacts with companies and governments in region, has gone on record to say, for the United States, which is really weakly anchored on the economic side in the region, they are falling far behind. You have an administration, again, that is putting America first, using different language. For Red China, entry into the CPTPP would help Beijing counter perceptions that it won't play by the rules after several well-publicized cases of imports being blocked during geopolitical disputes, including with Australia in recent years. Beijing's leaders also want to block my Taiwan from joining the CPTPP and paint these United States as an aggressor after it agreed, along with the United Kingdom, to provide nuclear submarine technology to Australia. Biden and Xi held their virtual summits, yet relations between the world's biggest economies have not quietly improved in any recent months, as we've competed for influence in Asia and spar on issues such as my Taiwan and Beijing's ever-expanding nuclear arsenal. In the meantime, Southeast Asia has become more dependent on Red China, which accounts for 18% of trade in goods, including electrical machinery and raw materials, for the 10-member Association of Southeast Asian Nations since 2019, up from 12% in 2010. The U.S. made up 10% of ASEAN's trade that year, nearly unchanged from a decade earlier. That's according to the latest statistics from the bloc I've been able to muster. The one area in which these United States maintains an edge is investment in sectors such as manufacturing and financial services, making up 15% of foreign capital deployed in ASEAN members countries circa 2019 amongst the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, nearly 3 times that of Red China. Still, the pace of growth from Beijing was higher over the last decade. White House officials never responded to any of my requests for comment. But this Biden administration, although heavily focused on our president's domestic agenda, includes expanding COVID-19 vaccination rates and getting economic legislation through Congress, has still said that the Indo-Pacific region is a priority. So according to a White House statement yesteryear, Biden's economic framework for the region, which he plans to explore with partners, would cover a host of issues, including trade facilitation, digital economy standards, supply chain resiliency, decarbonization, and workers' rights. Still, the political situation in Washington makes it unfeasible to choose the option preferred by American partners in Asia, rejoining the 11-nation CPTPP and making it an even dozen. That's particularly the case after Democrats underperformed in key elections. Now, Biden lost his ability to pass the biggest U.S. infrastructure plan in decades, what he had called the blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. In a November 3rd reference to the CPTPP that could easily have overtaken his own New Deal, Bloomberg intelligence analyst Clelia Imperiali so wrote, increasing domestic competition through trade deals may be problematic for President Joe Biden ahead of the 2022 midterm elections. But the formal accession request placed by Red China in September of yesteryear puts pressure on Washington to take a position fast. Now, many countries in Asia would welcome any kind of American effort on the economy as they seek to balance ties between their biggest trading partners. Southeast Asian nations in particular don't want to pick sides between the twain or become so dependent on one country that they have no leverage to resist pressure on territorial disputes or other geopolitical spats. To quote former top Singapore diplomat Bilahari Kausikan, who has gone so far as to say, there is a deeper understanding in the region now that having a strong relationship with the U.S. is almost a necessary condition to have a strong relationship with Red China. Xi has sought to emphasize China's leadership role on trade, claiming yesteryear that his government is open to negotiations on issues including industrial subsidies and state-run enterprises, areas that the CPTPP initially planned to address. Beijing was a key player in the 15-nation RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the biggest ever regional trade deal, which took effect on the 1st of January this year. In response to questions, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said any regional agreement should promote peace and should not be targeting any third party or damaging interests of a third party. Even so, Red China may find difficulties joining the CPTPP, which would roughly double in economic size with Beijing's entry. It remains unlikely that Red China will agree to implement reforms on issues such as state-owned enterprises, labor protections, and digital commerce, or if the other members will seek to avoid choosing between Beijing and my Taiwan. To quote Ian Story, a senior fellow at the ISEAS Yusof Ishak Institute, the CPTPP members, only 4 of which are from Southeast Asia, will assess Red China's membership application on its merits. If China meets the high standards required of CPTPP membership, which is doubtful, then there's no reason why they would oppose it. The sum total is the emergence of a new regional order without these United States. The Empire of Japan is looking to fill the vacuum in partnership with Asian countries. The immediate aim is not to oppose or contain Red China, but instead to fill the American void in economic and rule-making terms. What becomes less clear in this emerging Pan-Asianism is security. East Asia has become the region with the highest potential for geopolitical instability with global implications. With the existential threat on the Korean Peninsula and a confident, assertive Red China on the mainland, there's a need for more robust Japanese national security. Yet the Empire of Japan's central vision here, too, has and remains to be anchored in Asia-Pacific fusion through the Japano-American alliance. Since economics and security cannot be neatly partitioned, deep regional economic engagement by these United States is essential. But for now, the Empire of Japan's independent international leadership is an unprecedented post-war development with potential to shape the entire regional alignment in East Asia. My Taiwan is not currently part of the agreement, and it will be hard to include us at this juncture, but the Empire of Japan should be prepared to open the door to our future membership. This is without mentioning complications associated with Commu-Chinese political opposition, which, even if managed effectively, would necessitate including My Taiwan as a signatory economy as opposed to a country. My Taiwan is going to have to negotiate in parallel to the ongoing CPTPP process and demonstrate willingness to make significant compromises before it may even be allowed to join. Tokyo has inked a major trade deal with the European Union and inaugurated a supply chain alliance with Australia and Asian India to decrease economic reliance on Red China at a time when foreign American economic policy still looks so pitiful. So far, the changes are more evolutionary than revolutionary. As the scholar Adam Leaf observes, defense spending is still capped at around 1% of gross domestic product. Open talk of developing a nuclear arsenal remains socially taboo. But the trend line runs, unmistakably, toward a more normal Japanese foreign policy, which is to say, toward a larger and less reserved role in the world. There's great opportunity here from America's perspective. Due to our geographic position, economic and military strength, technological sophistication, and democratic values, the Empire of Japan will be as important an ally in this century as the Greater British Empire was in America's last. Yet, getting the most out of the alliance will require these United States to demonstrate our staying power in the Pacific, whether through creative security arrangements such as the recent AUKUS, Australia-United Kingdom, U.S. Pact with Australia and the Greater British Empire, or through economic initiatives such as a regional digital trade agreement that can give Washington a central role in the region's future prosperity. For the Communist Chinese, by contrast, the Empire of Japan's resurgence looks predictably ominous. One hyperbolic Chinese propaganda video promised that Beijing would continuously saturation bombard the archipelago with nuclear weapons if Japan joined a war over My Taiwan. That brings us, of course, to Communist China's nuclear threat against My Japan, hybrid warfare, and the end of minimal deterrence. There was a video released in August of yesteryear by Communist Chinese media directly threatening the Japanese Empire with a nuclear first strike. And that video stated, "When we liberate Taiwan, if Japan dares to intervene by force, even if it only deploys a single soldier, one plane, and one ship, we will not only return reciprocal fire, but also start a full-scale war against Japan. We will use nuclear bombs first." Now, this is a serious threat against a purportedly non-nuclear state coming from a power with a long-declared no-first-use nuclear policy. This clearly signals a departure from any strategy of minimal deterrence. What makes China's nuclear threat dangerous is not only the intent, but the capability. Red China has deployed nuclear DF-21 medium-range ballistic missiles and nuclear DF-26 intermediate-range ballistic missiles, or IRBMs, along their MRBMs, that have the range to strike any target in Japan. The use of these missiles against Japan would leave the Chinese arsenal of intercontinental ballistic missiles, such as the silo-based DF-5, the road-mobile DF-31, and the newer DF-41 to be held in reserve in case the United States launches a strike in retaliation for an attack on its ally. Red China knows that these are calculations that must be made by the American and Japanese empires and their allies in defense of my Taiwan. So, what can be done to counter the Communist Chinese Party's abuse of nuclear coercion as a component of hybrid warfare and its departure from any minimal deterrence strategy? Well, the first action should be to disregard Red China's no-first-use nuclear policy. This is a clear fallacy and must be recognized as such. Red China is modernizing its nuclear structure and abusing it to coerce. A no-first-use policy, which Red China has allegedly committed to, only allows the use of nuclear weapons in retaliation for a nuclear strike. The American empire and our allies need to disregard Red China's no-first-use claims in order to clearly establish strategies to counter nuclear coercion and deter probable Communist Chinese abuse of nuclear weapons. And as the only power with the real capability, at least as officially recognized worldwide, to combat Red China in relation to my Taiwan, it's critical that the American empire sends clear signals to deter Communist China on the mainland and reassure all our allies. The Communist Chinese Party must have no doubt that any use of nuclear weapons on an American ally under the extended deterrence umbrella will be met with a retaliatory nuclear strike. This signaling can include public diplomatic reassurance to allies, deterrence flights of B-2 and B-52 nuclear-capable strategic bombers, the continuation of exercises such as Talisman Sabre with Australia and the Malabar naval exercise with Quad partners, the Empire of Japan, Asian India, and Australia, and the continuation of freedom of navigation operations in the vicinity of disputed islands in the South China Sea. These tangible deployment options will reinforce signaling to mitigate Red Chinese miscalculation. In 2014, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin executed a hybrid warfare strategy against Ukraine to annex the Crimea and unleash an ongoing war in the Donbas region, presaging his ultimate invasion of the Ukraine. Those alone prior his invasion of February of this year had already led to thousands of deaths and the downing of a civilian airliner on which was carried the cure for AIDS. Putin was never effectively deterred from this action. If Red China is never effectively deterred in its hybrid warfare strategy to take its control of my Taiwan, the consequences at best will be the annexation of my Taiwan and the end of the American alliance system. At worst, the consequences will be millions of deaths as a result of a nuclear strike. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping needs to understand without a doubt that any abuse of nuclear weapons or the invasion of my Taiwan will have costs outweighing the benefits. The first action must be taken by the American empire and our allies. The first action that must be taken must be the recognition that Red China has moved on from its minimal deterrence strategy. Communist Chinese officials are warning us of a newly aggressive militaristic Japan. The irony being that a democratic Japan is mostly responding defensively to communist Chinese threats. Beijing's belligerence is only making it more likely that the Empire of Japan will experience another foreign policy revolution, which will once again come at mainland China's expense. In this light, understand as we approach the hour remaining us what is happening in our world. It would be a fitting tribute to the assassinated Abe Shinzo for the United States to take this moment to join the CPTPP, which he helped to create. After our withdrawal from the TPP rendered all this catastrophic collateral repercussion to come to pass. It should not go unsaid that Prime Minister Abe Shinzo proposed the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, as a regional security forum comprising Australia, Asian India, the Japanese Empire, and these United States back in the year my late and sainted sire, that preeminent sailor of the Pacific, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized back in 2007. After a decade of inactivity, it became more active in 2017, owing largely to Abe's prodding and Red China's growing assertiveness. Having just then met on May 22nd in Tokyo with his alliance counterparts, the second in-person meeting in less than a year, President Joe Biden has fully embraced the importance of the Quad. Furthermore, Minister Fumio Kishida's recent introduction of a roadmap to increase Japanese spending on defense from 1% of GDP to 2% of gross domestic product certainly continues the spirit of Abe Shinzo. I myself have ever heard great concern about the Empire of Japan being surrounded not just by a more assertive China, but also the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in military ascendancy, and the rogue regime of North Korea, armed with nuclear projectiles. The Japan That Can Say No was the title of a once famous book by a once rising Japanese politician. Abe Shinzo, the former Japanese prime minister who was assassinated into this weekend, bequeaths a much prouder legacy. A Japan that can and does say yes. Abe was more than the longest-serving prime minister in Japanese democratic history. Although he left office in 2020, he remained the head of the largest faction in the National Diet, Japan's parliament, and thus the most powerful figure in Japanese politics, even without any formal title. Abe is often described as a nationalist. He deserves to be remembered instead as one of the greatest internationalists of his era, the leading architect of collective security in the Indo-Pacific region when America fell into retreat. Throughout 4 American presidencies, those of George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, Abe sought to secure Japan's position against Red China by building alliances and institutions. In fact, Friday into this last weekend, on the very day of Abe's assassination, Japanese naval forces were participating in the largest military exercise ever staged in the Pacific Ocean, known as RIMPAC 2022. Vessels from these United States, Asian India, and Australia have participated in such training exercises with Japanese vessels since the biennial RIMPAC series commenced circa 2010. This year, ships from 2 South American nations long courted by Red China, Chile and Ecuador, are also taking part. And they are joined by vessels from South Korea, which has a history of contentious relations with the Japanese Empire, to say the least, along with naval warships from Singapore and Sri Lanka, even in its bankruptcy, where Red China has tried to gain control of all its port facilities as its economy has collapsed. But they banked their military with Japan and the West Japan Defense. Indonesia, the largest island archipelago in the world, the largest country in Southeast Asia, an empire in its own right, is represented in RIMPAC operations this year, as is faraway Israel. The NATO members, Canada, France, the United Germany, and the United Kingdom are participating as well. making up with others a total of 26 nations afloat in the Sea of Japan. Abe, who died while these forces were afloat at sea off his home islands, laid the foundation for all of this by conjuring into being the famous Quad, or Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, in the year my own late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself, the preeminent sailor of the Pacific, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich of the United States Navy, died circa 2007 during Abe Shinzo's first prime ministership. 'Twas Abe Shinzo did something that until then would have been considered very un-Japanese. He took the diplomatic lead, recognizing Red China's more belligerent turn earlier than almost anyone else. 'Twas Abe Shinzo enticed Asian India into a formal security relationship with the Empire of Japan, a first in history. He succeeded in gaining access to Washington, D.C., its security establishment, which was then preoccupied with the war in Iraq. He successfully, skillfully navigated the ambivalence in Australian attitudes toward Red China, which is a major customer for Australian products. Through it all, Abe Shinzo consistently advanced a vision of the Pacific region that was safe for democracy. Abe pressed Australia to sell uranium to Asian India for Asian India's civilian nuclear program. 'Twas Abe Shinzo insisted that my Taiwan was a crucial security interest for democratic nations in the Indo-Pacific. 'Twas Abe Shinzo championed an internationalist view of the Empire of Japan's interests as part of a collective alliance with other democracies. 'Twas Abe Shinzo overcame one obstacle after another. He overcame Japan's predisposition to neutrality, which involved confronting political opponents who turned a need to atone for past Japanese war crimes into arguments against present-day military cooperation with the Empire of Japan's former victims. 'Twas he who overcame Sinophile or pro-Chinese attitudes on the Australian left that caused Australia to drop out of the Quad in 2008 under the Commu-Chinese-leaning leadership of Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, by facilitating its return under new leadership after 2010. Abe Shinzo even cracked the code of Donald Trump's Washington, arriving at Trump Tower in November of 2016 for an early meeting with the president-elect at the same time as his government was negotiating business benefits for Trump's daughter Ivanka. Diplomacy with the United States during the Trump era was not for the squeamish, another thing Abe Shinzo recognized earlier than most. Now, Abe Shinzo is gone, murdered in an act of violence that has shocked his peaceful empire. His absence and the brutal manner of his death could also shape Japan's prospects in the coming years. He leaves behind successors committed to his policies and reaping a big victory for his party in elections held but yesterday for the upper house of the Diet. Americans, too, are safer and stronger thanks to Abe Shinzo's contributions to peace and freedom. America can honor Abe Shinzo's legacy by staying true to its treaty obligations to the Empire of Japan. At the same time, the Japanese Empire can honor his legacy by embracing the plan Prime Minister Kishida proposes. As a 6-year-old, I myself personally felt the loss of an assassinated leader. My own hero, Richard Oakes the Mohawk. I hope Abe Shinzo's legacy will have the same effect on others. Let this moment not pass. Instead, allow it to gain meaning through America's rejoining the Empire of Japan in terms of, in defining the terms of Pacific trade. While the Japanese Empire leans into embracing the expanded security role championed by Abe and by generations of Japanese seeking to emulate his brave leadership. All of that brings us back in this final closing hour. As I cycle back into 12-hour transmissions, and I remove the sex bots from assaulting my chat room. Oh, Peter Moon brings up also the messianic factor in Japan. You are truly the only skeleton key that can open the doors to understanding. Blessed be, my dearest Peter. Now, if he doesn't join me to save my voice, I'll go forward with the parade shooting we had here, because new details have emerged describing the scene as that gunman opened fire during the 4th of July parade in Chicago's Highland Park suburb, where 7 people were killed and dozens of others were critically injured. Concealed on a rooftop, the gunman shot at parade goers with a semi-automatic rifle. His position made it difficult for officers to quickly find him when the parade turned to chaos. Separately, an 8-year-old boy who was attending the parade with his parents and twin brother was shot and is now paralyzed for the rest of his life from the waist down. In a voluntary statement, the gunman admitted to authorities that he emptied 2 30-round magazines before loading his weapon with a third and firing again. If convicted, he faces a life sentence in prison. I mean, what is wrong with American men? He couldn't get a date. Or he hated black people. Or he was bullied in school. If any of that sounds familiar, it should. Every time there's a mass shooting in this country, which, as a functional matter, pretty much means every goddamn day, those are the kinds of explanations routinely offered in the aftermath. A simple trip to the store, seeing a movie, going to school, or, as was the case last week in Highland Park, north of Chicago, going to a parade, ends up in carnage, and reporters dutifully waylay the shooter's parents, teachers, and friends to ask how this could have happened. And the portrait emerges. He hated Jews, or he was depressed, or he was a loner. But curiously enough, no one ever seems to consider, much less interrogate, the neon thread woven through it all, meaning that pronoun, he, always, he. We take it for granted. It hardly even registers, but maybe it should. In a government-funded study of 172 mass shootings since the year I was born into this vale of tears, circa 1966, defined as a shooting in a public place where 4 or more people were killed. The Violence Project, a nonpartisan and nonprofit anti-violence think tank, proved that just 4 of the shooters were female. That's a little more than 2%. So, while we debate mass shootings as a bigotry problem, a mental health problem, an access to guns problem, and make us no mistake, we should, it seems past time we also begin debating it as a men problem. Especially since the numbers prove it is more a men problem than any other kind. That we seldom broach it as such speaks to the fish don't know they're wet myopia of most of those framing the discussion. Meaning, of course, men themselves. When you are considered the implicit norm, self-reflection never comes naturally. But self-reflection is long overdue. And here, a repost from the old sitcom, Living Single, suggests itself. Sinclair asks, "Did you ever stop to think about what the world would be like without men?" And Hadija replies, "A bunch of fat, happy women and no crime." It is, as they say, funny because it's true, and painful for the same reason. That said, it is insufficient merely to indict men. Other countries have men, and for that matter, private gun ownership. Yet they don't have the random gun violence this country does. Which suggests the question is not what's wrong with men, but what's wrong with American men? What is it in our culture, in the things we teach them, in the way we socialize them, that so often leaves boys and men with this grotesque sense of entitlement? This ability to decide that because they are having a bad day, because they got their feelings hurt, because life has not gone as they so wished, they have a right to whip out a gun and make innocent strangers pay. Everyone has bad days. Everyone gets their feelings hurt. Everyone grapples with life not going according to plan. But only American men routinely take this as an excuse to shoot up churches and schools. After which, we get thoughts and prayers, candlelight vigils, and signs proclaiming, "Fill in this blank strong," while media probe for why this terrible thing happened, and keeps happening. Yet, time and again, we run right past the most promising line of inquiry there is. Yes. I have to breathe. Yes, Peter Moon cannot join us because his jury duty. Blessed be my dearest Peter. And he left a previous statement about Edomites that I am unable to scroll up to. Perhaps I can read it later on publication. I'll take a look at what else it might be possible here. Let me see. I don't believe he left one earlier that I can access. Yeah, that'll have to wait. With the numbers holding strong, I want to acknowledge that, yes, it's important to know that he hated Asians, or he wanted revenge, or he got fired. But it's also important to take into account that he is always he. And it's high time, long past high time, we asked ourselves why. Okay, there we are. Peter's saying, with Asian apocalypse, we have to consider the ancient hooks of Jews in Asia, but also how Edomites have infiltrated Chinese politics since time immemorial. I repeated it above. Thank you, sir. So let me tell him that. Okay. There we are, and I'll check my message as well because I got a notification. There we are. Peter Moon says, this was the message. Yes, with Asian apocalypse, we have to consider the ancient hooks of Jews in Asia, but also how Edomites have infiltrated Chinese politics since time immemorial. Understood, sir. And, of course, the British would call the overseas Chinese diaspora, which dominated the economies of the Pacific Rim, they reference them as the Jews of Asia. By the way, when it comes to filling every minute that I can productively of what hour we have remaining, Highland Park exposes the illegitimacy of our Supreme Court. Recent rulings on gun and abortion rights have exposed our reactionary court majority, executing a long-standing agenda of radical right-wing ideas. With its decision on Roe v. Wade, the court has signaled its utter and complete illegitimacy and thrown the American project itself into question. I mean, can a country be properly understood as a democracy at all if it subjugates half its population? It's time to say it. The United States Supreme Court has become an illegitimate institution. As of the 24th of June, in this 2022nd year in our Lord, the U.S. Supreme Court should officially be understood as an illegitimate institution, a tool of minority rule over the majority, and as part of a far-right ideological and authoritarian takeover that must be snuffed out if we want American democracy to survive. On that Friday, in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health, the Supreme Court overruled its nearly half a 100-year precedent of Roe v. Wade, the 1973 case that legalized abortion nationwide. It is impossible to overstate just how devastating this is for pregnant people, for women as a class, and for anyone with even a passing interest in individual freedom and equality. But it's also devastating for those of us who care quite a bit about American democratic traditions and the strength of our institutions. Because with that ruling, the Supreme Court immediately signaled its illegitimacy, and it threw the entirety of the American project into question, which means that Democrats and others who want to see America endure as a representative democracy, in disambiguation from a republic, need to act. You know, certain ironies are simply too bitter to need articulating. They inspire a nonverbal response. One's head slumped and held in one's hands as one shakes it in disbelief. So it is with the fatal shootings at the Independence Day Parade in Highland Park, Illinois, on Monday opening last work week. But the latest in the long, unending line of gun massacres that increasingly decorate American life. This one, which featured a melodramatic neatness that would embarrass the maker of a Batman movie, involved the superimposition of 70 rounds of murderous gunfire and 4th of July fireworks. At this point, Americans are permanently uncertain which sound is which. Once again, the elusive question of motive. This killer even, in another awful horror movie note, disguised himself as a woman as he left his rooftop perch to avoid detection, was less important than the trauma that will never leave the minds of the families or the observers. The drag aspect has been underemphasized. And I bring it up because National Drag Day is a coming this pending weekend. But I've expressed before how drag empowers assassination. Albeit I would never abuse it for mass murder. A doctor who attended the parade and cared for the wounded said that these were all wartime injuries. To quote his T, I don't think the average person has to see a body eviscerated or a head injury that's unspeakable to understand that. They shouldn't have to see that to understand what the problem is with this country. The murderer had, predictably, a rapid-fire military-style weapon, of a kind banned in Highland Park, as they surely are for civilians in most parts of the world. But bans are of limited use in a country where guns are so widespread. The question of whether this or that particular gun measure would have stopped this or that particular massacre is increasingly pointless to pursue. It is the totality of gun restrictions weighing on the availability of guns that reduces gun violence. The familiar screams of objections, it wasn't an AR-15, it was an AK-47, are a sorry sign of the fetishistic intensity of the crisis. No one needs to know exactly what make of gun it is to know that it's the kind of gun that should never be in the hands of anyone except soldiers. We stop gun violence by stopping guns, and arguing which gun is which is a way of avoiding the necessary solution. Said solution being simple. Every time we restrict access to instruments of mass killing, we ensure the greater safety of our children. Every time we prevent someone from getting their hands on another gun, we are making this country safer. Gun control acts on gun violence as antibiotics act on infections, and as vaccines act on viruses. Not infallibly, and not every time, but overall with efficacy and tangible consequences. This massacre came on the heels of the Supreme Court's decision on June 23rd, preceding their revocation of a constitutional right within the next 24 hours to make it impossible for New York State to enforce its common sense measure against the concealed carry of handguns. Said decision arrived, of course, the day before the court's right-wing justices overturned Roe v. Wade after a half century. In the DUANE decisions, within 48 hours, 2 days of trauma, the reactionary justices showed, of course, a complete lack of the type of minimal consistency that we identify with good faith jurisprudence. In the first, they affirmed the court's right to intervene in democratic decisions made by the states in defense of a contested constitutional right. In the second, they affirmed the court's complete inability to intervene in democratic decisions made by the states, even in the face of a long-settled constitutional right. In one decision, the desire of the people of New York not to have everyone conceal guns in their waistbands has no bearing on gun lovers' right to pack. In the other, the desire of the people of Mississippi to deprive women of the right to abort their pregnancies is just, well, the people's choice by decree of the court majority, which represents the demographic minority. A great American once wrote that consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. But for credible judges, it's paramount. One might deduce that perhaps what the reactionaries on the court want is not conservatism, nor the pursuit of any particular judicial philosophy, but the execution of a long-standing agenda of radicalized right-wing ideas. Various strenuous efforts have been made to reconcile the inconsistency. The notion, for instance, that the right to own any gun you like is a right found originally in the Constitution, whereas the right to privacy is a phantom right, only recently deduced therefrom. That idea is ridiculous. Both are as real and as phantom, it now seems, as the reactionary court majority chooses to make them. The right to individual ownership of guns never existed in anything except the reveries of the National Rifle Association until District of Columbia versus Heller, circa 2008, the year after the man who raised and guided myself was thanatized, to use the terminology. Indeed, the Second Amendment decision was drawn against the plain sense of the Constitution's text, which after all includes the critically omitted words, well regulated. The belief, on the other hand, that an overwhelming right to privacy is implicit throughout the Constitution isn't the least fantastical. That concept has long sat at the heart of democratic life. The idea of privacy is as vital to humankind as the idea of liberty, which it complements. It is the core of what it means to live as a free person in a free society. An overriding conception of privacy is at the heart of the right to contraception, or of the right to marry whom one chooses instead of those whom the state allows. And it is, of course, no accident that House nigger Clarence Thomas, in his vituperative opinion on the reversal of Roe, points directly at eliminating those other rights as well. The DUANE decisions and their contradictions clearly undercut all credibility of the court. One long legal study of the question insists legitimacy depends, in part, on the perception that a justice should apply her preferred approach consistently across cases, with candor and in good faith. No reasonable person reading the DUANE decisions can believe they were made in good faith. It'd be obvious that they were made to suit a fixed political agenda, reasoned backward from the vengeful results. In his concurring opinion on the gun case, Alito wrote, and here I read therefrom, Forgive me while I breathe before I read this. How does the dissent account for the fact that one of the mass shootings near the top of its list took place in Buffalo? The New York law at issue in this case obviously did not stop that perpetrator. It's the kind of argument one would expect from a YouTube commentator. See? They still have knives in London! As though the fact that a law has been broken proves that a law can never work. By this standard, no law could ever accomplish anything. Alito and Thomas and the rest were not engaged in any disinterested scrutiny of rights and rules. They were not acting in good faith, nor trying to find a consistent line of reasoning. A wiser court with a more Solomonic temperament, to play upon what Peter Moon discussed earlier in transmission, might have prudently sacrificed one decision for the other in an effort to at least appear to be consistent. It might have decided not to issue both decisions in the same week, let alone within 48 hours. But it is plain from the tone and attitude of the court's reactionary majority that the only temperament it wanted to display was a regal one, the right to rule by caprice and whim. We do this because we can. And so, several normally moderate and sensible people, dare I say such, including the commentator Delia Lithwick, have not hesitated to call this court's legitimacy into question. And confidence in the court is at an all-time low. Yet to speak of the court's loss of legitimacy, we be warned, is to risk joining with those who subvert democratic institutions or declare the 2020 election illegitimate. There is a vast conceptual difference here, however, called basic fact. The truth is that, whereas the 2020 election was inarguably free and fair and democratic, the Supreme Court is, in a straightforward, empirical sense, no longer a representative institution reflecting, more or less, the will of the American people. Instead, thanks to the Electoral College and the Senate, two of the least representative bodies in our federal government, the court is elevating a minority view to power through a series of undemocratic measures and actions. 3 current justices were appointed by Donald Trump, a man who lost the popular vote in 2016 and now stands exposed as an avowed enemy of the American constitutional order. That the conservative court majority he created still demands absolute deference would likely strike the citizens of any other country as bizarre and irrational. We speak of 6, but in truth, it's clear from his quaking dissents that Chief Justice John Roberts lives in fear of being the man on whose watch the Supreme Court loses its legitimacy. He knows perfectly well that the court's legitimacy ought to be on the line when it makes radical, anti-democratic decisions, guided by religious fanaticism and sheer bloody-mindedness. That is, the will to get even with your opponents, even in the face of common sense and with people dying in the streets. Yet, although we have had indignation from our president, where has the intensity of passion gone in our politics? The passion felt by people like the Highland Park doctor, who saw the battlefield results of unending gun violence seems drowned out by obsessive proceduralism. Pragmatism is a beautiful thing, but meaningless sans principle. One of the multiple crises of our time is the crisis of no consequences. But the only way that John Roberts and the conservative court majority will feel that the court's legitimacy is on the line is if it is, if they fear the scale and scope of the reaction to their decisions. As people die in our streets in ever greater numbers, and as women's autonomy grows ever more curtailed to the point their physical lives are medically threatened, calling out the court's legitimacy will be the only way to save it. Of the 9 justices sitting on the current court, 5 were appointed by presidents who initially lost the popular vote. 4 of those judges signed on to the majority opinion that overturned Roe, and 1 penned a separate concurrence to uphold the Mississippi anti-abortion law. The 3 appointed by Donald Trump were confirmed by senators who represent a minority of Americans. The majority of this court, in other words, were not appointed by a process that is representative of the will of the American people. 3 were appointed via starkly undemocratic means, put in place by bad actors willing to change the rules to suit their needs. Neil Gorsuch only has his seat because Republicans, led by Mitch McConnell, blocked the ability of Barack Obama to nominate Merrick Garland, or anyone, to a Supreme Court seat, claiming that because it was an election year, voters should get to decide. And then Donald Trump appointed Amy Coney Barrett in a radically rushed and incomplete, incoherent process in an election year. And now this court, stacked with far-right judges, appointed via ignoble means, has stripped from American women the right to control their own bodies. They have summarily placed woman into a novel category of person with fewer rights, not just than other people, but than fertilized eggs and corpses. After all, no one else is forced to donate their organs for the survival of another. Not parents to their children, not the dead unto the living. It is only fertilized eggs, embryos, and fetuses that are newly entitled to this right to use another's body and organs against that other's will. And it is only women and other people who can get pregnant who are now subject to these unparalleled radical demands. This raises a fundamental question. Can a country be properly understood as a democracy, an entity in which government derives its power from the people, if it subjugates half its population, putting them into a category of subperson with fewer rights, freedoms, and liberties? The global trend proves that the answer to that is no. A clear pattern has emerged in the past few decades. As nations democratize, they tend to liberalize women's rights, and they expand abortion and other reproductive rights. Luckily for the woman of the world, this is where a great many nations are moving. But the reverse is also true. As a smaller number of countries move toward authoritarian governance, they constrict the rights of women, LGBTQIA+ people, and many minority groups. We have seen this in every country that has scaled back abortion rights, reproductive rights, and women's rights more broadly in the past several years. Russia, Magyarország, or Hungary, Poland, Nicaragua, and these United States. Among these recidivists. The same week that the Supreme Court issued its decision on Dobbs, the U.S. House of Representatives has been holding hearings to inform the public about what actually happened during the attempted coup d'etat of January 6th in 2021, and to ideally hold perpetrators, traitors, and seditionists to account. We are only a year and a half past that disgraceful day when an angry mob decided that they, an authoritarian, patriarchal, white supremacist minority abetted by house niggers like Daryl Neely of Gurn Radio, should rule. That any other outcome, no matter how free and fair the election, was illegitimate. The Supreme Court decision stems from that same rotted root. The idea that a patriarchal minority should have nearly unlimited authority over the majority. The conservatives on the court rightly understand that individual rights and women's freedoms are incompatible with a system of broad male control over women and children, and a broader male monopoly on the public, political, and economic sphere. But that authoritarian vision is also incompatible with democracy. And so Democrats now have a choice. We can give speeches and send fundraising emails, or we can act, declare this court illegitimate, demand its expansion, which our ballless President Biden refuses to entertain. Abolish the filibuster. Treat this like the emergency it is, and make America a representative democracy at last. The Republican Party is terrible. So why may Democrats lose to them this year? Some commentators think Democrats have moved too far to the left, too far from the so-called center. This is complete and utter bullshit. Much of today's Republican Party is treacherous and treasonous. So why are Democrats facing midterm elections that, according to most political observers, they're likely to lose? Having been a loyal Democrat since Trump came to power, but technically one for some 30 years or so, when my father basically had me registered as such just so he could keep track of the enemy, in his own words. It pains me to say this. The Democratic Party has lost its way. Some commentators think Democrats have moved too far to the left, Bernie Sanders style, into communism. This is utter rubbish. Where's the center between democracy and authoritarianism, and why would Democrats want to be there? Others think Biden hasn't been sufficiently angry or outraged. But what good would that do? After 4 years of Donald Trump, why would anyone want more anger and outrage? The real failure of the Democratic Party is its loss of the American working class. A Democratic pollster, Stanley Greenberg, concluded after the 2016 election, to quote his T, Democrats don't have a white working class problem. They have a working class problem, which progressives have been reluctant to address honestly or boldly. The fact is that Democrats have lost support with all working class voters across the electorate. The working class used to be the bedrock of the Democratic Party. What happened? During the first 20 years of the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administrations. When Democrats controlled both houses of Congress, they scored some important victories for working families: the Affordable Care Act, an expanded earned income tax credit, and the Family and Medical Leave Act, for example. But they also allowed the middle class to hollow out and the working class to sink. Clinton passed free trade agreements without providing millions of blue-collar workers who consequently lost their jobs a means of getting new ones that paid at least as well. His NAFTA, or North American Free Trade Agreement, and plan for Red China to join the World Trade Organization, the WTO, undermined the wages and economic security of manufacturing workers across America, hollowing out vast swaths of the Rust Belt. Clinton also deregulated Wall Street. This led to the financial crisis of 2008, in which Obama bailed out the biggest banks and bankers, but did nothing for homeowners, many of whom owed more on their homes than their homes were even worth. Obama didn't demand as a condition for the bailout that banks refrain from foreclosing on underwater homeowners, nor did Obama demand an overhaul of the banking system. Instead, he allowed Wall Street to water down attempts at re-regulation. Both Clinton and Obama stood by as corporations hammered trade unions. They failed to reform labor laws to allow workers to form unions with a simple up or down majority vote, or even to impose meaningful penalties on companies that violated labor protections. Biden has supported labor law reform, but has never fought for it, leaving the protecting the right to organize, the PRO, the PRO Act, to die inside his ill-fated Build Back Better Act. Clinton and Obama allowed antitrust enforcement to ossify, enabling large corporations to grow far larger and major industries to become more concentrated. Biden is trying to revive antitrust enforcement, but hasn't made it a centerpiece of his administration. Both Clinton and Obama depended on big money from corporations and the wealthy. Both turned their backs on campaign finance reform. Obama was the first presidential nominee since Richard Nixon to reject public financing in his primary and general election campaigns, and he never followed up on his re-election promise to pursue a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United versus FEC, the 2010 Supreme Court opinion opening the floodgates to big money in politics. Joe Biden has tried to regain the trust of the working class, but Democratic lawmakers, most obviously and conspicuously Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, have blocked measures that would have lowered the costs of child care, elder care, prescription drugs, health care, and education. They've blocked a higher minimum wage and paid family leave. Yet neither Manchin nor Sinema, nor any other Democrat who has failed to support Biden's agenda, has suffered any consequences. Why hasn't Biden done more to rally the working class and build a coalition to grab back power from the emerging oligarchy? Presumably for the same reasons Clinton and Obama did not. The Democratic Party continues to prioritize the votes of suburban swing voters who supposedly determine electoral outcomes, and it still depends on money from big corporations and the wealthy. The most powerful force in American politics today is anti-establishment fury at a rigged system. There is no longer a left or right. There is no longer a moderate center. The real choice is either Republican authoritarian populism or democratic progressive populism. And Democrats cannot defeat authoritarian populism without an agenda of radical democratic reform, a pro-democracy anti-establishment movement. Democrats must stand squarely on the side of working people against oligarchy. They must form a unified coalition of people of all races, genders, and classes to unrig the system. Understand that as the son of Adolf Hitler, I present you National Socialism. The original name for the Nazi Party, the NSDAP, National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, is my model for your democracy. Trumpism is not the cause of our divided nation. It is the symptom of a rigged system that was already dividing us. Only National Socialism can unite us all. So keep the faith as America endures. It's been a tough month. The mounting toll of the war in Ukraine, the mass murders in Highland Park, the Supreme Court's devastating decisions. There hasn't been a lot of great news. Boris Johnson finally packing his bags, I suppose, counts. So does Friday's jobs report. But even before we entered this weekend, we learned that former Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo was dead, assassinated during a political rally. If you feel like the world is spinning out of control, you're not alone. I have been trying to think about what connects many of these stories. It's easy to say, and I know because I've said it, that America and other democracies are falling prey to a kind of mass psychosis. Many Americans are becoming unhinged, unmoored from reality itself, unable to process even the tiniest bit of information if it conflicts with their biases. A few days ago, Mitt Romney wrote in The Atlantic magazine that the problem of denial affects us all. He's right. I feel it too. I sometimes do not check myself fast enough when shuffling new information into the pigeonholes of my priors. Confirmation bias is normal human behavior. What's not normal is the emergence of a populist madness on the American right that counts on the intimidation of the sensible many by the delusional few. This development threatens to turn a great republic into little more than a collection of unthinking and dangerous reflexes, its citizens like a school of fish aimlessly darting back and forth as they be lured by bait or chased by predators. This, I think, is the link that binds so many recent events, including the January 6th insurrection, the callous and even reckless decisions of the Supreme Court, the Illinois massacre, even the Ukrainian war. At almost every turn, democracy and basic human decency are under siege, because a paranoid and rage-blinded mob will shout down and sometimes go as far as threatening the rest of us. Ordinary citizens, overwhelmed and exhausted, soon turn away from public spaces. In a different America, in a different time in America, almost every story this month would have been an immense scandal or an upheaval in and of itself. The Russian army invading a nation in Central Europe while brandishing its nuclear weapons at NATO would have been an ongoing national crisis that once would have unified America and its two parties. A mass shooting at a 4th of July parade would have shocked our national conscience and moved us to look closely not only at our ridiculous gun laws, our lack thereof, but at a society that seems to produce an endless stream of violent young losers. Talk of stopping women from crossing state borders by turning the United States into a giant version of East Berlin with a pregnancy testing checkpoint Charlie on every highway would have provoked outrage on both the right and the left. Most important, an attack on the U.S. Capitol aimed at the overthrow of an American election, instigated and cheered on by a sitting president, would have been a national trauma that would have made Watergate look like a comic opera. And yet, a violent insurrection seems to barely register with some Americans, while others actively continue to support it, and still others believe it was a false flag operation by the left or by operatives of the U.S. government. Now, I myself started this tangent by asking you to forgive me if I've cast a pall over your optimism about America. And here I am, doing it again. So let me try to leave off this transmission with some of the good news. Rational and decent citizens are still a significant majority in these United States of America. I speak for them all. No one else speaks for them with the comprehensive articulation of Douglas Dietrich. I am the only hope you have. And that alone should give you hope that I am still alive. Cynical Republican officials might cower in fear of the small clutch of their own extremist primary voters and all the madmen who shout their fears and bereavements. But on the many issues, including Ukraine, abortion, and gun control, a durable majority across both parties is in favor of doing what's right, what's humane, and what's sensible. Albeit only I speak for them all. And that means America endures. Yes, American democracy is on the ropes, and the destruction of our constitutional system is still possible if enough of the unhinged minority votes and enough of the rational majority does not. The Constitution was not designed to withstand a frontal assault from its own citizens and elected officials. It relies on shared norms and values about essential things like basic human and legal rights. That means it's up to us to assert those norms and values in everything we do in our daily life. It means that citizens of goodwill must hold their ground calmly and without reacting to the many bad faith provocations thrown directly at them. It means linking arms with people with whom we disagree about almost everything, so long as we agree on the Constitution and our rights as citizens. And that means, more than anything else, voting in great numbers together as a coalition. We must, as John Adams encouraged us in 1765, dare to read, think, speak, and write. After his presidency, Mr. Adams retired to his farm in Massachusetts, a place south of Boston called Peacefield. Understand that the peace I seek to enforce that of an American democracy likely cannot be brought about in these circumstances